Welcome to the North American broadcast with the DPC's First Division once again returning upon the second day of broadcast. Here's T-Panda and Fear as the commentary team for this first series. And before we start talking about the teams, Fear, good to be back with some NA action. How are you feeling? What are the vibes coming into this tour?
Glad to be back home, watching some NA Dota. My vibes are the same as pretty much every tour. I'm not sure what to expect. We'll just have to wait and see. I have no predictions or who I think is going to be the best. There's been roster shuffles yet again, surprise. We'll have to see what teams are feeling it and have the momentum.
Well, let's see what happened on the first day of the North American DPC as we had our first two series kick off, and we already got to see a bit of a glimpse upon what would potentially be the start of his potential storyline for some of these teams. It was Bait versus Nouns coming into the first one, and these games, I did take a quick glimpse upon them on Liquipedia, and just like the West European games we had on our first day, fairly short games too, 30 minutes and 26 minutes, so not that much action in terms of well, we're not really getting past the mid-game stage, we're not going to the late game at all, and the drafts are also kind of, if you see Timber Saws being picked quite frequently from Nouns, they still like to go to the Bounty Hunters, the Witch Doctors, the things that have worked in this patch. But Bates, there's a team that we always kind of have been underlooking in terms of drafts. Sometimes they're like, wow, they're going all over the place. And does this draft make sense? Probably. And they can make it work. And then you've got the most stable draft you can go for, and it flops. So there's this weird kind of inconsistency with Bait.
Yeah, in this specific game, it's kind of like greed versus aggression, and it kind of feels like in this patch the aggression almost always wins here. The offlane Bounty Hunter against the Alchemist, they're also running the Magnus there. Magnus not necessarily greedy anymore with the way he plays compared to last patches. He gets a lot more active with the Harpoon, but offlane Bounty Hunter with the Venomancer and also a Timber Saw means you're just going to get ran at 24/7, and if you can't come online, games are going to be very difficult for you.
Oh yeah, and game two just looks like a repeat of that too. They kept on going with the Timber Saw. This time they brought up the Visage, they brought the Monkey King, and even the Earth Spirit, a hero that you very rarely get to see. Also getting his stage basically.
And Laylis is playing it too. This is, I think, a hero that must have been grinding over the time. He doesn't have the biggest hero pool going from an offlaner. Why would an offlaner need to know how to play Earth Spirit, right? So it looks like he's been putting the reps in and practicing some new heroes, and it's showing off here. I want to see more of this Earth Spirit hero. I'm not entirely sure why it's doing so well, and when I say it's doing well, I'm mainly talking about pubs. In pubs, the hero is getting a bit of a resurgence and starting to look pretty good here. So we'll keep an eye on that and see if there's more Earth Spirits popping up, which will be very interesting to see. But yeah, this game looks pretty similar to the last game where you have the heroes Bait, the big Alchemist, a big Doom. They want to print some money, but at the same time, Nouns, they want to run at you. They pick the Enchantress, Timber yet again, Earth Spirit, all aggression. And I think at that point, if you don't know exactly what you're doing with these slower heroes, you can get punished really hard.
And then, of course, the second series that happened was the North American El Clasico. It's the Rebellion versus TSM matchup, and TSM, they had been undefeated in the DPC since Tour 3 of last year. But now that magic came to an end as Rebellion. It feels weird to say the Rebellion actually beat TSM. They were able to do it. And it was always like, yeah, Rebellion, they're the favorites coming up against TSM. Yeah, they're the favorites against TSM. But this time, they actually were. And they were able to get that dub.
Yeah, I was actually just able to watch this game a second ago. Can't watch every game in Dota, but you always got to go back and watch TSM versus Rebellion no matter what. Yep. And it was really, Abed was just popping off in this game. He played so well on his Ember Spirit. Their draft as a whole from Rebellion looked quite nice, and it really just felt like the four heroes from TSM could not fight the four heroes from Rebellion. And once Arteezy was online with his Terrorblade, the game just ended straight up right then and there. So TSM, they had a bit of a different draft, and I feel like Rebellion just got the end of them as far as the drafting stages go. And then this next game, something similar happens. You have some really good drafting here. What I really liked that Rebellion did in this game was they ended up third picking the Storm Spirit on TSM, and and then Rebellion went straight into taking the Coddle, so you couldn't get it on TSM, and then the Puck to lock down the Storm in the mid lane. So I really think Rebellion's like drafting and the way they thought about this game was super good. Abed ended up getting a solo kill on Bryle in the mid lane, which helped out a lot. Abed Puck is pretty legendary. As most Rebellion games go, Abed's popping off, and no exception in this one.
Yeah, and there's only so much Tomato can do on this TA as well. Like this particular fight that you're watching, like it's been going on for quite some time. It's a bit of a retreat on the side of TSM, but you can actually see some pretty heavy hits come out from TA. That's 17 minutes in. You're expecting this here to be super dangerous, but they're just not dying on the side of Rebellion, and that was basically the fight that's going to turn this game around. 2 minutes after, they're going to be pretty much wiping again. So 21-minute finish coming out of Rebellion into game 2, breaking TSM's morale potentially even after that 15-minute mark. So Rebellion getting a win. I was looking at Reddit, and people were like, "Congratulations, Rebellion, on winning the North American DPC." You know, like maybe going
you
ahead.
see Saberlight's tweet too?
No, I didn't actually. What was that?
Saberlight, after they beat him, tweeted out, "GG's TSM, see you guys in Bali."
Oh yeah.
After the first game of the series.
Probably that's the one that's probably most likely to happen. We'll see if TSM still bounces back. There's always the Nouns wild card, minus the wild card team in the first division. I was told we have a schedule, but I was also asking, could we potentially look at some of the participating teams in this division, because we have some new teams taking the field today. Before we talk about the schedule, or we can just talk about the schedule that also worked today. But let's go for the attending teams, because as we saw, Bait, Nouns, Rebellion, TSM, they've already played out their games. There's also Felt. There's a good old Dog Champ. Bit of a roster shuffle happening there. A few new players added into the mix. And the Division 2 elevator teams. It is Alpha coming back since Tour 1 and Sand King Gomez. This was a very intriguing team. I was casting Division 2 last tour, and they were ahead of everybody else. It was like, wow, these guys are coming from open qualifiers to closed qualifiers to basically beating everyone minus Alpha. Alpha was the only team that was able to win Sand King Gomez, but they also dropped the series to another team. So Sand King Gomez, they took first seed. However, they're going to be matching off against each other's later on today, as we have Dog Champ versus Felt coming out as the first one. And these two teams, alongside with who was the third team? Was it? I think it was Bait, who played that three-way tiebreaker for fourth, fifth, and sixth,
right,
if I remember correct. So it's a bit of a repeat grudge.
Well, the interesting thing about Dog and Felt is these were the Division 2 teams from last tour, right? And they were able to stay in Division 1, which was pretty nice to see. And you do want to continuously see that in a way, but do we want Sand King Gomez and Alpha to also stay? Then we'd have to say bye to potentially a Dog and a Felt, unless things get really spicy and teams like Nouns, Bait, Rebellion, TSM end up going down there. So I'm very curious to see like how this is going to shape out. I believe Dog Champ and Felt surprised us in last tour that both of them were able to stay in Division 1, and I think that was something most people didn't really expect.
One thing that comes to mind looking at those roster shuffles, basically Felt, they are with their original roster. No changes there. But Dog Champ, 4 new players to the team. These are all players who have been in the Division 1 last tour, coming from different teams to Dog Champ. And Bloody Nine is the only original member, the captain from the team from last tour. Added with DNM as the carry, Red 2 mid-speed, and the offlane Moose as a 4. So what do you take of this roster? We've always talked about DNM's hidden potential. I mean, it's kind of already been there. Is this the level of DNM we're going to be seeing? Red 2, you know, has he built up something else than the Pangos and the Void Spirits that he has? Speed, who was playing a fantastic tour last division, but just couldn't quite bring the numbers on the board. And then, of course, you have Moose, who was popping off in Bait in Tour 1, played with a different team in Tour 2. I feel like this is a very interesting roster.
Is this basically the 5-rat 4-staff of last tour? Was DNM on 5-rat 4-staff last tour? That's the only question mark I have.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so it's 4 players from 5-rat 4-staff plus Bloody Nine. So those guys got relegated to Division 2. They got saved by Bloody Nine here. And we'll see if Bloody Nine's up to the task. Maybe that's the piece that they were missing to make these players work. Just a strong captain to get them up and running here. And if they can make this work, I think it goes to show you how much a strong Position 5 player that has a very strong voice as well on the team can do for a team.
Yeah, for sure. The team is very capable. Let's see what the results are going to be for this tour, how ready they are for the challenge as their challengers. Felt, there's, basically the same roster from last tour. We looked at Solji going into the 4 position with Kits in mid. It's a very interesting team. So yeah, very interesting team coming out from Felt. Do you think they've adapted to this patch? Probably should have by now.
It's you don't know the patch by heart by now. A lot of teams are going to experiment. A lot of people are going to have wild ideas. Some of them are going to be way out of left field and probably should stay in the idea box and not be coming out of it, especially when we see some teams that are just coming up from Division 2 to Division 1, or they just barely stayed in Division 1. Maybe your idea of the game, you haven't had enough experience to know what's exactly good here. But at the same time, you might come out with something that's like, wow, that looks pretty good. Maybe other teams will start copying it, or it'll be like, well, yeah, let's not use that one again. So we're going to see new things for sure. Whether they're going to be good or not, who knows? 50-50. It's in the air.
Looking at the results from last tour, Felt was the team that could beat 5-Rat 4 Staff 2-1, but they lost to Dogchamp. So does that mean that Felt is maybe the favorites coming into this one, potentially?
Who knows? I don't know. I mean, new patch, new players, new everything. We'll have to see what's going on with that. No predictions from me. I'm just a humble spectator, willing to be surprised by anything. And then after we see him play a couple times, then I'll start making my judgments, we'll say.
Yeah, we're all here just to enjoy the good old North American DPC and see what the end result is going to be, especially for these middle ground teams. Maybe at the start of the tour, there might be a storyline building that, hey, we have a new contender rising to the stage, but nobody has yet been able to properly challenge TSM and Rebellion. Nouns has been somewhat close, but still so far away. And with these new teams and these new rosters, Bait sticking with theirs, Nouns sticking with theirs, Felt staying with theirs as well, Dogchamp, maybe the roster changes are going to provide them with the results. I mean, I was talking a bit with the Shopify analyst back at the Berlin Major, and he was like, "Get ready for the new dog rat." I was like, let's see what they can get on the board with, because the roster as a whole has its perks. They have the individual performance levels that can be really high, like speed and moods. I think these two players can be phenomenally good, but where does DNM and Red 2 stand? Can they kind of pump up that extra energy from their strong offlane duo? What do you feel like the offlane versus safe lane is looking like right now? Because in the previous patch, if the offlane wins, you have so much playmaking capability. But now that everything is kind of all over the place, do you feel like it's diminished a little? Maybe the safe lane has a better chance to snowball into the game. We've talked about the snowballing meta right now, to if you can punish the offlane.
I think with the C patch, it gives a more edge to the safe lane now than it did previously. I think the Vanguard nerfs were really big and needed. Before, I don't think the safe lane had a chance in hell of winning the lane against just Vanguard and how it worked and the heroes people are picking. We're seeing a lot more Witch Doctor become more viable with the Maledict to burst through these heroes that do go for the Vanguard. You still build Vanguard on a lot of different heroes, but I'm starting to see a lot of different experimentations in the offlane now. Before, you would just pick the Underlord every single game, or the Doom. Maybe you still pick the Doom regardless. That hero's really good as well. But I'm starting to see more heroes pop up into the offlane. We saw the Bat Rider, for example. Just trying new things. Whereas the safe lane is still the safe lane. You're still going to get the later pick in the game, and you're going to try and counter pick what you see. Offlane generally does not have that luxury.
Looking at some of the higher win rate heroes as well from the Immortal bracket to take some kind of reference, is there something that you've really enjoyed lately that could potentially be a sneaking hero into the competitive meta? I heard some talk about Diffusal Blade Windranger, which could be a thing. I'm not sure how viable it actually is. It sounds somewhat horrible, but people have been winning games with it.
I don't have a hot take on that. I think maybe versus Medusa, most Wind Rangers are going for the Atos build straight up because it is a universal hero. Atos gives you lots of stats, which gives you a lot of damage. And then to the Gleipnir. We'll see. I don't know. I think against Medusa, it's fine. But is that like a mid Wind Ranger? Is it a support or is it offlane? Which one?
Well,
build
I mean,
the Fusel Blade, because I don't really know. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
I've been playing a good amount of Dota, and I have yet to see that.
well, let's see what the draft is going to bring along. It's going to be Felt versus Dogchamp game number 1, and see what heroes are going to be unfolding in this game. We're going to kick things off with some of the healing battery Pugna bans. I think some of the other contested heroes people have been looking at is how strong is the Underlord, how capable is the Caudle early on.
I see Doom banned a lot still.
Doom's also been taking the ban hammer a lot, yeah.
But there is no meta right now that everyone's just following. You can't just predict the first 4 bans. Every team that plays, they have a different idea of what they think is good, and they're going to ban according to that. Maybe they're banning to kind of make their strategies work a bit better. So they're banning heroes that are good against what they've been practicing and what they might want to pick. And then, of course, you're playing versus Red too. This guy wants to play Pango every single game. might as well ban it. So that one's definitely a targeted ban. So you definitely have meta bans, you have targeted bans, and then you also have bans that potentially protect your later picks if you do want to do that as well.
Wonder what kind of scrims the teams have been going up against. I feel like some of the Div 2 teams have been expanding their scrim opponents, and some just haven't. So heading over to Division 1, you've only had like 1 week between the major ending and the new Division 1 starting. So that's not a lot of extra prep time for mainly these Division 2 uprisers, Sand King Gomez Alpha especially. But Felt, Dogchamp, these teams have had time to practice. And I guess we're literally just looking at comfort bans. Like, okay, Pugna and the Bounty Hunter, definitely meta, but Pango, Beastmaster, these are directed versus speed and versus red too. And they're going to kick things off with, well, you talked about it, it's the Doom.
Yeah, I've been seeing a decent amount of Beast play / bans. This hero it's in contestant for like being one of the earlier picks. So I think that ban isn't too out of left field there, but Doom is a hero that I don't think you're sad about getting. Like, maybe he wants the Beast, maybe he wants the Doom. I think the comfortable picks for the offlane right now are exactly that: Beast, Doom, and Underlord. And Dogchamp kind of know that, and they're going to secure it pretty early on, because you can't really counter them in lane as long as you're laning with the POS 4 that can just help you. They all have mains of like fighting you back. You can counterpick Underlord with Ursa all you want, which is still a great pick, and a lot of teams will do it in the early game, but you can still win your lane. Same thing with Doom. Except for that, it's even harder to counter pick him. You can also pick Ursa versus Doom, which is good, which they might ban in the second phase, but it doesn't guarantee you're going to win the lane.
Also some pieces of history. The 7.3.2 patch that lasted forever. It was the Rubik first phase thing, so some things have not changed. Felt opting to go for Rubik, and of course it comes down to Solji's hero pool. He played Rubik and Morana over and over again, so might as well just pick what they're already familiar with. I'm just curious, has he brought something new on the board with this with the new patch? Like, is there something he's found good, something that also works in mid but also as a 4? Because I'm pretty sure he still wants to play mid in his ranked games, like his pop grind. But you also want to be able to adapt those into POS 4. But Rubik Underlord, I see nothing wrong here.
Yeah, this is where you just pick Ursa, I think. I think it's got to the point where Underlord last patch, like the 0.33 patch without any of the numbers behind it, Underlord was first phase every game. Ursa's the pick. This is the only hero that people have been like, okay, this is what I want to play versus. You don't necessarily win the lane, but if the Rubik ever leaves, you have a hero that can eventually kill the Underlord with the Fury swipes. I've seen the Slark try, doesn't really work. A lot of the other heroes you might attempt to pick as well won't work as well, so they're not confident enough to do it. We saw Rebellion yesterday. They did it versus TSM. They picked the early Underlord, did it with the Ursa, ended up winning that game quite handedly. This hero is pretty decent in lane versus the Underlord as well, as it is a strength hero, but classic opening from Felt here. Underlord Rubik, take away all your damage, have tons of nuke potential, just push the lane out very quickly. No matter how bad your lane is, you can just shove the lane with nukes. And if not, things go well, you can actually win the lane. You can harass them, you can drag them back in the pit with a telekinesis. Quite strong here for Dogchamp though. You do have the heal and Undying, maybe you can chase around. They can disturb the laning stage. You can just make sure the Rubik doesn't have a great time here, chase him out of the lane, deal with him, make him pull the waves, and then Doom is Doom. He's just going to sit in the lane and farm. And I imagine one of these teams is going to ban Ursa because it's good versus both heroes.
Yeah, Ursa would definitely be a good idea for either of the teams. I'm just looking for Dog Champ's theory here, basically. Would you like to play a range core to basically neglect some of that minus damage, especially from the Underlord, and then pick up a hero that's able to zone him out, like either a big slow or a root or a stun, so you could have yourself a range core, say... I mean, I'm just going to throw Drow, for example, on the board, like good old Drow Undying Lane, for example. Yeah, wow. But I'm just going to throw it out there, you know, like a range core, and then have another support with a stun slow root.
5 seconds remaining.
And where's Undying going? Or you just put in the root in the offlane?
Yeah, I mean, just kind of like team fight approach kind of perspective. Obviously, the laning stage, your pair up is going to be most likely the Undying. And Doom gets himself another controller hero, and then it also synergizes with your carry. That's just kind of how I'm thinking it through. Maybe a bit too far ahead from the laning stage, because you kind of have to get to that point and really utilize your draft at that stage, like 13, 14 minutes into the game. You can't just let the opponent walk you over and, oh, guys, now we're ready. It's like, no, it doesn't quite work that way in this day of Dota.
And we're seeing Felt ban, like, what I call, like, the heroes that gain stacks. The Monkey King, the Ursa, the Slark. A lot of these heroes that are good at killing these really tanky offlaners won't be available, so they're gonna have to dig a bit deeper and find something a bit more suitable to do so. Witch Doctor is a hero that could potentially do it as well, but for Dog Champ, running Undying Witch Doctor, not impossible, but slightly awkward, because you'll have very little stun control. You'll just be this huge ball of healing, which will be very difficult to play into, which is nice. However, can you deal with the D push from these two heroes? Are you able to go high ground while they pick some carry that might farm the map? It's hard to say here. And Ursa didn't get banned, so we'll see what they do with it.
I guess it still comes down to the Troll Ursa matchup. Like, I don't like a Troll versus Rubik Underlord. You just do 0 damage. But if Troll were on the side of Felt, I feel like... if Troll was on the side of... on the side of Felt, I think the Ursa still kind of struggles a bit, because then you really just need to build up Fury Swipe stacks and you're missing everything. So I believe that could be something that they're still afraid of. DNM does play the Troll, and I also think Hit Immune... Yeah, we did see him play Troll maybe once or twice in the last tour. But carries revealed, most likely. Unless we see something like a mid Medusa or a support Medusa, but by the looks of it, carry.
Yeah, it's an interesting pick. And I also like to go to your point, it's Felt as well. Fade, we saw his Enigma, right? He would pick it into Rubik Silencer, doesn't really care. He just has a different idea of his hero than a lot of people would view. It's like, yeah, whatever, I'll do it. And he feels like the Ursa's not a problem. I feel like it's a fairly obvious pick here for Dog Champ, but as I said, this man likes playing Enigma versus Silencer Rubik picks that have already been revealed. He'll pick Enigma into that. He'll pick Underlord into Ursa. He does not care. He has his own visions.
Happy with how things are going so far. With the carry matchup most likely revealed, it seems like, yeah, we'll just go for the Ursa. There's no threat of the Troll. I guess the matchup got a little bit better, but it's also a bit... it can be very susceptible, depending what Felt wants to bring up now, especially in the arms of Kits. He does have the option for last pick if he wants to, and we could just see Albano Zebra bring up another support to match up versus Ursa Sky. And not actually against the Ursa Sky. I think it's more like the Doom Sky lane. So what's your go-to type of support? You have to name a specific hero, but what's the style of hero you want with the Medusa against Doom Sky?
I want them to pick something that can continue to harass them. Like Crystal Maiden comes to mind, that could be good. They could go the melee route if they want, but it's not necessarily needed. The thing is, their lineup is pretty well-rounded already, that the world is their oyster here. I don't think there is one specific pick that they need to go. Snapfire is something that could work if they want to deal with the Tombstone a little better. Clockwork could be okay if they want to harass the Skywrath and get on top of him and kill him.
I know he loves his Treant Protector. He loves his Jakiro. I don't think the Gyro support is a thing anymore, but those were the go-to 3 heroes he would love to pick. I like the CM idea. It's definitely good when the Ursa is already in the pool.
It'll just make the lane really annoying. for them if they go a ranged hero that can just sit there and constantly put out nukes. I think Medusa is a hero that wants to continuously right-click, push them out of the lane, and then at some point after a good laning stage, go hit up the jungle. There's a lot of ways they can do it, and I think it really comes down to preference. I've seen a lot of 5 players experimenting with all types of heroes right now. I wouldn't mind the Witch Doctor either. I think that one has some potential here. It'll give you a little bit of your own heal, ways to kill Doom if he goes for that early Vanguard. Potentially could be good, but maybe not the best with Medusa lane. To answer your question, there's nothing super obvious here, and they're going through a lot of reserve time to think of this as well.
Through
they
all
can't
of it.
come with the they can't really think of the answer either. Just pick something comfort. It's fine. Yeah, there you go. Spirit Breaker. That works. It's going to be a bit of a weaker laning stage, but this hero is really strong this patch. So they just picked a hero that's a flavor of the patch. You can get on top of the Sky Wrath. They don't have a way to cancel charge right now. None of their heroes can do it. So he's going to have free charges unless their last hero is something that can deal with that.
5 seconds remaining.
So we do have...
So when do we bring out the Invoker? It got some buffs. People hate it. Nobody really wants to play it.
Team back.
But this could be a good game for it. The Tornado can get rid of the Bulldoze. The EMP can burn some mana from the Medusa. You kind of need that active type of mid laner here that can make sure that Doom and Ursa continuously keep farming. If they don't want to go that route, then it's just going to be your standard like Puck or Ember Spirit, Void Spirit, something that Bara cannot charge mid. That's going to be pretty much the general goal. Because once you can start charging the enemy mid laner and he starts dying to that, it's a nightmare. So you kind of have to pick a hero that can just not feed to Bara charges.
Also, what I'm kind of looking at here is Felt batting out the puck. I'm sort of choking up here. So I see the puck ban, and I know Kits is very capable with the Storm Spirit. He can leave that option open as he has the last pick of the draft. But Dogchamp, what they're kind of... I don't know if they're really missing something. I feel like they have a bit of everything in their lineup right now. Maybe an enabler, something that gets the
They
Ursa
need
to
something
join
that
in
moves
early.
around the map.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
makes
exactly.
plays.
Something like that.
Something that doesn't get charged easily mid lane, and something that can make space for Doom, because Doom just farms. This is what this hero does. He like rushes Octarine Core with some Midas potentially, hits the creeps up. There's a lot of builds you can go on Doom. It's really up to the preference of the player. I've seen some of them just go the Aura bot build. Others will just go into the Midas Blink BKB. I've seen more Octarine slightly early, even first items. Then Collapse is the one doing that one. Choice is theirs, but either way, he's going to be hitting creeps for a while. That's just what the hero does. So is Ursa. Skywrath is a hero that wants to get aggressive, so he wants someone to play with him. And it's going to be the Storm Spirit. They could have chosen, I guess, Paco's ban, Ember's ban. I guess there's Storm Spirit. If you want to go Void Spirit, that could have worked as well, but...
I was thinking about the Void as well, and it could have actually fit into the picture if Kits were to pick the Storm Spirit, but they take it away from him, and that leaves us with Kits going for the Queen of Pain, so pretty classic matchup coming out of these two. Very good rotating mid laners. But of course you have the threat of pressure coming out from Felt with this Spirit Breaker early on. If Fade gets himself a good start with the Underlord, then Spirit Breaker has the time to move away from that lane, put some pressure onto the Storm Spirit. And I feel like the attempts to gank pre-6 have... Well, I mean, it comes down to the 6-minute rune more than the pre-6 gank, basically. So you're willing to take the approach despite your opponent having your ulti ready. And in this case, it would be Storm Spirit just zipping and zapping and dodging your Spirit Breaker charge, for example. But it's more about the action rune and what happens after that, which is the gamble that both teams take.
Yeah, so I would say
5 seconds remaining.
Dogchamp doesn't really have many avenues of pressuring Kits. Of course, something random could happen. Blink is on cooldown or blinks to the high ground and moves TPs in and gets a kill, but Storm can feed to early charges from the Spear Breaker, but it will be costly. It could be before the 6-minute rune, as you mentioned. Around the 6-minute rune timing is when Storm gets his ultimate available. Then it becomes much harder for Spear Breaker to actually land that charge, whereas the Shadow Strike spam over and over will leave a lot of openings for Bar to charge in and get some kills here, but that would leave Medusa all by herself, and since this is a position 5 Spirit Breaker, so that's a little scary here. I think overall here, if the laning stage is, it's a little favoring for, which team was I gonna say it's favoring for? Dog Champ. I wanted to say 5 Rat so badly,
I
but
mean,
they changed.
you're technically not wrong here.
Yeah. I was like, 5 Rat, that's not them. What are they now? No, they're the Dog Champ now, so their early game looks really good. I feel like the Underlord versus the Ursa is not going to be super effective because the Undying should balance that lane out. Mid lane, it's definitely going to be favored for the Queen of Pain here, just by a little bit, but I think Storm should still farm. And then you got bot lane. You got Skywrath plus Doom against the Medusa Bara. Not the strongest lane. Spirit Breaker is not known for his strong laning presence here, so I think you should be just fine on Speed's Doom farming it up. So I really want to see some action here on this mid lane and try to abuse the Storm. If you can't do that, you're going to have to find a way to get out of these lanes. But right now, Dogchamp's got a bit of an edge here in the laning stage.
Well, let's see what comes out of this one. We're going to kick off the game between Felt and Dogchamp into the first brawl between the two. And I accidentally took a screenshot, but that's completely fine.
Save it for later.
Yeah, probably because of the smoke gank that's approaching. They're heading all the way from the low ground position, but some of those smokes have already popped, and the vision also there. So not too much of a surprise. But Felt, do they counter surprise? Moose is very deep in, and they recognize the situation as well. The lift leveled up into the snake, and Moose is going to take the early punch here, and looks like he's going to drop that grenade. Plus, the Quap Scream is going to take down Moose, and maybe they just got an extra. There's 4 stick charges up on Bloody 9. There's no charge on the Spirit Breaker, and he doesn't get in range for another extra bash. But Felt going to kick things off with the first blood.
Very nice, very nice. Just what they wanted, that ward there, and breaking the smoke really helped them out there to get that vision and get the jump that they really needed. All right, and then Undying here, just he's going to man up and try and take this rune for them.
Yeah, might as well. 24 stacks of decay. Feeling pretty good. Feeling fairly strong as well. But bounty runes, it's going to be 3-1. DNM picks the lone bounty on the side of Dogchamp. I was about to say 5 red as well. Holy damn, it's catchy. It is very contagious.
I mean, they, after doing a whole tour of them, right, it can be a little difficult to switch gears immediately, but we'll get there.
Medusa has to be pretty careful in his matchup too. We've seen the volatility of this hero with that mana pool. And I found some interesting interactions with this. So because the damage you take is so minimal, the actual damage, of course the mana burns really, really fast. But the, you know, with Elder Titan Stomp, when you have to do an X amount of damage for it to break, you can technically do an infinite amount of damage, and Medusa will never wake up because you're only doing like very small amounts of actual damage.
Yeah, I heard about that, but Elder Titan's just not a hero people really prioritize right now picking whatsoever, so...
Not too many specialists around either, which is a bit of a bummer. I feel like there's so much hidden potential in the Elder Titan.
Just a bit. But it's not a hero that particularly... I mean, you can build some auras, has decent team fight, but the laning stage just isn't cutting it right now, even with the buffs and 7.33. And we've seen, once you get a hold of these games, it's really hard to lose, so you really want to have a good laning stage, which I feel like it's been the case for Dota for a while now. Yeah, but it's no exception in this patch. In fact, it's probably even more prevalent than ever.
Yeah. Hit Immune almost completely out of mana. His Moose is just poking away with that long attack range. Constantly harassing and poking the Medusa. Albino Zebra's got his hands filled, keeping them at bay. Right now, just looking at the CS, Medusa not doing too hot. Only 4 last hits and no control in the lane, so gonna be falling behind a bit.
And at no mana either, with 200 HP.
Solji might be dead. They use the Tombstone in the top lane. Rubik gonna have to make a run for it. And Fade is gonna turn around. They just want to get that Tombstone kill. Not gonna get it. Bloody 9 with the deny, but they're very low on these both offlaners on the side of Felt. So bottom is looking pretty rough. Top lane, it can still be lost very fast with these early levels. I think DogChamp still has an advantage.
Well, I will say there's one saving grace here for
Tell
this
me.
top lane. If we check out DNM's inventory, he has purchased himself a Battle Fury recipe.
Okay. Okay. That's
So,
very early.
A lot of that early gold he's got really went to absolutely nothing here. That's 100% a misclick. Because that is not necessarily something you want to get as your first item.
Oh, no. Maybe you're just,
He sold it. He actually just sold it.
Okay.
And then he tipped him. He's like, okay. He knows. So that helps out the top lane, even though you were completely free farming on DNM, but then you buy Battle Fury recipe as your first item, kind of dwindles that advantage back to even.
But how did he?
In fact, Underlord's winning now. If you check the network.
Oh my god!
I actually haven't seen that in such a long time. Oh, God bless NA Dota.
Oh, indeed. Oh, it's good to be home, right?
It really is.
I didn't see how he sold it. Did he go to the secret shop?
Yeah, he just went to the secret shop and sold it.
Okay. I was like, he had it and then he didn't. I was looking away elsewhere. I was like, okay, that just happened. So this lane is what it is. So yeah, Underlord catching up a very nice amount. And almost in the same CS as DNM is. Level 3, the most important level for this Underlord. Get that second
bottom.
Firestorm. And in the bottom lane, yeah, Medusa is about to drop, but there's a Lotus, which will provide more than enough survivability versus Moose. Was really hunting for that kill.
But Medusa is struggling in this lane. You got complete free farm here on speed, which is never good when you're playing versus a Doom. Then on top of that, it's kind of the issue with Spearbreaker, right? This hero is not a strong laner. He just isn't. He gets strong later on with levels, which is typically why we see him being played in position 4 more frequently. He wants that freedom. He wants to play with a hero that can just buy a Vanguard and just leave him alone. Like, hey, go farm. I'm going to help you out to get your early ring of health. Then after that, I'm out of here. But when you're playing versus Medusa, you can't leave.
Not
You've
really,
got to
yeah.
stay in this lane.
I just got to look for those small openings that you have, but there's not really any of those either, because you're the one creating all those openings to punish your opponents. But Speed's already picked up Mana Boots and has Chain Lightning, so an extra spell in their arsenal versus the Medusa. Hidden Mune is not enjoying this, not one bit. He gets hit by a couple more zaps, and he doesn't even have the mana to throw in a snake anymore, and yep, no mana for you.
Continuously low. Luckily, he got the Lotus. He went through all of his mangoes already. Trying to keep his CS manageable. The good news is it's going to be the mid lane here.
Yeah,
6-minute runes coming out. Kit's destroying mid lane, and on top of it, getting an arcane rune. Red 2, level 5.5.
Yeah, that was 5 heroes in mid. It was 5 heroes in mid. Both of the supports rotating in to help out Kits. It's like, all right, we're putting all the eggs in the same basket. Might as well secure.
Walked up into Red 2 in a tombstone.
TP
Did he
out.
TP out?
Yes, sir.
Oh, he did. All right, well done.
And he even used his one charge in the fountain. Just in case.
Just in case. Yeah, why not?
No lingering debuffs actually on the,
bash,
on the side
zero.
of DogChamp.
How many bashes can you get? I guess
he's
you're
gonna
just
be killed. Yep. Valiant effort, my friend. Just not enough.
Radiant's courier has been
It really isn't. And at this point, you have no play opportunities bottom. You see he's trying to make something happen bottom, but he really can't do anything in this bot lane. So he needs to just leave. I don't see a play for him bot whatsoever. Medusa, level 5, level 6 close to. Good luck. The only other thing you can do is maybe bring Rubik bottom if you want to get a kill bot, but Rubik Spearbreaker, that is such low damage. And I think these Wisdom runes that get picked up, how many? I wasn't paying attention. Do they go one apiece? Wisdom rune.
Wisdom's one apiece. Yeah.
Okay, which is good. The supports on Felt need levels badly, so they need to find a way to make sure they have a game. And he's just doing that. He's going to charge top lane and look for something. That leaves an opening for bottom 2. We'll have to
Would
see.
like to, yeah, they would like to fight more if possible on the side of Felt with, you know, fights that lead into kills. That's what the Spirit Breaker and the Rubik are all made out of, just brawling. And your cores are going to get extra gold from killing, the kill formulas or the gold formulas being different. But currently, I mean, they might dominate the map a little bit. Immune's farming his own stacks, but there's also Moose soaking away some of that experience. You got 3 here. You got 5 heroes in mid once again. But it is Albino Zebra moving away.
And still, Kits is getting every rune here. Still punishing Red 2. Red 2 not having the greatest game here. The lowest net worth core in the game at the moment. Let's see if they want to make something happen bottom on the Medusa.
I just love the casual. Okay, Doom comes out onto the Medusa. Only a couple more hits to finish her off. And that Doom tick damage looks super scary. Look at that.
Denied.
There we go. Easy deny. Tries to take the portal away. Not going to happen. They will rotate for a deny into a kill.
But they're going back into Ursa.
Radiant's
Good.
middle tower is under attack.
You don't have quite the numbers. It's just the 2 of them and a Tombstone waiting for their return. I'm just staring at this lone Iron Branch in this mid-river. I just,
Does that bother you?
It does a little bit, you know? It's just, it's 25 gold. It's just lying there. PTP
Sorry.
looking for it. He found it. Shout out to PTP. Albino Zebra. Oof. Okay, not going to be lucky with the charge escape.
Could you consider Spearbreaker an albino zebra?
Good point.
Is this the most albino zebra hero in the game? I'd argue
Can't
it
think
is.
of another. I mean, Leshrek's
he's
kind of
blue.
blue, so...
Yeah,
I mean, Lesh is even more blue, so...
not going for blue. Anyway, he's going to charge mid lane. Unlikely this works, but potentially could.
Very
Yet
tough
again,
kill.
10-minute rune. We're bringing 5 heroes again. This is just the standard. Both supports from 6 minute onward. They're
First rune for
conditioned
red.
to know this.
Trying to force some
Yes.
aggression out of Kits.
It's a haste rune, though, not his favorite rune. What runes have we got so far? So the same rune can't spawn twice
Illusion,
until the cycle's
Haste, and
over.
Arcane.
Oh, the Arcane's been taken. So what do we have left? A shield rune and an Invis? Are
Shield
the
and
next
DD
two
and
runes?
Invis, yeah.
Oh, DD. Yeah, that one too. Shield and DD look pretty good.
Oh yeah,
get
the
those.
shield is so good. At
It's
least
really good.
I just remember that that one game. I think I was casting with Lizard for Division 2 at the end. At the start of the new patch, and I was like, "Oh, Ember Spirit has a barrier rune," and Ember already had like a lot of HP. I was like, "This guy can't die." He enters the fight in 2 seconds. He's dead. And I was like, "What the hell just happened there?" I was like, "Okay, maybe I underestimated that extra 1,500 HP or something you got from that barrier." But
I mean, you get 50% extra health from a barrier,
yeah, which is a
nice.
lot. Moose, he is the target of the charge, but he's surviving for the time being. The ticks will finish him off, though, and onto the Storm Spirit they go. Red, he's got that haste rune.
Uh-oh.
He's going to run away with it. So no
Outran
connection for the Sonic Wave.
Whoopsie.
Radiant's bottom tower.
So they only get moves on that. However, they can pressure the tier 1 mid, potentially. Bloody Nine gonna make the long trek to try and help that lane. Speed does not care. He just wants to hit creeps. He's Doombringer. And
Money
I'd
in the bank
argue
strat.
this mid tower is not super valuable anymore.
No, it's really not. Like, you really got to time your pushes. I think there was one interesting stat about Gaming Gladiators and why they were, I feel like ahead of the curve compared to the other teams was that they weren't forcing objectives too early. But when they
course,
did,
yeah.
they'd get a rampage of towers, basically. It's just a lot of towers connected to each other's. So they wouldn't force unnecessary pushes. But right now, Felt, they're so close to getting it, so might as well just push it all the way down. Firestorm still ticking on the Undying, keeping him at bay. Moose won't be able to come into range for the deny. So Kits will finish off the T1 in mid. And that was also something we talked about with Lizard, is how bad it is actually to defend these mid towers. You look at Radiant Tier 1, for example, it's not as defendable as it used to be before. Like, there's extra stairs added onto it. It's like there's so many different routes to it now that it's really just not worth defending compared to last patch when mid tower was one of your most important towers. Now it feels like the side lanes have much more importance.
Yeah, I feel like your offlaners, like, they made it so before the offlaner tower was the most useless tower to take.
Yeah.
But now, if you take that tower, you all of a sudden have access into the enemy ancients, both of them. You have access to the Tormentor, you got access to the bounty runes, wisdom runes.
The wisdom runes, yeah.
Yeah, so you have like a lot more things you can do, and then the map is so big that these side lanes you can just go around and farm forever. The mid lane isn't as important anymore. I'm definitely noticing that. You do take this mid lane tower, it does help, but you're exactly right. You don't want to spend too many resources to bulldoze down this tower. Because as you can see, if you look at where Ursa's farming right now, you could have done that in the past. You could have just been up on the corners of the map hitting creeps. Taking mid lane does not help you infiltrate the carry's farming patterns anymore.
Yeah, and in general, you don't see the enemy carry unless he's playing from behind, farming somewhere near the tier 3 tower. So, very defensible position all the way that far. And there's also actually something to find, but Dogchamp unable to locate any enemy heroes in the bottom lane with that smoke gank, so they're just going to focus on the tier 1 tower instead. Felt not looking to defend it at all. Instead, apply some vision to the top half of the map, as they've already finished off that tier 1 tower. I guess finishing off Dire's T1 gives you more access to the enemy outpost and those extra watchers that are placed down, potentially playing for nighttime Roshan. But you're not really playing with a Roshan lineup on the side of Felt, and you don't exactly have the fastest push unless you're playing with Underlord. Like, you feel like this is the only pusher that you have in this team. Quap's great with waves, but not really your building hitter.
Yeah, like, to give you some perspective, I guess this is something that's also good about taking an offlaner. If you're on Dire right now, right?
Yeah.
And let's just say Dire takes the Radiant tier 1 in the offlane. Now, all of a sudden, if you ever force Roche during nighttime as Dire, you have an outpost you can always TP on. You can never take that back. But where do you TP on Radiant if that tier 1 tower is dead? It's nowhere near the Roshan pit if that tier 1 tower is dead. You got to TP to your tier 2, and that is not a position you want to be in. So, still not very easy to take that tower just because it is close to the triangle. A lot of teams want to defend it, but if you can get that objective, I feel like it's very important in this patch to making sure you can get not only map control, but play more aggressively and secure Roshans. And when you have an Ursa on your team, something definitely you need to consider. Speaking of Roshan, he's going through the portal bottom right now. Heading on up to top lane.
Currently sitting on a pause, didn't quite get the reason for it, but they have pinged out Bloody 9 in the middle of the river. Roshan, meanwhile, he's hugging the gate.
It's like grabbing it. It's
grabbing
it, yeah.
I'm going to tear it up. But let's see if they jump the Undying here. They are definitely stacking up with 3. Orchid already popped. No Tombstone to be placed down. And maybe the damage is sufficient. Yes, it is easy. Fade's also here just in case.
Yeah, why not?
Took advantage
and it
of
is a 1k advantage, 2k advantage for Felt. A lot of it's the back on the Quap and how much you're shutting down this Storm Spirit, doing a magnificent job of doing that. And Medusa had tons of stacks in the jungle as well. Plus, innately is going to farm faster than Ursa till Battle Fury. But Ursa does have the Battle Fury. He's had it for a little while now. Keeping up in farm, going into the Blink Dagger. If you keep this pace of the game, I don't know who to favor. I think they both have their merits. It's going to come down to who just has better initiation and can take the best fight. Because Medusa's still a beast in the late game, don't get me wrong. This hero's really hard to kill. And you have a good support lineup around him. Same with Quap that scales really well into game. You got the Orchid available. I'd say Felt right now have a solid advantage in this game just because it's Orchid online versus Storm Spirit, who does not have any way to deal with it.
I will give you a real professional hot take that everybody should definitely listen to. Only the old Dogchamp roster could beat Felt. So,
professional. What are your credentials?
2-2 victory with the old Dogchamp roster.
Yeah, he's a professional.
Yeah.
There you go.
Let's see if the Dog Rat, the X5 Rat members on the side of Dogchamp this time can, turn the course around. It is still the same felt roster as before, and looking at some itemization, I spy a butterfly for the Medusa. So no real extra tankiness provided to this hero, but just straight up
First
more
Ursa,
damage.
right?
And yeah, there's Ursa who could still MKB, but I feel like the butterfly. Is it worth to build it this early? Especially because the Ursa's there, he's not gonna look at MKB for a while.
That's the whole point of butterfly, I think.
Okay.
Is you want to. It's a timing-based item. You want to get the butterfly and then play. It gives you a lot of damage, of course, but hold on.
Hello, Moose.
Moose might die.
Yeah, he's
We're gonna
definitely
pause on him. That's fine. Yeah, he's dead for sure. But Ursa does not want to MKB for his next like 2 items. He's definitely wants to finish his Blink, which he has. He wants to finish a BKB. Then he wants a Basher, and then at that point you consider the MKB. But that's already like maybe 30 minutes into the game here, where you're gonna have a timing of Medusa where she finishes potentially. She's switching her item build up, but I think the butterfly would still be fine if you want to go that route. Where you'll have a really big timing if you do Roche, you have the butterfly, you can just end the game because you're pretty unkillable. A lot of these heroes, like the Storm, want to right-click a lot, and same with the Ursa. And if you can't burst Medusa in this game, Medusa's going to do Medusa things and just walk down every single lane, and you're going to lose the game.
So they see the DD co-op. They see a lot of heroes around, and Moose is basically not even a surprised Pikachu on his camera. As in just a second, he's going to die. There we go. Not even a second required. And actually latches onto the Storm Spirit because the target died before connection. And then we'll get a secondary kill. I'm thinking they knew Moose was dead, but they didn't take into account that that charge is going to connect to somebody else if in vision. And perfectly
And
onto the Storm
D-Ward
Spirit.
too.
And the D-Ward too. Great
And this
success.
is going really well if you're on Filter right now. Speed, he's going for auras, which is slightly worrying because he's not using them. Right? He has the pipe, he has a Crimson coming out, but he's not in these fights. What good is it? He does have a Purge Creep too, which can get rid of the Orchid, which is a genius play, I think, if that's what he's going for.
Bit of a reverse
But he needs to start
entity.
playing with his team now.
Our entity had all these self gain or like personal gain items, and they played as a team, and now you have auras for yourself. But I guess there's
And
going to be a
moves as
time
well.
where DogChamp's going to be like, guys, let's clump up and go. But when is that sign? When is that signal going to be given? Who's going to light the fires for Gondor?
And moves as well on Skywrath. This item he's building, the Solar Crest, makes no sense on Skywrath if you really think about it, but he's really prioritizing just having the auras for his team. He's not building items to make his hero stronger, he's building items to make his team stronger. But team items are only good if you play together.
Very true. Truer words have not been spoken. Albino Zebra, though, he's going to be caught with not a chance to charge away, so he just gives a bit of an extra bonk. And Fade, he does drop the portal down, but him and Solji are like, nah. Not this time. There's a bit too many hostiles in the area.
I don't think they mind. Spearbreaker dies, who cares? This is kind of Spearbreaker's job in this game anyway. You go to the dangerous lane, you take what you can, and if you die, you just gave your team vision, space.
Highway to the danger zone. He's definitely living a dangerous life.
If you're not living a dangerous life at Spearbreaker, you're not a Spearbreaker player.
Yeah, you're living your life wrong.
Exactly. You're playing the wrong hero.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Speed showing himself in mid. There's both Fade and Albino Zebra nearby. And also Kits and Solji, so plenty of heroes stacked up in mid. They are going to smoke up out of vision from DogChamp. Medusa also
Roshan has
making her
arrived.
way. She actually decided to build Scotty before the butterfly, so
Yeah. I don't like that as much as the butterfly approach, because the Scotty, it's always good on Dusa, don't get me wrong, but it's still low damage.
oh, they're in the
But
Roche
hold
pit.
on.
And Solji actually reveals himself for the D ward on the sentry. He doesn't actually see the ops ward, but they will now see Medusa's here. They see the whole bunch is here. They've already finished off Roshan, and this could be tricky for Felt, but they're in the lead. Let's see if they can hold on to it after this fight. Kits running in the front right now as the Orchid silences up the Storm Spirit, takes some heavy hits, and Charge coming in from the back line as well from Albino Zebra. They've got the Medusa with the gaze too. A big heal coming out from Bloody Nine. Nobody dying. Both having these
Crimson.
big auras with the Crimsons and
Time
the
to go
pipes.
back in.
Just not getting any kills here. The route onto 2. Maybe here's the turnaround. Sonic Wave. Big new connects onto 3. Red 2 still makes his way out, but Speed is left alone. And the big aura carrier will finally be brought down to the dust. And they even get the Undying Teleport to cancel, so Bloody Nine's still being followed up, but there's a portal on the other side. They're going to bring up Kit's Fate and Hit Immune into the action. So 2 for 1, but losing Roche.
Yeah, more importantly, they were able to keep the Aegis on DNM. We saw the effect that they did have by just simply popping Pipe and Crimson. However, when the Pipe and Crimson went down, they continued to chase, but I guess Storm Spirit didn't have enough mana to get an initiation off. So ended up turning right again without having Crimson or Pipe available. Just overstayed a little bit. I feel like they did have an opening where maybe they could get a good jump there, but it had to be timed a bit better than what it was.
Charge and lift and silence coming out just in range for the Orchid. Very good. And of course, the Ancient Steel on top, so double silence on top of the Storm. He can't do anything.
Yeah, that's a big steal in a game like this. Red 2's game is so
DNM?
difficult.
That's an H is down. Oh, this is not looking
begun,
good for...
T-Panda.
It's not looking
begun.
good for Dodd. Surely has.
The 7.33C has begun. And it always feels that, like, one bad team fight, and then all of a sudden the teams just crumble. They don't know what to do. Maybe they can do nothing. It's hard to say. But one thing I do know, it's damn hard to come back when you start getting reverse snowballed like this.
Yeah. Oh, you're losing the Tormentor as well. It's like this is the time where the game feels unlosable, right?
Close to it. It's definitely possibly still losable based on what heroes you have, but when you're sitting on a Medusa and you're winning a game like this, yeah, you probably feel like this game is really hard to lose. But you never know. Mistakes, we're still human, can be made.
Human stakes. Not too sure about that. There's definitely something at
It's
stake.
not for everyone.
See what Dogchamp can do. They're trying to retaliate with a smoke, and maybe the Medusa all by herself. Surprise in the mid lane, and here we go. No more surprise Pikachu as this Doom is surely going to look like the end of the Medusa, or is it? She's still surviving. Mystic Flare damage being spread upon 2 targets as well, and still has to burn through 1,000 HP, but they will get the job done. Dogchamp. They get the kill they needed. Can they get out, though? Bloody Nine getting body blocked by Ursa. Rooted up the both of them as well. That's a big 3,000 HP Undying. Still has a mechanism. He's out of range now to heal up the Ursa. Maybe the Soul Rips are going to be enough. And now everything used, but that Ursa's not getting out. And this Undying, the raid boss. Not really a raid boss. Just a tanky one.
It's like more like, what's something that's very durable, but just annoying?
A hedgehog.
I can't really think of it on top of my head. A hedgehog? I don't think hedgehogs are annoying. Either way, you're just in the fight, kind of there. You didn't really want to hit him, but he's not really doing anything. So they ignore him, get the kills there. And we saw they used everything on top of the Medusa there. Doom. But she's so tanky. This hero, even with the nerfs, we see why he was perma-banned at the majors. Maybe they'll get a kill on Solji here.
Yeah, he
but
will
at what
lose
cost?
he will lose the Stolen Doom, which he did have actually from that last fight. I didn't see who it was cast upon, but it was cast on someone. But they will get a retaliation kill, support for support.
And you're doing so well on Dusa now, you can just go back for this butterfly, knowing Ursa hasn't even finished BKB yet.
Yeah.
So how quickly can this MKB even come online? Even if you do get your MKB before the Basher, then you don't have the Basher, which is pretty core on Ursa too.
Yeah, 5,000 gold.
Ursa's feeling really far away.
Yeah, 5,000 gold plus now freshly finishing off that BKB. This is going to be multiple minutes until he's going to have it. Also, does he have information about this butterfly? If he starts building something else now, above the MKB, that's going to push him even further away into the crucial timing. So it's actually a huge deal. Do they have the information for that MKB? They know he's going to build it at some point, but do they know he's already on it?
I'm sure they have a good idea. But you
I
can
would-
always
I
play
would
with
like to hope
RNG
so.
as well. And just like be like, I believe that I'm gonna hit my through this evasion. And then you don't need an MKB. Just gotta believe.
What else would he build on this Ursa, if not an MKB? Is there something else like
He's got a shard queued up, which is pretty important. He's got a basher, which is quite important for Ursa too.
Basher? Actually, yeah, that's the one you really want to get on this
Yep.
hero. So that's definitely 2 items before. So no straight up MKB at least. Was to be able to have that extra lockdown.
I mean, they need it. Their lineup doesn't have the greatest lockdown. Their only stun is Inferno Blade, if you want to count that, and Electric Vortex. And that's it.
That's pretty much it, yeah. Gotta find some conventional ways. Unless your support gets a, Helm of the Dominator, brings a Centaur to the fight. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen.
Well, Doom is a...
Doom technically
Basically,
is
yeah.
that guy, yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I think he might want to go for that. He's going for the Purge play, but I haven't really seen it being super effective as of yet. And I think Speed... I'm not going to blame Speed just as an individual, but I feel like they really didn't use these auras to full effect. And now he's in a situation where he has all these auras, and he probably wishes he had a BKB, or maybe an Octarine Core. He just finished BKB. Going in for more of those greedy, selfish items to potentially carry into the late game.
Albino Zebra, he's found the enemy. He will lose his life for it. But again, just getting more information for Felt.
The world will hardly notice.
Still an 11k lead for them. Also, only one tier 2 tower is standing on the side of Dogchamp. So this mid tower to fall, meaning the next team fight, is going to be a high ground push for Felt if they're successful. So they don't really have that much space for error.
They need to find a way to take a fight to them, because Felt's doing a good job of just farming the map. Spearbreaker is taking the little farm that he can on the dangerous part. Ideally, he doesn't die. It still gives good EXP and gold. But they're bringing a lot of heroes to do that, and it really doesn't change the whole impact of the game. And if he can get away with taking that farm over there without dying, that'll be absolutely huge for them.
Moose is being targeted in the top lane. Charge is coming in fast, and
Kits
Kits is
in.
going for it. Yeah, he's got the barrier rune, and there goes Moose. Dies to the Orchid damage. Actually, Albino Zebra hits him with the bash. He's located Bloody 9, and there's nobody else around, so I'll just let him go. Also, that's a fairly fast Roshan time. It was about 50 seconds or a minute or something like that. Yeah, 49, 50 seconds would be accurate, as it's now past half.
I think you can safely assume, if you're doing your calculations, that Roche will be on the Radiant side when it respawns.
Yeah, yeah,
I don't think they're going to be able to kill it within like
it will.
30 seconds.
Yeah, they got
Up in
the
top lane.
Get a bit of a bonk onto speed here. It's Albino Zebra starting off the fight. You're going to have to pop your BKB soon. There's more targets arriving. Doesn't want to use it right away, but the amount of
what a
lockdown that they're
charge.
facing right now. Beautiful charge there from Albino Zebra. Gets killed off by the Ogre Seal Totem out of all things. And Speed just wants to doom someone. He's going to doom the Underlord. So maybe that allows them to get that fighting chance over this. He's battling Solji and Fade on the high ground. Bloody 9, they're just dying to this Medusa. She's just way too much of an issue. And everybody's running away. One teleport successful. That's going to be Speed getting out of the fight. And it's really just... It wasn't even a fight for Dogchamp.
Why does... So the shield rune, right? We saw it in the top lane. He blinked in with the shield rune, didn't care. 1 minute later, the shield rune is still on him.
Yeah, you know what
Because
the
why
duration
not?
is? You know what the duration is? It's 75
It's like
seconds.
75. Yeah, I know. And then he goes bottom lane. 1 minute later, jumps in. They barely break the shield, taking all the damage. So he just 2 shield runes for 1 fight. Very balanced.
Very, very balanced indeed. But Medusa found all by herself, and that Monopole's already down to half. Can they get this kill? That butterfly might be the difference between life and death for Hitmune. And we got the Sonic Wave from Kits. The charge comes out as well, and Hitmune will live. He will survive, the boy who lived, and he will get these kills as well. Double for him. And oh boy, DogChamp, it was the perfect opening, but the butterfly, it literally just pays off here. So many missed hits before that Monopole was empty, and Medusa, she did not have a lot of HP to work with there. A couple more hits, she would have died, but that was a lot of evasion kicking in.
Yeah, I mean, it's still 15 Fury swipes on top of the Medusa, so she still got hit a lot with everything. No
But the
ties
crucial
frog.
one's missing, yeah.
Medusa's still not balanced. I don't care what hero it is, if you get jumped by 5 heroes, by that many spells, and you don't die, there's fundamentally something wrong with the hero. She was
Potentially,
hit
yeah.
15 times by
All right.
Ursa.
We see
Take the
the
whole
replay
Mystic
here.
Flare.
All right, look at that Monopole. It feels like it's small. It's slowly dropping, and then it just comes to a bit of a halt. And this is 8 Fury Swipe stacks. This is 8 right now. Now it's up to 10, and they're not getting anywhere close to hitting Hitmune. Comes in with the Ogre Seal Totem, gets a couple connections, still up to 13, and it's just not enough. Like, so many missed hits. And I was looking at DNM's inventory like some time ago. He finished off a Halberd, and now he has the MKB lined up. So no Basher, no Shard,
Middle tower is under
instead of finished Halberd and now MKB.
Yeah, I don't hate this choice just because you needed an item and you needed it quickly to help you. But you can't hit her, but she can't hit you either if you have a halberd, so for the cost, it's really not that bad. It's not his number one choice, but he was not going to get to this MKB
is under attack.
anytime soon. So he goes for something that can help him now.
Yeah. It's like, I'm just maybe debating a bit with DNM, like, could he have afforded to ignore the Halberd build-up and get 1,500 gold somewhere to finish off the MKB? I feel like I'm still wanting to see that MKB earlier, but they did not have the info on the butterfly, which...
Well, you get an MKB regardless. Medusa has one on top of a double damage rune.
Yeah.
Congratulations. You get to see what you wanted.
Hey.
But what can DogChamp do against this?
Not much. I mean, it has to be a miracle. It really has to be a miracle to turn things around. They don't have the auras right now with the Doom coming out, but this Medusa is just killing everyone right now. No hope. No chance. No nothing. Moons is the next one to drop. Right-clicked away by Kits, who is having a flawless game. 0-9-13. And the curse of the 5 rats in the DogChamp roster
magic
seems to continue. GG.
Letters are coming. I had to think about that one for a second. I thought it was going to instantly come after that team fight, but it's okay to maybe they're having a bit of discussion. Dusa's still strong. That's all I got to say about this one. Well, I got a lot more to say than that, however. But Kid's very strong this game. Had one hell of a game. Played out of his mind. I feel like the side lanes did not go very well for Felt. DogChamp had great side lanes. Well, they had okay side lanes. This Ursa could have done a lot more in the side lane if he didn't buy the Battle Fury recipe. Kind of slowed down.
True. Yeah, we were all the way back
quite
there.
A bit. Like if he got earlier phase boots because of that and played a bit more aggressive, I would have liked to see that approach. Instead, he went for the cornucopia. I don't even know. I think that's the item. He went for that brown boots after having selling the Battle Fury recipe, so had a very passive laning stage. Wasn't able to punish the underboard very much here. And yeah, the mid lane, really just Kits, getting every single power room, making rotations, the stacks for the Medusa, and at some point this Medusa, just as we could see, was unkillable. This hero looks insanely strong still. Some games it looks really terrible and it can always die, but if it gets its farm, it's still tanky as ever. Just the early game is a bit weaker with the nerfs.
And the way the Medusa basically got this farm this game was a successful offlane from Felt, and also the lack of presence from the Doom early on when they needed the Doom with the auras to show up. And it wasn't him missing out a team fight, it was just the team wasn't really together when they had those big auras. So one thing leading into another turns out to be fortune for Felt. And they just basically, all these small steps added together just made this game, I wouldn't say unplayable for DogChamp, but super difficult to manage.
Yeah, I think you're completely right in the fact that they did not use this Doom in a manner in which I feel like they should have. I saw the pipe come online. They didn't use it even once. Before the Crimson was online at the same time. Now all of a sudden you have both of them, but you didn't push your advantage with either of those timings. And then it was just a little too late after one team fight. Medusa hit critical mass. Quap just doing her thing the entire time and just really taking off this game.
And of course, felt feeling pretty happy with how things revolved in this game, the draft, especially when we were looking at, okay, DogChamp, maybe if they can come out shining from the laning stage, like this Spirit Breaker didn't seem like it was doing too much as a position 5, but how the game was executed was very different to what the drafts were saying on paper. So back to the drawing board for DogChamp, but for Felt, success. Maybe hand it out to them. Do you feel like Felt maybe outplayed, or was it just more
yeah,
DogChamp
they
making
outplayed them
mistakes?
for sure. Well, that's part of outplay, right? You would take advantage of your opponent's mistakes, but we're seeing a similar 5-rap 4 staff. I say that, I use that word very specifically because 4 of these players, Red 2 and Moose, are not in the last tour. We mentioned them time and time again. They don't really seem like they play together very well. And Moose is missing that player that he can just really shine on, make ganks around. And they haven't really fixed that issue between the two where we see Red 2 and Moose running around the map making things happen. Maybe this game, just because he had a rough laning stage, it wasn't possible. And the fact that DogChamp did run around a lot as 4 to 5. But similar issues here as the other tour. With Bloody 9, maybe he could have been the piece of the puzzle to really put this team back together. He's got his work cut out for him.
Well, at least choosing an MVP from the side of Felt, we're going to give it over to
Easy.
Kits, coming out with a 9-0-13. Wow, stumbled upon that for a little bit. Having the help of his supports in the early game, got the 4 and the 6-minute runes. I think he also got the 10-minute rune. It was just the haste that he was missing out on. Everything else just basically waltzed into his arms, and he utilized. He didn't just take things for granted. He pushed the advantage, pushed the envelope, and was one of the big key playmakers for the team. I liked how every time they were setting up for a kill, Kits was always the one who kind of needs to be there. Of course, a Quap should be the one with that big burst damage to apply that aggression your Spirit Breaker's giving you, and the Rubik who wants to move around. This is what we didn't see from the first 8-9 minutes, but this is what we did see for the entire rest of the game, basically. Always these three guys showing up, Kits with the Orchid, Rubik with the Lift and or Ancient Seal if you had it stolen, and the Spirit Breaker connecting the charge. You were just dead. They would get a pick off into map control, into potentially another pick off, into an objective, and they would rinse and repeat, get a pick off, and build up through the map. So very simple gameplay, and Kits being one of the crucial pieces of it.
Yeah, for sure. He was the main reason they were to come back from having a pretty bad laning stage. He won his lane super hard. The supports went there. He got all the runes, everything you mentioned. He just played out of his mind. I liked his itemization too, going the early Orchid. A lot of Queen of Pains won't do that anymore because it's a bit of a risky item build if you go Orchid over the Singe and Kaya. So was able to punish the Storm with that, as well as Doom at some points in the game. So good itemization, good play. Overall, I think you just need to do a little soul searching if you're DogChamp. You had all the pieces to the puzzle there to make this lineup work, but you missed some major timing windows here. Can't let that happen if you want to win against some of these better teams.
Oh, for sure. But hey, we're going to take a tiny break as we are set ourselves for the stage of game number 2 between the two teams. Is it going to be another 2-0? Are we going to tie it up? All of that. You're watching the North American DPC. We'll be back in a bit. Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the North American DPC. And of course, our first series of the night and our second game, which is coming up right now as the draft is available for DogChamp versus Felt. Let's dive straight in to see what is unfolding here. Are we going to see some more bans coming out? But based on what we saw in game number 1, or shall we return back to the comforts as we saw around the block? We saw the Pango, and I think the Beastmaster were the ones that we had before, and the Pugna. What was the second one from DogChamp? They had the Pugna ban and
Really putting me on the spot here. Testing an old man's memory, I see.
Old Man Fear. I mean, I don't remember. I think I'm also old.
I honestly don't remember.
Back to the wheelchair. It's completely fine. I mean, I don't think it was anything too special. They might just shift to something that we saw in game number 1. I don't know if Medusa is still ban-worthy material. The hero is either good or great, or bad, like you said.
It's still really strong, but whether you want to deal with it, I don't know if it's like overall first pick, because before, even if you see this Medusa early on, you just had so much mana that you couldn't break through it in the early game. Now I feel like you have that opportunity to be more aggressive and killer in the early game, which is what should happen, right? Medusa's a late game carry. I understand when you get to the late game, the hero's still really powerful. In my opinion, still overpowered to this extent, but at least in the early game, she's a bit weaker, not as tanky, and you can build a strategy around countering it in the early game, whereas before you couldn't. So yeah, I don't think she warrants a complete first overall pick or early face ban.
And it was the Bounty Hunter, actually.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
We're so smart, we remember now.
We definitely do. So Felt with the first pick this time. Actually, they have the first pick again. So it was DogChamp who finished off the draft last. No, it was Felt who had the last pick. So we have swapped things around from game number 1.
So basically, Felt is now having the conditions DogChamp had last game, and DogChamp had the conditions Felt had last game. So we'll see. Is Radiant second pick OP, or is Felt OP?
TB Doom, you got 2 demons versus a guy who hunts beasts. So technically, Beastmaster should be in for a nightmare. But when you look at it that in a way of wild axes, you can poke the TB, you can keep your distance to the hero and force out the metamorph without actually putting your hero in trouble. It's more about the support duo that you're going to be laning up with against the Terrorblade. Can you out-harass? Can you out-distance? Or do you pick yourself another short-range hero that just cannot fight versus metamorph?
Yeah, they need PA.
They need PA.
Yeah, doesn't PA hunt demons? It's like Mordred.
From Warcraft. Yeah. From Dota 1 times, yeah, sure. PA could work out lore-wise.
Terrible versus TB for some reason. That is like the worst lore ever, but I guess that's Warcraft lore, not Dota lore.
Yeah, but at least we have Mr. Gandalf versus Balrog, so that works. Unless somebody wants to call it Dumbledore. I don't know why that guy would even resemble towards Dumbledore.
You lost me with all these wizard memes.
I'm going with a really weird tangent here. Don't worry about me.
Not a Harry Potter, Lord of the Ring guy, sorry.
You're not?
But I am a Dota 1 guy. No, not
You're
really.
just a Dota 1 guy, you know?
I'm just a Dota 1 guy. Occasionally dabbled in Dota 2.
Have you watched any fantasy movies like that you actually enjoy?
Oh, I've watched Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings.
You just don't
enjoy. I don't like wizards, you know?
What's up with wizards?
Not a big wizard fan. Oh, speed camera. Oh, there you go. Glasses are on now.
Okay.
A bit blurry. Oh yeah, Dota 2 talk. Medusa's banned. I like that choice. Strong hero, even though you do have TB this time, which is a bit better, but if you can't kill Medusa in 15 Fury Swipe hits, plus a Mystic Flare, plus everything in the kitchen sink, maybe it's just a bit too strong if you can't apply that early pressure. So I don't mind that ban so much. They also are running the Doom as well. Medusa seemed like it had it didn't even have a good laning stage. This is just a respect ban for not only the hero, but more so that they don't want to give Felt the same type of strategy.
Well, you already got like this type of heavy farm on the side of Dogchamp, but at least what I like about some of these Terrorblade players is they are enabled pretty early on just with the use of Metamorph. Especially like these West European carries who will participate early on, even if they are like, say for example, 25 to 30 CS and they're doing good in their lane, they will rotate to help out. TB doesn't necessarily want to do that, but if a big fight does break loose, you could utilize that Metamorph into a kill, into a tower push, and gain benefit from it. And you just kind of collect farm, allow your counterpart Beastmaster to maybe catch up a little bit, but you will gain benefit nevertheless to your be-all, carry, basically.
Yeah,
Not
it's
something
just
you're
gonna
looking
depend
for,
on
but
the-
it's an option.
10 seconds
Yeah, that's just a
remaining.
sign of being a good carry player, in my opinion. If you can find a way to make Terrorblade have impact on the map outside of like your 3-4 item timing, where you just walk down lanes, that's when you know the Terrorblade player knows what he's doing. And it's always nice to see. It's an option, though. You can always just ignore everything and hit creeps and get to your timing as soon as possible. Not the hugest fan of that playstyle if you're losing the game. But it's also risky too, and I can see when you are losing a game, not wanting to come to a fight and use your meta, because if you do that, you're kind of expediting the loss. But I think Dota's getting to a point where you kind of just have to like take that risk, because if you just allow the other team to run you over without fighting, it could be GG. Completely irrelevant right now to like what we're seeing, but we'll have to keep our eyes on how that one really plays out, as we do have the Ember band now. Popular mid laner. It's
10 seconds
Slark
remaining.
banned Medusa. I'm not sure why they banned Ember specifically.
5
Doom is
seconds
pretty
remaining.
decent versus Ember. Terrorblade doesn't get hard countered at all. The Sleight of Fist is physical damage. Maelstrom's whatever. It's okay.
I guess the Ember ban goes back to like this Division 2 mentality type where, oh, Kits is a really good Ember player, so let's not let him have that hero, because like
Oh, the
no
Coddle, I
matter
guess,
what
right?
the draft is, I guess that's also a bit of a lack of confidence in your own draft. But at the same time, Kits has been really good on this Ember Spirit, so it
Yeah, no,
also
no,
makes sense
it's-
to ban it. Yeah.
I'm an idiot. It's fine. They have
But
Coddle, so
But they have Coddle, so double slights. And there's just the nuisance of this combination, which also works out wonders.
Seconds remaining.
I just didn't want you to go too far on backing me up when I was just to be like, oh, I'm wrong. I think it's pretty good because you banned the Pangle already, you banned the Storm. At that point, you might as well ban the Ember, and it's like, what's left at that particular point
Yeah.
to pick with this Coddle to make some impact. And if you ban Ember, that does give Felt the opportunity to pick Void Spirit, which is the next hero I see paired a decent amount. Timber's pretty good too.
Back to your previous point, I just don't want to be the guy who's like a wizard enjoyer. T Panda calls out old man fear.
Wizard enjoyer. Just an average wizard enjoyer. What's your favorite wizard?
What's my favorite wizard? Oh man, oh that's a tough one. I think I need more time to think about this, but I'll come up with an
Sure.
answer in a while.
Dire
I-
team pick.
Just like completely out of context. You're just, I remember.
I would like to say one of my favorite wizards is from a game, but they have so many different names that I don't remember which one it is. It's from Heroes of Might and Magic 3. One of my favorite spellcasters in the game, but I just don't remember the name. It's been too long since I've played the game. But we're going to get another wizard. So Felt is going to bring up the Skywrath Mage on top of the Beastmaster and the Coddle. So we have a lot of snowballing poke and harass, basically. And we're putting even more into that. So we've got a lot of magic now on the side of Felt. This lineup, minus the Beastmaster. Well, Beastmaster, if he has a good lane and a good start to his game, he can be efficient from 13 minutes, 14 minutes onward. But the rest of these three are already active from level 1, level 2, level 3 onward, and so on. It's very scary to kind of, how do we slow down Felt with the heroes that we have right now? Because Clockwork's going to be, he might be built out of armor and metal, but enough poke from all these spells that Felt has that even this Clockwork's going to be very afraid to play this game.
Yeah, it's going to be about the initiations. They have a lot of magic damage, and more importantly, with the Solar Bind plus the Ancient Seal, they have a lot of minus magic resistance, really going to the negatives there, doubling down. Some hero that doesn't particularly
Dire team
like being minus magic resistance was, it wasn't that one, because that hero is the fast track to type in GG. I was going to say Dragonite. Could be really good, but they're going to pick the Kunkka. So the merits of the Kunkka is the laning stage is very good against the puck. There's this myth. I believe it is a complete myth at this point that Kunkka is good versus Beastmaster. Maybe that was the case before the Helm of the Overlord became a thing. Now I don't think Kunkka does anything to Beastmaster personally, but people still think it does something, and we keep seeing Kunkkas, and we keep seeing Kunkkas lose repetitively. This hero needs more buffs, by the way. So, am I a Kunkka hater? Yes, I am. Yes, I am indeed. That's what I'm getting to right now.
That's another one to the list.
That's another one, and I think this hero, it can get big, it can snowball the game, but that's about it. So it needs to have a good laning stage versus a puck. And a meta where one thing such as a rotation plus a rune and you die can ruin your game. It's a risky business here to be playing Kunkka.
You lose a rune and you ruin your game. I like that.
Yep.
But that's pretty much what it is. Is it wisdom runes? Is it action runes? More looking towards the direction of the wisdom runes. And Coddle is really good as a hero to just kind of roam around the map, play behind enemy lines. Maybe something similar on the side of Dogchamp could have potentially done as well if they wanted to take that route, but they potentially are missing a support in their last pick support pick for Dogchamp, most likely, unless we see like Doom, Clockwork, support duo, double melee, TB and Kunkka. You've got 4 melee heroes. Well, 3.7, 3.8, depends on how much you want to value the Metamorph, which is a lot. But what kind of a last pick support would you look at for Dogchamp? Is it dependent on Felt's final pick, or do you already see something that's really good this game?
I think you want to use last pick the most effect as possible, but this is kind of what happens when you pick TB and Doom just as your first two, right? You see the puck, you already pick your mid, so you do get a support pick as your overall last pick. You're laning against most likely Sky plus whatever you see here, so I'm assuming Clockwork will be in that position 5. However, they could switch it up. Clock can play 4. It could
That's
play
another
5.
hero you like.
Yeah, now you're in a situation versus the CK. I mean, I'm okay with CK. Really, everything. Like, I'm not totally biased. I just have strong opinions on current patches when I have a lot of data. And CK's been fine in this patch. I'd like to see something along the lines of maybe a Winter Wyvern. Could be a good lockdown for the puck. Oh, Shaker.
5
I
melee
like that too.
draft. 5 melee draft for Dogchamp.
Yeah, that one's not the greatest, but Moose loves this hero. You're playing against Beastmaster, you're playing for CK. I was thinking Winter Wyvern, seeing those two heroes, but the idea is like there's going to be a lot of units on the ground, and you want to use that to your advantage. And Shaker does that. This hero was buffed a lot in 7.33C. Every single one of Shaker's spells was buffed. All 4 of them. So he got a bit better, and you have a lot of room here to make some plays. But yeah, as you mentioned, you got 5 melee. Can you make the laning stage work with 5 melee heroes? Potentially.
Potentially, yeah. I see kill potential. I think that's the most important thing you can come up with this 5 melee draft is even inside or just outside of the laning stage, basically the exit. TB has so much good ground on brawling and battling with Metamorph. Kunkka can bring people back, slow them down with Torrents. Then you have the Clockwork, who's already your primary initiator. And then you have Shaker, who also does the same thing from a long range. And Doom can also pick up, you say, the Centaur, for example, and get yourself an extra stun. They're staying still for a very long time for this TB to just hit. And the only downside is chasing, right? Since you have full-on 5 melee heroes, they're always either mobile or stacked up and clumped up on one particular spot. Felt, however, they've got this lineup that is able to rotate and kind of counter-initiate, a bit of poke here and there, hit-and-run style of Dota, where you're going to spread Dogchamp around, and that could be a downside for the TB, because like, okay, I need a bodyguard, basically. Who's going to help me out with this? Or is it going to be like Clockwork cogging somebody up and TB's hitting that target? Is everybody chasing around different targets to focus down? Because you have so much control. But how do you utilize it in the best possible way? It has to literally become a lead for Dogchamp. They want to win this laning stage with 5 melee heroes, and I'm not super confident about it, but if they can do it, I would say I'm a little bit more convinced about it.
Well, let's break it down then. You got the Shaker going to be laning with a Doom. You can technically win it by playing a bit more passive and then letting your Doom get in the farm. But you do have the aggressive potential, so the first couple waves are going to matter a lot, but the lane is salvageable / winnable. Mid lane, you should win as Kunkka. I think that is a very easy matchup. And then go to the bot lane, it's going to be Terrorblade Clockwork against Beastmaster plus Coddle. I don't know. It sounds manageable. I think you can come out even in this laning stage.
You could.
The mid game might be a little more awkward to play because everyone wants to be on the same position, and you can see some big coils here, but you don't have the biggest punish for being grouped up. You don't like have that black hole or the Shakers on the other team. You don't have those big spells that punish heroes for being grouped up here. So it's playable for Dogchamp. And of course, Metamorphosis will make you ranged, so you kind of might have that one range through in the fights as well. It's definitely playable here. I think the laning stage, anything can happen. It's going to come down to, we say it in the mid lane a lot, skill-based matchups, but I think these side lanes are also going to be skill-based matchups.
Yeah. Also looking at the moves that Dogchamp was doing while Feld was smoked up on their side of the map is the double sentry blocks on the side of Feld's ancient camp, and then one of the hard camps as well. So if they can punish this Beastmaster, he doesn't have a place to go back to farm. There's nothing to stack. There's not even any single creep going to be spawning in that area until they detect that they're both going to be blocked out. So if they can punish this Beastmaster, win this lane, it can be a big win on the side of Dogchamp. But we're starting things off with a tri-lane to begin things off with, unless Albino Zebra is just going to take the Twin Gate. He's not taking it now.
There he isn't. He's zoning him from the gate. And the lane is going to be good for Doom, so this is going to help their lane quite a bit here, but DNM might get pressured just a little bit.
Oh, only got the Blinding Light to connect. The Axis will miss because of it, but that does allow the Skywrath Mage to go back into the top lane, help out with the CK. We can probably roll things out. Bloody Nine will be playing a bit more aggressive, just like Albino Zebra with the Spear Breaker in the last game.
Yep. This lane looks pretty standard. They need a couple levels before they really do anything. You got your Illusion Hero versus the Terrorblade. I thought they're going to pick PL and just win the game for free, but it's pretty similar. I think Hitmune loves this CK.
Yeah,
so.
they don't want to take an easy win, right?
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Respect.
Respect and the level of the challenge. Always welcome. Dogchamp, they need to tie this one up, though. They are behind one game. Might as well opt to any possible...
It's just player comfort, right? Hitmune, I see him play the CK a lot. He loves this hero. Also can be good versus the Terrorblade. It's a weird matchup.
Yeah, you got both carry players with their favorites. Like DNM loves playing this Terrorblade. There's actually, what do you think about it? Terrorblade is kind of like one of your bread and butter type of heroes when they're looking for Fade in the bottom lane, and that Beastmaster death number 1 is a certainty. Cogs up into the Metamorph. We talked about it in the draft, and that is already the first kill going their way. But
yeah, we're talking about the laning stage, and the Clockwork zoning out the Sky from the first wave. A Shaker blocks the wave back. Now means, guess what? They're winning all 3 lanes on Dogchamp with 5 melee heroes.
Hooray!
Has been killed.
The strat.
Any non-believers in the chat?
Fun fact is, it's not even 5 melee universal heroes. It's just 1 universal hero in the draft, and that's the Clockwork.
5 melee universals. All building Echo Saber.
Just right-click. Just click them, lol. But what was the thing? Okay, I have a brain fart. I literally can't remember what it was
Okay,
about.
there's a Lotus
supposed to talk
pull
about.
in 1 second, and Bloody Nine will get one. Double Lotus, going the weight of Dogchamp.
Okay,
Big boost in HP and mana.
another tick away from the bucket list.
What's on the bucket list?
Definitely winning the game,
Uh,
but I guess
Gotta
if
win
they're
this game before you die.
winning the laning stage for now with 5 melee heroes, or at least leading, that's
Okay.
already one good indicator. Haven't looked at-
lot online for these teams here.
haven't looked a lot of this top lane. Where the hell did Albana? He just cast an arcane bolt on a range creep instead of the Earthshake. I guess he wanted the CS more than the poke. Because that was CK using both of his abilities, and Albana's just like, oh, creep.
Gotta secure those range creeps, man.
Yep, you gotta.
You gotta. At any cost.
Bloody Nine also
Yeah, I
in
don't
a
mind
bit
that.
of trouble. Not really trouble, but just gets pushed away as he uses his cogs. It's thrown out with the blinding light.
So my tactic now is like, I love Kunkka. I'm a Kunkka enjoyer myself. So my plan is to talk so poorly about this hero, to curse it out of oblivion. And
Reverse
And he's-
psychology, I like that.
yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, this hero has looked rather doo-doo for some time now.
Some people
But
talk
he's doing
about
well in the mid lane
anti-jinx,
right
but I like to talk about reverse psychology more. But sure, yeah. He is leading this puck by quite a lot of CS so far. And despite the fact that you are up against the face shift, and all you need to do is just fake pump Tidebringer, is actually in Kunkka's favor.
Yeah, won 2 bracers. Bracers got a little bit of oomph in the patch. They now give you 3 damage instead of 2. Helps out a
Hey.
bit. I mean, it does matter. I'm watching this Kunkka hit these creeps with 88 base damage. It's looking substantial.
And instead of 4 damage, you get 6. 25 minutes, so that's even more for the Tidebringer. And now we're going to see another Metamorph in the bottom lane. Blinding Light does push out one, but Bloody Nine keeping the poke onto Fade. A couple more right clicks should do. Big heal by the Fissure coming out from long range from Moose, but it's not going to be enough from Bloody Nine. He's the one to drop by the looks of it. One more spell should do, but no. Cog zoning out the Skywrath Mage and won't be able to get another Arcane Bolt off. So no kills, just a lot of weak heroes. Caudle already going back home, so is the Clockwork, so trading one support for another support. So now the Skywrath with the Beastmaster Earthshaker chilling around for a little bit.
I know Solchi's playing a new hero.
That too,
Normally we used
actually.
to see him playing the Mirana whenever he could.
Yeah, Mirana
Still a
Rubik.
viable hero. Not really playing it. I mean, he played Rubik last game, but
Yeah, but he played Mirana Rubik all last tour, basically.
yeah,
It's just the two.
exactly. Now he's got a Caudle in this arsenal. Little time off, a little bit of practice. Really coming into play here. He's looked pretty good on the Caudle too, from what I've seen.
I actually want to look at Tour 2 North America.
Well, there's a team fight going on, so I have to wait.
That is very true. Let's see who kills who. Okay, back to research.
Right. Back to research.
Yeah, so we're looking at Felt, and Solji has 6 heroes here. I'm very surprised about it. Bloody Nine looks like he's going to be dropping down to kits. Amy has been dying for several attempts now, but still not actually dead. He will walk away. So it's the Morana he played 10 times, the Rubik 6 times, actually 3 tiny games. Then he had a Sky, a
that's
Disruptor, and a Willow. So, but those are all old patch.
Yeah, of course. And I'm sure they're all losses as well.
Are they? I mean, out of the 10
I
Morana-
don't know.
Oh yeah, the 3 extras, right?
Yeah, the 3 extras.
He won with Willow and Disruptor. He lost with Sky.
You're ruining my narrative here.
I'm sorry, I
With your
should not have
facts.
said that. sometimes numbers don't always play into our books or our narratives.
Nah, he's got a hero pool. That's fine. But
Maybe
he's
his,
adding Caudle now to it.
maybe his impact is the one that we can agree on, and that hasn't necessarily been around. It's been like we're so used to seeing him playing Mirana that he'll just bring out the best out of the hero when he's playing it. But when you see something
Yeah.
else on him, it feels like, okay, maybe the early game impact isn't quite there. Like comparing to the other Skywrath players, like I will notably say Stamanon, and
Right.
I could probably say, who else would I like to name out of last tour playing Skywrath?
Hold on, I'm Puck here. Mid lane.
Kids
Getting
is-
outplayed.
Oh, the blinding light to him. Okay, the Fissure's going to finish him off, but he did get that right click out despite the minus hit chance.
Oh my gosh. He gets cleaved twice on Coddle and he's almost dead. Those are Tranquil, so. An interesting thing about this matchup now on Puck versus Kunkka that makes it a bit more Kunkka favored, something that is slightly overlooked in the patch. When you're silenced now, you can still Tidebringer cleave. When in the previous patch, before 7.33, you could not.
Look at
So
top,
Puck
meanwhile.
silencing doesn't do anything.
Well, they're going to find a big kill off of speed. That Vanguard doesn't seem like it's going to be doing a whole lot, as it's Kits, Albino Zebra with the magic, and CK with a couple hits with that Phantasm. But they're looking for mid, and it's Solji's Coddle going to get brought back with the X into the boat, into the fissure, into the smack of the sword and the totem. That
We're
is a
playing
dead
Dota
call.
now. Moose in red too. You love to see it. Connecting 2 times now, getting 2 kills in mid lane. First on the Puck, now on the
missing
Coddle.
synergy.
Radiant's top tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
It's coming together.
All about building bridges, not burning, right?
Yeah, you generally don't want to burn many bridges.
Nope. Missing out on the torrent
Unless you're
because of
a
the ancient
psychopath.
seal. Yeah, exactly. Don't get the connection on the sky when gonna have to let him slide away. Also a bottle refill from Solji to Puck as he's also respawned back into action. And this game is somewhat fairly tied right now. CK free farm mode, Speed doing the same thing. DNM also not really contested with this Terrorblade. So both carries enjoying. Maybe the CK for now is getting a bigger benefit out of it, but in the long run, Terrorblade uninterrupted, DNM is just, he's enjoying.
He is enjoying. You know who else is enjoying? Red 2. Red 2 is definitely enjoying this game, and Kits is not enjoying. So we're gonna see if Kits can find a way to have an impact while having a terrible laning stage. The tables have turned. Now, Red 2 is in the driver's seat, and Kits
How
is
turn the
playing from
tables.
behind.
Again, just fearful for that ancient seal, so Red 2 can't really close up on the Puck. Plus the phase shift, that's going to be very annoying if you send him back. He just phase shifts, dodges the torrent. But they will take down that mid tower with pretty much relative ease.
Yeah. Do they have any stacks? Nope.
Oh, they're smoking
warded.
up. They've spotted this Beastmaster is very hungry for stacks, and he has been farming them for quite some time. Bloody Nine finds the
Coil
enemy.
used.
Coil used as well, and it's not going to leash completely, or else she's not going to break. But they've got the Puck under control, and Kits will be brought back, and a Puck kill very certain they will take him down. And also about a Zebra, maybe even Fade as well. He does get the roar out onto the TP and zones out the rest of them, so no X-Mark coming through. Solji forced away, Hitman coming in for the retaliation, takes down Moose with a crit. 2 for 1 traded off, losing the Puck. It is a bit costly, but Hitman finding a kill for himself stays on top of the net worth list.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Everyone came to that fight but one man. It's your boy Speed. Similar
It's
things
your boy
we're seeing from
Speed.
last game. I'm not saying he should have came to that fight, because I really don't think he should have. However, I do want to see this Crimson Guard that he's building have an effect. Sure, he's pit stopping for a Midas. All good.
Bottom tower is under
All
attack.
good. But he's going into a Crimson next. And I want to see him be a part of every single fight going forward with this item. I don't want to see him wait for one more item, the one more item syndrome. And this is what they were really missing in game number 1.
Let's see if he does. They're stacking up and top, and now they're playing around Speed. So instead of Speed coming to the team's coming over to him. They will take down Bloody Nine at the same time, but they will finish off Albino Zebra. Support for support.
Tower is under attack.
Felt looking for a bit of a tower trade potentially. Red 2 and Moose heading toward the Twin Portal. See if they can actually defend this tower. They're coming
No
for it.
roar. Oh, he has a Crimson on Fade.
He does, but he doesn't have a roar for 13 seconds. Does he get the chance to use it? Not looking too healthy right now, surrounded by enemies, but very, very tanky on this Beastmaster. Might be just enough. They're going to turn things around, maybe. Doom does get popped onto the CK. Here comes the roar, but that roar is just to force Red 2 away, and the rest of them for the retreat. It looked like an opening for a fight for Felt because that Beast was not giving in. But they're coming back. Round number 2
we've
activated.
never seen this before.
Coil onto the Kunkka. Doom is also on the side. Sorry, Moose is on the side. They're controlling them for the time being, and they find a route away, but Kits is going to get hit by the X mark. Sending in a coil. They're going to finish off Red 2. Echo Slam coming out as well, looking to take down the Coddle. Solji does get the blinding light off, but he's already dead, and they are somewhat half HP, very low. Nice stun coming out from Moose with that Fissure, and they need to get an armlet toggle off of Hit Immune. He will get it. Moose surrounding them from both directions. Another armlet toggle coming out from Hit Immune. Moose on the run. Kits is trying to play Sacrificial at the same time. They find a kill for Hit Immune. 2 armlet toggles, and he will get to live, but he's still got illusions chasing him, and nasty crits flying as well. But it's not enough. He doesn't need to toggle a third time. 2 for 2 exchange.
Couple cool things there. First of all, Beastmaster. How often do we see Beast go Crimson Guard for a side and completely skip the Overlord?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I've never seen that before personally, but that saves his life there. Looks super tanky. Doesn't end up dying under the tower to multiple heroes.
It's your boy
And
Fade.
Your boy Fade, yeah.
Has fallen.
And then also the armlet toggling. Really, really good there by hitting me, perfectly timing those.
Look at Albino Zebra. It's double wisdom runes too for Felt.
There you go. Ahaha comes out.
It's a lot of
And an
experience.
observer ward. And he's out. Maybe he's actually hunting. He's on the prowl for DNM.
Fresh Mystic Flare available. Gonna wait for the Ancient
This looks
Seal. Mystic Flare
questionable.
combo comes. Oh, he doesn't quite get the damage out. He's actually dead. And that silence from the puck. He's gonna have to sacrifice his life to get that kill, but the orb flies through. Still gonna get hit by the tower. Trying to get some bottle charges to regenerate just enough HP, but the torrent catches him. Oh, such high stakes moments. He wasn't really looking at the Kunkka's cast anymore. He also lost vision momentarily. Meanwhile, speed is getting slowed up by Fade.
Oh, I got both boards, the Midas and Devour.
Very nice.
We'll see. Axe spam. It's stacking up.
6 stacks already. Pushes him forward with the Hurricane. Roar comes out. Another axe that's going to do a lot of damage onto
dead.
speed. Yep, and with Hit Immune, it's going to be a secure
Your boy
kill.
Speed.
Yeah, boy, speed.
Nah, I mean, he's out there trying to get some farming it up, but
Dire's top
gets
tower
punished quite hard there. The fact that they just make the rotation bottom there, Fade staying on top of him with all the boars available. And I was going to mention that this Kunkka is having a great game, which he definitely still is. Couple deaths here and there. I do believe that this hero can fall off. And same with Doom. If you're going to go these items, the Pipe, the Crimson, I really want to see them push the envelope it with a bit more. And Fade, he's going into the Drums of Slum.
Drums of Slum.
With the Crimson Guard, with that lifesteal available, plus there's a tank ability with this item, this could be very scary. We already saw how hard this man was to take down in that tier 1 tower bottom.
Yeah.
Add a Drums of Slum on top of that. Are you killing this man? I don't know. Maybe. But you need a lot to kill him.
Yeah, and how much damage are you taking from him in the process? It's, again, repeating 5 melee heroes versus Beastmaster, who's constantly... he's going to get damage out as they're focusing him in these fights. So I see this as a super value item this game.
If you're not going the Helm, this is the other build that I think is quite good. So I'm down for it to see how it goes. So far, the Crimson already paid for itself with that tier 1 fight bottom. That was massive.
We'll get a kill on Solji. And was Metamorph just about to run out, leading into a kill. Surprising him as well. That is the Blink Dagger. If not shown before, at least now they know about it. Blink on the Shaker. Felt. Both Albino Zebra Fade moving away from that bottom area. They've found a bit too many hostiles for their liking.
Yeah, they just lost their Coddle. Time to back up just a little bit here. Coddle with the Pavis. Going into the Force Staff. going full utility items here. So we'll see Coddle go up and just TP up and farm up here. But there's only illusions up here. As Kits is also going to walk up here. Does he have an item coming? Ah, Blink Dagger. Blink Dagger is online now for Kits. That's going to be a huge item. He's recovered his way pretty well. Yeah, he's recovered decently into this game. And Hit Immune, no recovery needed here. He's just on a roll.
Still topping net worth too with the CK, so it's in the place he wants to be. This game is still very even. If the CK was behind and TB, who usually starts to ramp up and farm at around this area, like 18 to 26 minutes, something like that, depending on your timings.
There's a tier 2 neutral item not picked up. Please pick it up. Okay, Fade picked it up. Sorry, just the important things in life. Items
I was starting to look for it, but I was like, I have no idea where to look for it.
It was bottom lane. Fade got it, though. Turned
Soldier,
into
though, hook shot used up. He's got himself a bit of an extra barrier from the Pavis, but that's really not going to make him too tanky against these dudes.
Or
he
is
does
it?
get a bit of healing, though. Maybe it just did do the difference between life and death, because he is under 300 HP. And they're getting to disengage. Speed is very low, though. So, Felt also kind of low on mana. Okay, they're going to lose Albina Zebra then. So, swapping over from one target to the other. One support lives, another support dies.
Yeah, they don't have an answer for Red 2 right now. He has his BKB available, going into Orchid next, but he's a problem that they can't quite address. And I think if you're on Felt, you're waiting for this Beastmaster drums to slum. Then you can start taking a little bit more aggressive fights here. Hit Immune is ready to go. Anyway, you might have
Dogchamp is also playing on the hunt. Right in front of a tier 3 tower, too. Maybe, are they too far out? I mean, they popped the Metamorph, pushing down the tier 2 tower. What does Felt do?
The drums are here.
No Hit Immune yet. He's TPing in. They're going to use the glyph to buy some time for a regroup and a smoke. So they're going to lose the tower for sure, but do they win the fight? That's the bigger question. Going for the wraparound. It's going to be Fade in the front, giving the vision with the boar. Smoke will pop. Bloody 9 right there, and the Axis going to fly in first. Clockwork does get the hook shot out, but it's going to pop the coil too, and maybe gets the TP away too. So close for it, he will.
Okay.
That's an escape, sure.
Dude, he hasn't beat a drum a single time. There it is, his first drum beat. Got to get those stacks up. Maybe that can make the difference here. Didn't want to use the roar on the Clockwork. Put the coil down, but wasn't enough with the hook shot.
Yeah, he just threw axes instead of stacking up the roar and the coil.
Yep, gate play, because he knows he wanted a bigger target. If they use roar and coil on the Clockwork, they're just going to turn and kill everyone.
That is very true. Yeah, I wouldn't have done that either. Just a bit unfortunate that they weren't able to kill him. Speed moving away with Hurricane. CK Illusion's chasing him around. Meanwhile, Kits finds the Clockwork with the help of Hit Immune.
And at this point, Dogchamp's is playing Keep Away. But Roshan might be a casualty here if you want to play Keep Away. You have no Metamorphosis, though. You lost your Clockwork. I think this one's just done. So now you're in a position here for Felt. We're going to have the Aegis available. Oh, you're going to do a cheeky play, Moose? Yes, he is. Smoke gank incoming. Will it be in time? Will we see the huge Echo Slam?
All the good old
Universe would be proud.
Fear living his old man Fear days with, Roshan Pits and Echo Slams.
Too slow.
Not going to get to it in time. Hit Me, and also a very good carrier for it, too. He's going to perch off the silence. He does get hit by the stun, but still in BKB mode. He's fine, but Doom's going to get caught by the Mystic Flare. The full burst duration goes through, and the coil connected onto the back line as well. Moose is going to get stunned up and hit me. That is a nasty crit to take to the face. So they're too slow to interrupt Roshan, and they pay the price for it.
Yep, stick around after, saying maybe we can see something. This is a classic Dota play. You do a play, you know it's not good. You know deep down in your heart this is not good, but you stick around anyway for that 5% chance that someone's horribly out of position. Maybe we can still get something here, right? And then, no, not really. Hit Immune blinks into you with the Aegis, with a BKB available, and you're like, well, I regret everything now. as they lose the Doom there, pop the BKB on the Kunkka, and I believe Shaker also died. So on top of the Roshan,
Middle tower
you get the tier 2 bot, you get the tier 1 mid, and you get 2 kills. Snowball.
That's a good,
has begun.
good segment basically for Felt right now, enjoying this aggression.
is under attack.
Dogchamp, there's
Still a close game though.
It's still a close
fair.
game. You can come
But
down.
the
to
driver's
next
seat
fight.
is definitely Felt. They're sitting in it.
There's a thing with you know, good drivers, but what's the destination?
So the bucket list.
The bucket list. Or casual Uber driver taking the wrong turn from the place you leave. Yeah, it's not a 5-star review. But right now,
I
at least Felt-
absolutely hate the drums of Slom. How's this playable? How can you just
Alright.
listen to these like these drum beats? They're just horribly like out of sync.
So he's not a wizard enjoyer. he's definitely not a musician enjoyer.
I'm a beast enjoyer. This is not music. This is a racket.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
I
attack.
guess you could put it that way. I mean,
Yeah.
I would say I'm not a big fan of the sound effect. I used to like it when it wasn't active,
Yeah.
because then
Now
it's
you
like
just hear a random-
super intense. Now it's just like a random thunk, you know, like
It's all in the same pitch too, right? So it's like you're not even getting music. It's like hitting on a piano and hitting the same chord over and over
or like
again.
the conga bass solo, dun, 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 you know, slowly going up chromatic scale.
I think as you get more stacks, it should have a different pitch.
Hedmir's gonna find a freebie for himself, or is he? That might just be his Aegis going out. Where's the backup? What is he doing here? They're all by himself.
Eating
There's a
Doom?
Doom ready for Doom. And there goes your BKB. He's trying to get Force Staff saved by his buddy. And they're in full retreat right now for Felt. That could have been the ticket for Dogchamp. They need to capitalize on this. Nice Fissure Shard stun onto 2. But Solji keeping them away with the Blinding Light. Fade trying to also try to zoning them away. But they will lose the Coddle. And also they lost the Aegis. So that big good old segment for Felt, that just came crumbling down because Dogchamp, now they get a kill. They get the Glyph. Might get a tier 2 for it. Gotta be careful, though. Nice. These moves stuns. This guy is just absolutely crazy with his positioning. And he finds another good 2-man stun, leading into yet another kill and forcing Felt back once again. Moose
That's
Shaker,
exactly what
you
they
talked
needed there.
about it.
Dire's middle tower
Yeah, Moose Shaker is amazing. Hitmune getting a little too cocky here, but I want to talk about the one thing that's more important, the drums of Slom again. What if, you see how you have a stacks on the drums?
Uh-huh.
Each individual stack should have a different like pitch that it plays the music. That way, if you're really good at Beastmaster, you could play like a song. You could play like Twinkle Twinkle Little Star or something.
I still haven't quite figured out how it actually works in accumulating stacks.
I mean, every time you hit, you get a stack, and every time you play a drum beat, you lose a stack, I think.
Okay, all right. Yeah, then that slowly starts to make sense. But yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. Like you could
And it
technically
beats
play some
faster the
music.
more stacks you have.
Dire's
So you just
top
want to keep
tower is
hitting.
under attack.
Something like that is how it works.
Did the Dota one like Kodos, you know, the ones that had the guy throwing axes on top of him? Was that any
Tower is
hero?
under attack.
I'm
I
guessing
don't think
not.
so. Yeah, I don't think so. Not
There could have
yet.
been a cool one because that always had a guy just smacking drums.
Oh yeah.
war
No,
drums,
he was
basically.
not a Dota hero. Not yet.
Well, Bloody Nine spotted, gets the hook shot just as
He
the
missed the
Phantasm
coil.
runs out, so he's going to get stunned up at the kill looking for him, and he will get it. But that's also the Shaker teleporting away, so is the Terrorblade. So that was a very interesting fight. All right, you can really call that a fight.
A bite. Like a bait fight.
It was a bit of a bait fight.
That is exactly what Bloody Nine is forcing you into, right? He's always there, and you're like, is this a bait? I don't really want Bloody Nine, but I guess I'll take him. And then giving time for his teammates to evacuate and fight on their terms here.
You know, always the guy who sends everybody away, like, I'll hold the line, sends them away, stays with his his weaponry. Hold back.
And hit immune. He's keeping up a net worth of a Terrorblade, which is generally something you don't see. Probably because he is like, I got 8 kills and 0 deaths, but still.
Oh, Moose
Net worth is good.
trying to go for a blink stunt play, but they will smoke up nevertheless on the side of Dogchamp, and there's Kits. That's a good target to go for. Silence coming out with that X mark. He tries to blink away, but to no avail.
He
got the phase shift dodge,
but no blink.
He's still going to get poked around, and he doesn't get the chance to run away. So that's a good kill for Dogchamp.
Kits has been a little shaky, I'm not gonna lie, this game. Coils have not been necessarily on point. Kind of wastes his blink dagger there instead of playing it cool. Probably would have got out if he would have just played that a bit more patient. But either way, he's gonna have to find his groove because these coils have not been, they've been a little underwhelming here, and they need him to step up. Hit immune, he's ready. He's ready to go. And if you're wanting Fade to win here, this puck is going to have to hit some priority coils in the next couple fights here. That way Beast can get into the fights. That way Hit Immune can also get in there. But Bloody Nine's been doing a great job of making his life a little bit hard here. And same with Moose. The pressure of the Shaker always being there to lock you down. Red 2 going for this Orchid build. Slightly annoying to deal with. He has no way of getting rid of it. Going for the Lincoln's next. Kaya Sanj helps a bit. But as you can see, it was enough to get the kill.
And the Shaker also has the highest kill participation on the side of Dogchamp. He's been part of 12 out of the 15 kills. So, very efficient. Always around when you need him.
Your boy moves for you. Always there when you need him, like your best friend.
And like you said, very early on, like the missing connection between Red 2 and Moose, they found it during the laning stage, and they've basically been able to provide each other's a rather good game. Like this has stayed somewhat even, I guess you could say. Maybe Felt had a bit of good moments going on, a lot of map control, a lot of objectives taken away. But Dogchamp, at least with this Moose Shaker, it's giving them a real fighting chance in a lot of these brawls. Like these two-man stuns he's able to land, surprising Felt off guard. And of course against squishy targets like Skywrath Mage, the Coddle. If they get stunned once, they really don't stand much of a chance. But look at Felt going through the twin gate, going all the way behind Dogchamp, and Bloody Nine.
Smoked, let's go.
Bloody Nine, again, beautiful positioning. He's going to have to soak this one up, but Dogchamp, they're coming in for the rescue. They're going to want to fight this one. Doom comes out onto Hit Immune. They got a big Illuminate, almost finish him off, but also the puck just getting stunned, and he's going to be out. They're going to take this one, and Skywrath to follow as well. 2 heroes down on the side of Felt, 3 even, as Fade trying to make some work with these drums of Slum, but he's not making enough noise. And the X-Marked Fissure as well onto the Coddle. Solji has nowhere to run.
Yeah, Hit Immune did not get his Phantasm off there before getting doomed, which pretty much sealed the fight right then and there. If you don't get Phantasm off before you get doomed, you're not fighting. They lose the gem on the puck there too, so that was the biggest fight that you could have asked for Dogchamp. Sure, maybe you want to kill Hit Immune at some point, but you'll get there. You got a gem, you got the puck, you got 4 other heroes. Can't ask for much more. Didn't lose a single hero yourself.
And this game is turning now. Like, we're already plus 30 minutes, and CK is no longer in a massive advantage compared to the Terrorblade. DB is getting online, becoming more and more of a powerful force to be reckoned with. He's racking up more armor, racking up more HP and more damage. And this entire fight, it was just Bloody Nine getting the scout, getting the information, and Felt they're slowly running into a damage issue.
You can't do everything as a CK in this game. This isn't like a Terrorblade. It's not like a Medusa, these ranged carries. You need help from your puck, but he's just so underfarmed at this point. And the Beastmaster, the item build is cool and everything. Going into Halberd being a little bit more tanky. However, we haven't seen the impact of the drums. It doesn't feel like you can just run in there and feel unkillable at this point in the time. And I don't know if he'll ever feel that way with a Terrorblade in the game. But maybe this next Roche is exactly what they've needed, but we're going to have 10 heroes postured here.
And again, another setup for a good Echo Slam play, of course, being set up towards that Roche pit. Hook shot connects onto DNM.
Oh,
So
no.
That's not going to connect onto an enemy hero. Bit awkward timing there as he arrives through that gate. And a bit of a reset also allowed for Felt thanks to that. X-Mark onto Hidden Immune and a BKB to disengage. This is not good for Felt. Not good at all. Barely using any resources on the side. Well, they did use the Metamorph at least, so that's something forced out, but it's a big cooldown. CK is tanky, though.
Look what they're on the map. Look at Felt. They're in the corner of the Roche pit.
Barely see them on the mini-map, but now they're coming in. Red 2 charging in right on top of him. Doom also used up on the Beastmaster. Speed forcing them out. This Skywrath gets deleted, and they will get Fade as well. Hookshot to connect onto Hidden Immune. They are just on the run, trying to run away. Kids can't go. Echo Slam from Moose to cancel out the TP. And this Puck is fighting for his life, but he cannot. And Bloody Nine takes a bloody battle with Hidden Immune, which he will lose, but he's keeping him out of the fight and allowing Dogchamp to finish off the rest of the big cores. And that opens up Roshan, and Dogchamp, they've got a ticket to tie this game now.
This Drums of Slom item is so interesting. You have to be very careful and when and how you buy this item. And this particular game, the way it's going, it doesn't look like it has any impact. But in some games, it looks like it has all the impact. And I think just when you're playing versus like the Terrorblade, who's buying the Scotty, and has like that much raw physical damage, you've kind of missed your timing with that build. Whereas Doom is going to continuously scale. He's building into all the aura items. He's getting the Dooms off. Speed really stepping it up this game.
Yeah, he just doesn't have like BKB, so there's so many stuns. The Shaker, the Doom, the Conka, most importantly, not even the Clockwork this time. Like, maybe the Battery Assault's super annoying, but I feel like this Conka is just making this Basemaster's game very hard for him to, one, position, two, actually be able to do anything because of all the control. So he's not getting anything out of this Drums of Slum, really.
You called him the Basemaster.
The based master. Yeah, it's like
I feel like he's the base, right?
I feel like he's a basement master at this point because he can't get out. He's stuck in there.
Oh no, not the basement. I mean, he's in there with kids too. Don't worry, they're both in the basement,
both locked up, searching for a way out of this game. I mean, one way is to type the letters, but I guess if Felt finds an initiation on anybody else except Bloody Nine, it's a fight. But every time it is Bloody Nine to start things off, Felt's already lost. It's happened twice or thrice now.
All right, here's what you got to do. You got to find Moose right away. Mm-hmm. And Terrorblade is off farming. He's not there, so you kill him. And then you kill the Kunkka. And Terrorblade's still farming by this whole time, by the way. Mm-hmm. And then you kill the Doom, and then the TP's in, isolated, and then you kill him, and then you're back.
I guess that's one way to look at it. A very unlikely scenario, but anything is possible.
But the other scenario is what? You're going to coil them, and you know what's going to happen from Dogchamp? They're going to be like, so what? Literally don't care. Kunkka has BKB, AC, cheese. Terrorblade is going to sit there in Metamorphosis with his Aegis. Doom has a Pied Crimson. These heroes, we talked about the 5 melee, they don't care about getting coiled. Especially because, what's your follow-up to coil? The Drums of Slom and maybe a Mystic Flare? You don't really have damage for coil. True. So this is where Puck's impact is really starting to wane off. No pun intended there.
I like that, though.
And it's definitely concerning.
It's like you need levels at this point. Like, I feel like Felt right now, they're in a slump. And they're going to need a whole lot more. Solji at least is able to get double Wisdom Runes. So that's something. That's 2,800 experience for him.
He's about to feed it all back.
For the Sky. I mean, he's going to get his life away, but I think that's totally worth for 2,800 XP.
I don't want to do the math, but how much EXP is he giving away?
Well,
I wonder how much he gave away.
He gave away 2,562 by the looks of it. I'm not sure if that's fully correct, but
no, I think so. So you got more experience Wait, did you get more by killing
You
him?
got
or the wizards?
more, and you gave your enemy less by 300.
Okay, but you also gave gold for dying.
And you also gave gold, yes. So definitely a deficit. But
Not
it
worth it, is the
wasn't. But it
conclusion.
wasn't just you dying as a casual pick-off. Instead, you got something for it. And I think in the eyes of your support, Albina
He is the
Zebra is like,
support.
"Oh, thanks, I got a freebie." Getting closer
Okay.
to that plus 400 damage Mystic Flare at level 18. It's a big buff.
That's a level 25 talent, my friend.
No. Level 18. Oh, you mean 25? Oh, that's an extra 400 at 25. I mean, he's
Oh,
doing
the level
1200
18, I
now,
see.
and he does 1600 at level 18.
Gotcha. I thought you were talking about the talents.
He did also make progress towards that, but that's another story for maybe 15 minutes in if this game is still up by then, because right now, DogChamp, they're taking buildings, pushing down the top lane. The tier 3 is already gone. Fade, building up drums of slump stacks, losing them at the same time. And here we go. The
Enemy
initiation
went
comes
in.
out. They got themselves something, but the fissure's done. And there goes the BKB off with the CK once again. But you got to utilize this. But they can't get through the wall of illusions. Still attempting to hold, but the melee is already gone. The range racks to follow.
Attack Dire's top barracks has fallen.
That's a lane of racks without anybody dying.
Now we're seeing the effect of the last pick Shaker here. Hit Immune wants to go in, but his illusions aren't going to do damage. Shaker is going to perma-stun them, and if he sees the right opening, he's going to commit his hero and do the Echo Slam right on top of it. I think if you really want to, you wait for meta and you can go again, but it'll be with no Aegis, so we'll see how frisky you're feeling if you're DogChamp. Do you want to try and end the game right away? I would not advise it, but it is technically a possibility that they could be considering.
Oh, they found
Even
the puck.
better, get a pick off.
Yeah, let's get the puck. Stunned up forever. And that's 70 seconds without your puck. So even if your BKB is coming off cooldown in 25 seconds, you're one hero down. One big core hero down. It's not going to be joining the defense.
Dire's middle
Aesthetics cap works on your illusions? What?
I don't know, but they almost got the Kunkka. It was close, but it's not going to be enough. Echo Slam for staff save. Buying some time, and potentially they can do it 4v5. Doom to hit Immune in the low ground. Oh, he does not want to be there, surrounded by hostiles. Wants to get the hell out of there, but no way the CK is getting back alive. He's being chased by an entire gank train of illusions and melee heroes, and the 5 melee strat proving to be victorious here for DogChamp. Hunting down another kill onto the Caudal. Got themselves the Metamorph available.
The
Fade
drums!
just gonna have to soak up the hits, and the drums of Slum. It's gonna be his funeral song.
It's a sad one. He wasn't really beaten that much. Or like a silent funeral
Just
there.
one note.
Just one note was played. Unlucky. But yeah, the Kunkka's looking great so far. I luckily cursed it into a victory.
Dire's middle
Red
Reverse
2 has been
psychology.
playing great. Yep.
Radiant's bottom
Not even a caster curse, but indeed motivated him for
They
for
got
a
another
win.
fight in them.
Well, they're trying. Everybody's up, and this is the fight to take. This is the one they need to win. That's speed down, Aura's out, Hit Immune down to half HP already. These TB illusions just being a massive nuisance, but while they're clearing them out, DogChamp's already far and gone.
Yeah, I think you probably, if you have 100% situational awareness there, DNM pops BKB and kills the TB. However,
has been killed.
the call was most likely on TeamSpeak or whatever they're using, Discord, that get out, they bought back. That's the safe call. Get back, they bought back, we'll reset, do it again. And that's exactly what they did. And I think it's the safe play, and I think it's a good play. Doom will be dead for 50 seconds. Just don't bleed now if you're DogChamp.
Scan.
Don't let this smoke gank connect. And
Yeah,
then
don't
you're all
let-
good.
Don't do the bait 2 or 1 mistake.
Which was what? I think a lot of people maybe
It's,
may have
it's the
forgot
one I
by now.
always tell you about. All they need to do right
Enlighten the
now is
viewers.
play patient, and then
There you go.
they make a mistake. But it's like nobody is going to walk into their arms, at least this time.
I don't mean it literally.
I mean, this is good discipline, right? From DogChamp. I like what I'm seeing. This game has looked much better. And this is the closest game that we've casted on this patch.
True.
So that's
It
always
is.
nice to see. A nice 41-minute game that wasn't
Something
over by
different.
15 minutes.
It's always refreshing when you have something different.
Right.
And a 3-map series also, by the looks of it, if Felt can still somehow magically find a different type of approach to the team fight than they have the last few times in a row, because right now it just feels impossible to do so.
Radiant are
They're
Yeah,
just-
their only damage right now, since the puck never came online, the Beast, unfortunately, is a little underwhelming this game,
Dire's middle tower
is coming from
has
CK, but CK is playing versus the Shaker and the Kunkka AoE, which means his illusions are going to get chain stunned, and the Aesthetics cap does work on his illusions, so they're not going to get chain stunned. That's why I said in the last fight, I was like, I didn't know it worked that way. It's kind of crazy. But
That's
it doesn't
actually
seem to
wild.
matter because they still just die pretty quickly, just the massive AoE damage. But at least they're not getting chain stun on top of it. Really good for Shaker.
Still another 5.5 minutes on this buyback cooldown, so Felt might just have to play the long game, play it super, super safe inside their base, lose a bit of net worth, but at least they won't give away their heroes, give themselves a fighting chance. They are going to smoke up. They will leave the base, and this smoke has been scouted out. They just used your spells on clearing out a creep wave. They have a single boar defending that mid lane. And Felt heading towards that
Mighty
Roche pit
boar.
area. Roche is home. It's the one they're playing for. Smoke coming up from Dogchamp as well. That's a fresh one.
Really now, you should have seen that coming.
This is the Aghanim Roche because it's Roche on number 3 spawning on the Radiant side. If it were to go to Dire, it would be a Refresher Shard. So this is the more desirable Roche
Yep.
of the two.
They saw the Hawk. I think they saw both Hawks, and they will get the jump first. Beastmaster to target. Doom already used up. Speed taking some damage. Hookshot coming out as well. The big fissure in the middle of everything. Kit's targeting the back line, keeping Moose away, but they're losing so much HP. Hitting me down to 1,300 HP, and they're all just running away. There goes your CK.
They
There
got
goes
nothing.
the rest of them. GG, well played. We are going to a game 3 with Dogchamp tying this one up.
Yeah, I think in this game here, a lot of the things that happened in the early game were good for Dogchamp. They came out of the laning stage. The biggest surprise for me was how Red 2 was able to handle Kits this game. In game number 1, Kents really handled Red 2, but it was a reverse here. Red 2 showing he still has a lot to play for, has a lot of fight in him. Won the mid lane, really transitioned that into, I would say, a flawless Kunkka game. I don't think he made a
was.
single mistake in this game. So I really enjoyed how he played this one. Speed got a bit more active with his itemization. Really enjoyed that too. And DNM, he did what he had to do. He farmed it up. And of course, the supports, pretty much everyone on Dogchamp did well. Moose always in the right position with the fissures. Bloody Knight always in the right position blocking the smokes. Pretty flawless game from Dogchamp. Didn't really see many mistakes from them.
And they were able to keep that net worth tied for such a long time. Despite Felt getting, that was that one moment where they got 2 kills into a bottom tier 2 tower, into a mid tier 1 tower. Just before that, I think they got the Roshan as well because Dogchamp overstayed. That was the last good moment Felt had this game. And the game was virtually tied. That's a good indicator for the defensive side, at least in the eyes of Dogchamp, that no worries, guys. We still have the TP we can fall back on. Our mids has not been shut down this game. And like you said, they didn't get Speed to join in the team. The team played around Speed, which worked wonders. Like, they rotated in the early game around the Doom at the top lane. You've got 3 heroes suddenly instead of just one guy farming up, and you're fighting elsewhere around the map. Things were working really good in favor for Dogchamp at every stage of the game. And like you said, Red 2 and Moose, the connection, it is there. It was there for this game. Can they do it for game 3? That is left to be unanswered. But what we saw was the markings of a good pause 2, pause 4 connection.
Yeah, for sure. I really like what they had here. As far as Felt, one of their more sloppy games, I would say. I think a lot of it just, Kits had one of the worst games I've seen him have in a very long time. The Beastmaster build, it had a lot of promise, potential, but in the end just didn't work out, didn't have much impact. I think if their 2 cores had a bit of a better game, this could have been a different game, but at the end, Dogchamp just outplayed them and looked a bit better in this game number 2.
And that being also said, that puts Felt in a bit of an awkward position because game one was fair. Just performance from them. Didn't see too much coming out from DogChamp. And now just a bit underwhelming. Since that mid matchup worked up well, the puck was falling behind. He did still get a 17-minute blink dagger. But Kits was, like you said, he was doing a lot of mistakes. This was not the most confident Kits we've been seeing in a while. Probably also the hero bans targeted towards him were effective. He didn't get to play his Ember Spirit. He didn't really get any of his comforts out. So
Didn't really have a coddle partner, right?
And the coddle, yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's a big thing. What else I was going to say about this game that was a little bit interesting was the fact that both teams that got Radiant second pick won. So maybe going into this third game here, we're eyeballing maybe Radiant, maybe second pick. It's hard to say which one might be better in this patch, but it's definitely one of them, if not both of them, as that side won both times in the series.
We're going to hand out the MVP for, of course, Red 2, who stepped up his game with this Kunkka. It was also thanks to Moose getting himself a better game, but he did not do too many mistakes this game. Instead of the other mid laner making a bit more, that just could be the difference between loss and victory. So he brought that big a dub. It did, and big in a case as well, because now the series is tied and everything is open and up for grabs. So if we can see another good performance from Red 2 coming in game 3, who knows? Maybe DogChamp is the team that's going to be sliding away with a win with those 5 red 4 staff additions into DogChamp getting a win. But we'll find more about that after the break as we find our way towards that game 3. So a few more minutes, get yourself your refreshments, because of course there's going to be another series of NA right after, but this one is still undone. Game 3 in a bit. And welcome back to the North American DPC, and our first series has gone all the distance into the third game with DogChamp and Felt. So let's wait no longer. Roll up the draft and roll up the games as we witness DogChamp tie up the series versus Felt. And so far, it has been second pick, and it has been Radiance that has won so far. Am I correct?
Yeah, you are correct. But do you remember what they banned last game? Is the real question.
Oh, the old remembrance. It was the bounty hunter. That was one. And they had. Well, no, I don't.
Don't worry, I don't remember either. But Pugna, that was banned in the first game, maybe the second game.
Bringing it up right now. So Bounty Barra and the first phase Storm Spirit. That was the one. Pugna was in game one and Storm in game two, and now the Beastmaster Pugna will return, meaning that's gonna let
Doom
some
again?
of those Dooms go through potentially.
Wait, it's different now.
Dire team pick.
It's not gonna be Radiant second pick. It's Radiant first pick.
Radiant first pick, indeed.
So we have ourselves a different type of game here. Now we're going to see, because I'm just talking absolutes at this point. Whoever wins this game, we're going to determine whether second pick or Radiant's better. It's all hinging on this one single game here in Division 1 North America, DogChamp versus Felt.
This is the stat that Fear's going to be building his legacy upon.
This is it.
Second pick or Radiant, which one's going to win? We got the Bounty Hunter through, though. This is a hero that has been feared by a lot of teams, mainly because the hero is, first of all, an aura carrier that is very bulky, very difficult to burst through, very hard to kill in general. Plus the track kills with that brawliness in today's Dota, where we just fight, kill, get a lot of gold from heroes, get a bit more gold with these track kills coming into picture. But the whole new Janata system, basically. I mean, was it a Shadow Walk or the Janata which provides the stun? Yeah, Shadow Walk. Yeah.
So Shadow Walk now stuns, and Shuriken Toss now slows.
That's
which gives you have the ability to chain stun heroes now with your Shadow Walk, because it can go on cooldown, and you can just Shadow Walk hit them twice. Which you didn't have before. And that helps a lot in the picking heroes off in the mid game. But these heroes like Spear Breaker, Bounty Hunter, they kind of control the map, right? And that's what's really important right now, since the map is so big. Having these heroes that can either get deep wards or just charge halfway across, or the whole way across the map in Spear Breaker's case here, to really close off the map if you're ever starting to win the game. The downside of Bounty Hunter, though, is he does not provide much team fight. So you really want to play like this style where you try and get ahead. You want to fight a lot, because if you're not getting track kills, you're not farming anything whatsoever. But to be able to win fights, you do have to be able to team fight. So if I'm playing versus a Bounty Hunter, I'm picking a lot of auras as usual. I'm thinking this Underlord's a great pick. You don't want to run into this as Bounty Hunter. You're building the auras, making sure Bounty can't get in there with his right clicks. I like the approach Felt is going so far with this draft against the first pick Bounty Hunter.
Also, one big thing that did impact Felt was with this entire patch, shifting things away from 732, is actually Hidden Immune's draft order. So he would be first phase a lot with like the Nature's Prophets, for example. But now his hero picks are pushed to the second phase more. So if he doesn't feel comfortable enough to pick up a first phase carry, in this case, DNM is more than comfortable in just picking his hero twice in a row now, where we see the Terrorblade come out. He will see his carry to carry matchup, basically. And you already got the laning matchup up against this Terrorblade. You got the Rubik Underlord versus him, +1, which is missing. But do you think Hidden Immune is looking for a straight-up carry counter versus the Terrorblade? Because the ones that come to mind aren't usually the ones you're very comfortable picking unless you have second pick. Arc Warden, Zeus is not your carry, but Zeus is another. And what's the one that I'm missing out on here? The Tinker. PL. Okay, PL. You could put that one into the mix. Tinker was the one I was thinking about, but you need a specialist for it. So PL would sound much better.
I think last game, like I kind of brought it up in the middle of the game, which I probably shouldn't have because it was kind of irrelevant since I already picked CK. But now it's relevant because we're in the draft. If they would have picked PL last game, they would have just won that game for free. And they're kind of building in that situation again. Bounty Hunter, absolutely atrocious against PL. Unplayable TB versus PL. You've got the Underlord, so you're not taking that away. Does he play the PL is the real question, or is he going to go back for that CK? The difference between CK and PL is you have to commit with CK. Once you pop your ulti, that's it. You got to go in.
Well, the
And
fun
that
thing
gets counted.
is, Hidden Mune's one of his signature heroes is marked as the Phantom Lancer. It's his fourth most played hero, 49 games, 61% win rate. So let's roll out the PL. He just hasn't played it in a year. In an official, at least.
A year, okay. I mean, that's fine. PL has been terrible for a year, so I respect that. PL is no longer terrible. The hero is certified good. I'm not saying pick it right away out of the gate here, but it looks like DogChamp didn't respect the hero in the last game. So why are they going to respect it again? Which Felt might be able to get a sneaky PL pick a little bit later in the draft here.
And it's a solid 18th. You see the double pick come out from DogChamp. If you're still comfortable with it, just go PL. Like that's one of the moments where it's very good to pick. If you were the ones with 16 and 17, you could still set yourself up for an enemy counter at 18th. But there's a lot of good options you can go for, considering that you get to see all 4 picks from DogChamp before you get to pick your carry.
Yep, you get your POS 5 or 4 pick right now for Felt 2. Setting themselves nice and comfy in this draft, I think, to build something pretty well-rounded here. I would like to see maybe pick the Clockwork on the other side. You're not going to really counter a Terrorblade with your POS 5. You can go the Spearbreaker's banned, but something that punishes the bounty when he shows would be nice. Because they don't exactly have that right now. The Pit's okay, but I think you want something more expendable than having to use the Pit. The Pit is more of like the bounty can't enter the fight type of situation. But they need something that if they see the bounty invisible, that they can just stun them up and kill them real quick. Yeah, good enough, I guess. Got the Sinister Gaze. I think this one is more targeted of trying to build even... I guess we talked about the auras and how bounty doesn't like playing into them. Terrorblade doesn't really enjoy hitting targets that have a Frost Shield on them.
Yep.
So this is going to make Underlord even more tanky. He's got the Atrophy aura, which is going to reduce the damage. You've got the Fade Bolt, lot of damage mitigation coming from Felt here. And I think it's going to be a completely different type of DogChamp game. And if they don't get good AoE here and Felt pick the PL, I will be very scared for DogChamp's draft. But CM, it's okay. One of the better support heroes that can deal with something like a PL. Gives them, I mean, the big thing, I'm not going to harp too much on the PL, but their draft is lacking AoE damage. So that kind of helps in that regard.
And because of the shift with this draft, it allowed the Ember Spirit to go through that Felt could consider, not now, but maybe later on in the draft, it could just be a third phase ban. They went for the Crystal Maiden. We know how good the Frostbite has been from time to time versus the Ember Spirit. It allows you that primary lockdown for everybody else to follow up and initiate. And Witch Doctor just prolongs these fights with his extra sustain and the damage that he also does add. It's not really the greatest amount of damage, especially if you're not playing it as a core, because you're going to be lacking in levels. But that small amount of healing with a big armor hero like Terrorblade is actually going to be a lot of effective HP, so EHP in that sense, because TB reducing physical damage, and then Witch Doctor just gets more benefit out of the heals that he adds. So preemptively already thinking ahead what Felt might be looking for. I still feel the PL is a good idea.
Who's the core, though? Is it Witch Doctor or is it Bounty?
I think that is still open and up for debate, because if they go PL here, right, I feel like Witch Doctor could do a bit better in the lane.
Maybe. I mean, I still think this is like very close to checkmate scenario here.
Yeah, but they're both not in any way considerable versus PL. But if you have to choose, like right now, you kind of have to choose. Maybe lane efficiency wise, I get Witch Doctor, but if you're playing for post laning stage, Bounty Hunter, because you still want those auras.
Yeah, I think the Witch Doctor core makes more sense here. I mean, Bounty Hunter at no stage of the game outside of... Well, so here's the thing. In laning stage, I actually think Bounty will be stronger than the Witch Doctor, because you're going to spam him with Janata over and over again, steal his money. You're really good versus melee heroes. But as the game drags on, as a core Bounty Hunter, you're going to get progressively more and more useless against this hero.
Yeah.
So that'll help. The Witch Doctor won't be as strong in the lane, I don't think so. But he will scale a little bit better into the game as he gets really tanky, builds all the auras, and make it so PL's damage is mitigated. They really need a nice mid pick here that can do lots of damage to this PL. I would ban probably Ember and Puck. That's what I would think of. I think Puck is a for sure ban.
Ember is definitely high on my list of bans right now.
PL versus Puck is not very fun either.
Seconds remaining.
So those are some good ones. Of course, you can think of like the Zeus. That hero's different now with the nerfs and the static field, etc. not being as good. Tinker. You know, you're playing Tinker Bounty, I guess, but does Dogchamp play that here? Oh, Leshrac. I forgot about Leshrac. Yeah, ban Leshrac. Maybe play versus Puck.
Good old Disco Pony. Wind Ranger's no good.
Yeah, Red
versus
2.
PL either.
Yeah, you're playing versus Red 2. This guy loves Leshrac.
5 seconds
Like
remaining.
that's for sure ban here.
What about... Does Void Spirit have a place here for Red 2? Does he kind of have to pick it, depending on these
that's not
last case
gonna,
bans?
It's not going to be good enough. I think Void Spirit doesn't do nearly enough to peel. And their only real AoE is like Witch Doctor and CM, and
All right,
it'll
hear
be
me out.
fine.
What
Okay, I'm
about
listening.
Templar Assassin and just overwhelm before PL pre 30 minutes?
For Dogchamp?
For Dogchamp, yeah. If Dogchamp goes TA,
I mean, then you just pick a Huskar or something and crush the TA mid, and I mean, you pick Bat Rider, actually. Yeah, I'm going to overthrow that. I think if they pick TA, they instantly lost on Dogchamp.
all right.
They're just going to get some Bat mid last pick on Felt versus TA, and it's going to be like,
5 seconds
oh, that was
remaining.
fun. Guess I'm TA and I'm useless and I'm not farming and I'm losing my lane. So they banned Leshrac.
The
Puck.
Lesh, yeah.
I think Puck is probably it.
Dire team
Maybe I'm missing something, but I think Puck is it. Yeah, they went for the Puck. Because the other options were like, yeah, maybe for the Zeus. I don't even know how that hero works anymore. They just changed the shard, so it's not static field anymore, which makes absolutely awful versus PL now. So like, but I think you get the static
10 seconds
at some point
remaining.
back in Talents or something. Let me double check that.
5 seconds
Where you
remaining.
at, Zeus? All the way at the bottom of the list here.
Well, while you're looking that
Yeah,
up,
level 20 Talents. Okay, that's a pretty crazy timing.
yeah, it's a good timing, eh? It's gotta take some time getting there. So if you're putting that as your main strat, good luck. But yeah, they banned out the Quap, which is a hero that would be good against the Puck, at least to some extent. And of course, the Leshrac has been taken rid of. Does Felt play the Kunkka?
You could. I would rather like a stable Dragonite pick here. Just get that stun in the game. They're kind of missing a really big stun. Oh, Wind Ranger. We saw
So
this
go for the
one
Wind Ranger.
with
Okay.
horrific results earlier, but maybe it can do better here.
Yeah, I was thinking Wind Ranger is no good for Dogchamp. That's what I was saying earlier, but I didn't actually think Felt could see an avenue for this Wind Runner to be brought up into the draft for Felt's side. However they do it, nevertheless. I'm going to ask for a power ranking, depending on these both two drafts. So 50-50. How would you grade this one?
Oh,
Who has
just
the
like
advantage?
percentage-wise for
Yeah.
each team.
Yeah.
I think this is... I mean, this Wind Ranger... It's not what I wanted to see, necessarily. I had like an 80-20 until I see the Wind Ranger. Now I'm going to...
Damn, that's high.
I'm going 70-30 now still for Felt. I think this PL, he can carry the game, but Red 2, he has a hero that can deal with him. I like the aura builds up. That's going to happen here. I don't know what this Witch Doctor is going to bring exactly. But yeah, I think Felt has the better draft
Right.
overall. As long as the Wind Ranger doesn't look like the Wind Ranger we saw earlier from Western Europe, where I believe it was... Who was playing that Wind Ranger? was on and Stormer. He had a really rough win range
Yeah.
performance. But this hero overall in pubs has a really high win rate. It's soaring across. It's gonna build his Fusel Blade, you told me. So we're gonna see if that comes to fruition here. He'll definitely go for the Atos build, most likely.
Let's see if that's the case. I'm going to throw a curveball, and I'm going to say Dogchamp has a 65 to 35 compared to Felt. The way I'm basing it off is panel bias. So obviously that's not the metric I'm going to use. I'm going to say Kits. It was a bit shaky last game. I feel like his morale has been shook. And I think Puck on the side of Red 2 is going to be doing a little bit better compared to last game with Kit's Puck. So maybe for the mid lane, they can get some pressure out on the map early and end this game before PL gets online. It is a doable scenario.
For sure.
But if you fail to hit that timer, especially now that you're playing with a Terrorblade, there's a lot at stake where you say like, oh, isn't it just easier to just put your money on Veld's side? Obviously, it looks more valuable, but I feel like they've got the potential now on the side of Dogchamp. They're riding on the high of tying up this series. Their opponents are a bit shaken from that last game, and Red 2's performance is really good last game. Thing is, how does the Puck and the Bounty Hunter sit together? Do we see Red 2 and Moose click once again? That could be the key ingredient for victory.
And it needs to be. I think Dogchamp has a draft where playing together, getting these skirmishy kills, snowballing the game is what their draft really excels at. If you get to a point in this game where Fade feels unkillable, he has a Lich behind him, Rubik is, stealing spells, and then Hit Immune just gets to free farm and you can't do anything about it, that's when things get very scary for Dogchamp. So the onus is definitely on Dogchamp. They got to play fast. They got to get kills. This Bounty Hunter's got to get rolling. More importantly, Red 2's Puck needs to be rolling as well.
Already setting themselves up in the river, crossing onto the side of Dogchamp for that bounty rune, then spreading about back to the river. They're going to secure themselves 2. Dogchamp securing themselves 2, tie it up. Let's get this game underway. The deciding factor for both of these two teams, and especially when you look at the series importance, which we haven't actually talked about at all, because obviously when we're at the start of the division, you'd be like, hey, a game is a game, you win it, you lose it, that's all right, let's move on to the next one. You look at the level of these two teams, how close they are to each other's. Winning this one actually plays a big role in how the rest of that tour, your final standings, are going to be looking like. It could just be Felt and Dogchamp somewhere nearby in points from each other's, but this one win could be the divider.
Could be
so
the
in
difference
terms of
between who gets first or second.
In terms
North
of
American
in terms of staying in Division 1 for the next DPC year, obviously it's a very long time from now, rosters change, but at least securing a slot there is the goal for the bottom half of these teams, basically. I'm not saying that Felt and Dogchamp are at the bottom, but definitely top 4 material is most likely just going to be Shopify, TSM, Nouns, and then you're looking for the next best of the rest team, basically.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment based off how the last 20 seasons of North American Dota has been.
But most importantly, things have to start off here. I'm looking at Crystal Maiden with 3 last hits, which is almost half of what DNM has so far. So Bloody Nine had to take a bit of a piece out of that too with those Crystal Novas.
Just securing some creeps for DNM here, and they're going to go.
They are going to go, and maybe it might lead into a kill as well. Solji slowed up by both the Reflection and from the Crystal Nova, and that last right click, it's not enough. And maybe the Crystal Nova will do.
Boom.
Oh, he was outside of cast range, but the AoE is enough. So Bloody Nine, first blood.
Took a lot of resources for that, but he got it right back into his piggy bank. Gonna bring out some more mangoes, clarities. Well, they're already on the way, actually. A new blood grenade and magic stick on the way, too. So good game for CM so far. And even this top lane, they're stopping Hit Immune a bit from CS. They only had 8. Oh, we've got 13 and 4 on Speed's Witch Doctor.
Yeah, already building a bit of a gap here. He's got the Soul Ring and Mana Boots and Raindrops lined up on this Witch Doctor. So, what do you think about the Soul Ring here? Not something you see too often on Witch Doctor. I guess maybe it's a new item that has been implemented. Meanwhile, Fade is actually in trouble. We'll get back to the Soul Ring in a bit. Yeah, he's actually going to live, so we can get back to the Soul Ring.
Well, a lot of... Actually, I think the Witch Doctors were doing this last patch as well. You just get Soul Ring, Mana Boots. You don't really mind ruining your HP pool just a little bit because you're going to heal it right back. Gives you some more strength as well, a bit more tanky. I think it's a fine item.
All right, all right. I thought maybe if there's more to the story, because at least some of the offlane Witch Doctors I did see and some of the that I've played myself, I haven't really thought too much about that Soul Ring.
Start thinking about it more. There you go. Inspired
so.
by Speed.
Speed, your boy Speed back in here.
This
Game lead
top lane has
influencer.
been going way better than I thought it would. Really putting the pressure on to Hit Immune. It's constantly having to retreat.
Maybe a kill onto Albino Zebra too. The Frost Shield's going to soak up some of the damage, but not everything. That Janata slicing and dicing him up into pieces.
Great start for Dogchamp now. Witch Doctor off to the races here. Owning his lane with Moose. Moose being super annoying, stealing lots and lots of that gold away and harass damage too, on top of getting kills. Then on the bot lane as well, the Underlord only had 15 to the 26 and 3. So both lanes going well. The one saving grace here is Kits is back. He's winning mid lane with this,
and he has
Wind Ranger.
has a different build to Stormstormer as well, because Stormstormer was playing the 404. He's got 3 points in power shot this time versus the puck, so he's got the capability of pushing the wave, making sure he gets the CS even at the longest of distances. While Fade, he's gone a fair distance here. DNM chasing him through, and 1-2 more hits. Nope, just one needed. The regeneration from the Ring of Health is not going to be enough. Meanwhile, a support battle, which Solji will win this time. And here comes the big
Reflection
angry
in 2
demon.
seconds.
Oh, he walks the other way around, so he's got no idea. Finally gets the connection, but he's too far away. And Puck also in trouble in mid. A lot of right clicks coming out from Kits, and he might just be able to do it.
Oh, there we go.
That's schooling, baby.
See that?
Kits is back.
Kits is back.
So we wanted to see his puck game. Wasn't the best thing we've seen in a while from him, but getting a solo kill down mid while both his side lanes are struggling, he's got to do it like he did in game number 1. Put the team on the back.
Much needed so as well. They really need to have a good game for him. And especially when you're playing a hero like Wind Ranger. If you fall behind too far, the hero just doesn't seem to have that early impact at all. And then you don't even have the late game impact on the hero.
Alms for the dead.
Or even mid-late game. However you want to put it.
Yeah. And
doing
then
great so far.
6-minute runes coming out here. Moose stalking.
Arcane Rune on the bottom half, and Bloody Nine's going to be there. Kit's going to get frozen up, so Red 2 is getting the backup.
I mean, I guess he had a big wand there, no coil, so even if they landed that illusory orb, no kill would have been had. But you can see Bloody Nine, he's hungry.
Oh man, Speed. I'm just looking at this guy's CS. 37-15 versus the 20 on Hit Immune. Absolutely massive difference. Kits will get the kill on Bloody Nine in the river, so the post-pickup action rune battle still continued to go on for a while. Led into a kill thanks to the help of the Rubik also chilling about.
Wind Ranger. Going for the Atos build. It's got the crown heading out. Wants to be the king.
No defusal.
No diffusal. Surprise. Only in T-Panda's pubs.
Apparently seems to be so. I mean, I'm fairly sure it has been popping somewhere else as well, but I guess I'm the only guy then.
It might be popping. But so far, all from what I've seen, all the pro players, they really love this Atos build-up. Because universal hero and everything, massive stats, good damage.
Might wish
Good utility too. And this is the build that everyone's going on Dota 2 Pro Tracker that's giving this hero like a 58% win rate or something on this patch. Hit Mune. Yep.
Ooh, that's a good snipe right there. He was trying to dodge moves for quite some time using Doppelganger to just walk back onto the safety of his tower. And now they're rotating bottom as well. Maybe they can get a second kill. Solji, Fade, are they awake? Are they woke? Bloody Nine with Moose coming around, taking big hits onto the Rubik, and with that TB, Moose is going to slice him down and get another kill for this Bounty Hunter. And on to the next one they go. DNM chasing for Fade. No slow, but the Crystal Nova might just be the only one. Sunder play. This is something they can work with, but they also saw the Vanguard and that little Firestorm burning in between. Now Kits, he's got a DD rune. He's on the hunt, on the prowl. Power shot to give the vision. No Sunder to fear for this time, and that is looking like a very dead TB to me. Oil comes out as well. Red 2 wanting a piece of this action. They will take down the Lich on the side. Maybe even more. See who's the one to drop next. Moose trying to make a run for it. No vision. The rest of Feld. Red 2 still sticking around this area. He's got a lot of stick charges, but that DD rune hurts really much, and he is down Kits for another kill. And Moose is trying to get a retaliation. That's not going to happen either.
Blind power shot coming.
Go, 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 go. Oh, okay. Wrong direction. Here comes CM. Looking for the connection. Moose wanting to get that one hit in. And the moment he reveals himself to the Rubik, Kits could just get a kill. So Moose is going to go for him. Here comes DNM as well. And Kits just doesn't have the damage required anymore. So Bloody Nine takes that dominating spree away. Long battle.
I mean, Kits is just wondering, like, where's your detection, guys? This Bounty Hunter gets to sit in that entire fight, invisible, wreaking havoc there. But I think Kits is still pretty happy with how that went down. Got a bunch of kills, killed the TB, killed the puck. Red 2, a little bit of misplay here.
And now they go track, and they're going to get track kill freshly.
Moose and Red 2. And it's mainly just Moose at this point. Moose is just single-handedly.
Oh, reminds me of the Moose and Dendy days.
Rest in peace.
Didn't last long, but maybe Moose and Red 2 build a different storyline. They were rotating top, looking at the PL, but it looks like they're coming straight back to mid. Like, okay, the action is here. Red 2, though. Oh, last second phase shift, but not enough distance. A bit slow with the Illusory Orb cast. Couldn't build up that extra distance to get away from Kits.
And that's Atos now. For Kits
Atos,
here.
indeed.
And that's a 10-minute Atos. That's fast. That's really, really fast. Sure, you still have speed sitting up there with insane amount of farm. You're going to have to deal with that at some point, but Red 2 feeding a bit here is definitely helping a lot here with the pace of the game, especially because this PL is not having a good game, going straight into the Midas. Going to lose his Glove of Haste maybe to Moose.
Has been killed.
Nope, he got on the Courier just in time.
Finds the right PL2, and he's tracked up.
Is under attack.
There's a speed. Witch Doctor waltzing about.
Has fallen.
Second in net worth right now. It is Kits still in the lead with this wind. This mid lane is being pressured quite heavily. Shield placed down.
Dire's middle
More and more tracks are put down by Moose under a sentry ward, but now the initiation comes out. Bloody Nine on the run. Rod of Atos coming through. Got the freezing field, but it's cancelled out. And it's not enough mana for Rubik to steal and cast. Coil onto 3. DNM coming with the big punches. That's your wind gone. That's your Albino Zebra Lich gone. That's another track kill going for Dog Champ. They're up 3,000 gold, so... Okay. CM still ends up dying. So he was sniped in the back line, but Moose... Oh! Oh!
The Janata hurts.
Oh, Moose.
What is with Felt really wanting to kill Bloody Nine? Like, he is their biggest kryptonite here. Like, Kits in the last game kept coiling him, getting baited into these terrible positions. Again, commits to Atos, commits to Focus Fire to try and kill Bloody Nine.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Uses the Wind Run too, then all of a sudden gets coiled. Now he's just stuck in no man's land, regretting every choice he just made there. Kits has just got to make an oath right now to not get baited by Bloody Nine for the rest of this game.
Oh, Fade opened up a portal for the action rune, and he actually brought Red 2 to him. So Moose is here now, looking for the turnaround. The rod comes out. And the focus fire onto the puck as well. He's going to get killed by that sinister gaze in the end. No chance for an escape. So Red 2, it's a bit of an... he's not in a very nice place right now. He's not in his happy place. It was all just a bait. Like, Fate just places down the portal. It's like, okay, maybe there's an action rune here. Suddenly, puck activates, and it's like, oh, he's coming into my jungle. Guys, can we fight this? And another one. It's Bloody 9.
No, he's the bait.
Freezing Field canceled out
Okay,
again.
never mind. Speed was coming. He's got the 20 Holy Locket charges here. What's this man going for?
Yeah, they're going to have to coil the Lich too to get this kill. I was about to TP away.
My cold embrace.
It's something. It's something.
But this is the brawly Dota I've basically been hoping for all day long. With 22 kills in 13 minutes. Love to see it. Constant action. No Resident Sleeper Dota here. It's NA, baby.
It is indeed. Born in the streets here of NA Dota. Hardened by...
Brawling Dota. Born in the streets. Bit of a grim story there. Yeah. Playing actively around this map, like Speed, moving around with his Pavis, Holy Locket, Soul Ring, Mana Boots. Got everything he needs for his early game activation. And then Moose has a second Pavis, so they have a double Pavis. Do they have a
the
third
gate
Pavis
for
or
the
just
Wisdom
two?
Rune? The gate was used to steal a Wisdom Rune?
Oh, he got it, actually. Yeah, he did. I was looking at Albano Zebra got... Well, Felt got both of them. So, good timing. That is good usage of the gate.
What Pavis were you talking about on the side of...
So, two
Dogchamp?
Pavis. One Speed and one Moose, but I was looking to see him have a third. But Bloody Knight has drums, so...
Yeah, I think 3 might be too much. 2 is fine. 3, a bit overkill. Pretty sure they don't stack, so... But that's just me, like...
Yeah, if you could stack them, that would be
Guessing.
pretty wild, because then you could just cast them pre-fight. Send in this big, bulky, what was it called? The Hedgehog?
The hedgehog. Hedgehogs are cute little fluffy animals.
Fluffy, indeed.
The underbellies,
Yeah, they're...
I think like a porcupine. Those ones are a little
yeah,
different.
porcupines are probably worse. Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
think we have those in Finland, so... They found the right PL, though, so perfect kill here for Dogchamp. Are they going to retaliate, is the big question.
Dire's top
Doesn't
tower
look like they
is under
can.
attack.
Oh, actually, I found the animal that's like the most annoying, but doesn't really
Cockroach?
do much. No, that's be big too. That was a prerequisite. I think it's a skunk.
Dire's top tower
Those ones are super annoying.
I also have no experience of those.
is under attack.
Lucky you.
Well, let's see what kind of skunk is trying to escape from the hands of Dogchamp here. It is Solji. Hunted down. Fate trying to get some dust out on the side. That's all he's going to do. The tower's going to drop, and Dogchamp up by 7,000 gold. That's a hell of a lot of track kills they've got so far.
Yeah, I mean, Moose is out farming the PL.
Is under attack.
Yeah.
This is the type of game that Dogchamp needed. Just start the momentum. If it became a passive game, I really didn't favor their chances here, but Moose is putting on a show here. Running across the map, getting kill after kill, making that gold income for his own, but not only himself, but his team go up here. But he is a very farmed bounty hunter. And they have 2 drums here.
Might as well.
I mean, it's not the greatest. I think I did an interview
I
with
guess,
Celery.
but quoting the wise words of fear, 3 would be too much.
That was for Pavis, not drums. Different item. And the wise words of Celery, when I talked to him, you know, double TI, not TI, well, I'm getting ahead of myself, double major winner, said,
Yeah, you're the
you don't
double
want to have
TI
2
winner."
drums. You don't want to have 2 drums on your team.
I also don't want to have doubles of very costly items like AC.
Yeah, that one's really bad.
Yeah, that one is still mind-boggling how some teams manage to get double ACs. It's like, come on, guys. I guess somebody should have mentioned something, but Dogchamp, not going to mention a word about this Roshan that they're taking to Felt as they're spread it around the map. You've got 3 heroes farming jungle technically right now. So that's a free Aegis. DNM's going to be happy to pick that one up.
How do you think it would change the game if it did not announce when you killed Roche? Like it was a secret.
Oh, like no audio cue, no nothing.
Yeah, nothing.
Very spicy.
You can see,
that's a dangerous spot here, and I like it.
You like that, yeah. I like that too. Never gonna happen.
Mute has been spotted. This PL is in massive trouble. He's just dead. How easy was that? I mean, if Dota was this easy, it would make everybody want to play it. But they just found the carry, just like that.
Yeah, I do like PL this game, but not when he's struggling this hard. If he's getting out-farmed by support, probably not having the best game here. I don't know what happened in that top lane. Sure, Bounty Hunter Witch Doctor's a strong lane. Maybe Lich just isn't the hero to lane with the PL. Or they just misplayed. That's probably more likely. Get owned that hard.
Guess it is something to look at, but I had my premonition about, I think Witch Doctor is reasonably good, but
yeah,
I didn't expect it to be that destruction. Strong. Yeah, News will find the enemy. A lot of healing coming out, and Pavis is also dropped, but it's not going to be enough. And now Speed, maybe this is the turnaround. Lich is going to die to this Maledict. That next proc should be enough. Nope, gonna need one more, so it's not going to be the first one to drop. Yeah, he's actually going to live, so I don't know what time that Maledict was cast upon him, but he's not going to die to it.
It's only level 1, that's the problem. Level 1 Maledict.
Okay, level 1. Yeah, that explains. He's maxed out the cask first. Then Solji has stolen a pretty good spell. He's got track.
That is a good one.
That is a very good one, especially if you can now find kills with this Wind Ranger. Because now Kits is not going to lose vision off of focus fire. So he always has the track on the target, always guaranteed hits.
Yeah, he has the Gleipnir finish going into the BKB. I feel like if you are on Felt, try not to force any fights right now. You're going to lose this tier 2. It's fine. Don't worry about it. PL needs a lot more time. Queued up the Midas. Actually just got the casual gloves and went straight into other items. But PL's not ready. He's not ready for this either.
I've seen this before. Moose trying to locate the right PL, and he's found him as well. Into the coil. Silenced up. This PL's not going anywhere. Do they have the damage to finish him off, though? It's so close to getting another double off. He's got it. But now Moose just needs to get that one good hit in. Doesn't even need it. The Illusory Orb will finish the job, and Red 2 still hunting for that illusion. While there's another fight breaking loose in the river. Fade spouted out by DNM and Speed.
That's a Scotty.
And people are dying to the Tormentor. Oh my goodness, this is too much action going on at the same time. Fate's going to be dropping, and Rubik dying to the Tormentor, but they did finish it off, so Lich picks up the shard for himself, but 3 heroes dead, 2 from fights, 1 for the AI.
And somehow Dogchamp isn't increasing their lead after all this. I'm not entirely sure how not, but they've been 6k ahead for a while now. I guess the Tormentor doesn't give them gold, just takes a bit away. I think Rubik really wanted that shard too. He gave us life for it in the end, just still didn't get it. Damn RNG.
And the difference in net worth between the 2 carries is almost 5,000 gold. So this is a timing that Dogchamp was playing for. That if they can get an early lead, if they can get an early lead compared to the PL, that's where Dogchamp is in their best timing basically. If they're tied, I feel like PL is still going to win the game. Right now, they have a very good advantage at their hands. Plus the Aegis for another minute, even if they did just use the Metamorph.
And then Red 2 has clawed his way back in this game as well, sitting in 3rd in net worth. Not bad considering his start, right? I think he was like 0-4 to start this one out. So he will be able to scale versus the PL, which will help. As long as I think Red 2 and DNM are both ahead of PL in net worth, they're going to be pretty comfortable in this game.
And as long as Red 2 keeps on playing with Moose like they are doing, they are just constantly around the map, and they will scout a Metamorphed Rubik. Disappears, and even more gold flowing in their favor. I just love to see it. Like, a thing that we've hoped for the entire last tour is literally happening right now. Like the 2s and the 4s playing together when it was absent, and now it's present. Makes me happy.
Makes me happy too. It looks a lot better. Big fan of Moose. Nice to see him having, so far, a better season. I know it's only 3 games in, however, it still looks a lot better than the last tour.
Positive
already,
remarks,
which says
yeah.
a lot.
It also says that improvement has been made during the downtime. Guess that also does come down to the Pause 5 Bloody 9, the only original left from the DogChamp roster,
Radiant are scanning.
with 4 newcomers from the 5 Rat 4 staff lineup. Getting another chance to play in Division 1. Even if 5 Rat was relegated into Division 2, the players pretty much sticking still in Division 1. Kits has been spotted. A lot of damage onto Moose. Moose about to drop as well. Kits 1v3. Doesn't get the kill. Loses his life. And of course, it's a track kill.
Jabated. I mean, this map feels like, what's the best way of putting it? When you get to the stage of the game where you're down like around 7k-ish gold, the other team can fight and you feel like you can't fight. You're just like a bunch of vermin just having to flee from an extermination squad. You just have no chance to fight in situations like
Moose,
this.
he's not going to live through this, is he? He's 40 HP. Okay. It is the Frost Blast that finishes him off, but man, if Moose lived again, okay, Albino Zebra just got like 700 gold for this kill. Sadly, it's on your Pulse 5 support, but...
I mean, he did all the work. It was just a solo kill.
Yeah, he's like,
There's nothing to
so
steal it from.
unfortunate that he got this money. Oh, he did all the work by himself. That's actually very true. Yeah, I don't get an honest wage. Some people, for doing a hard day's work, don't always get the honest wage. So
Yeah.
we'll hand it down to this Pulse 5.
He got it. And Hitmune now has the money for the Manta. And he's been working on this for a while now. Net worth not impressive. As I was mentioning before, I think Fade needed to be this unkillable beast that can sit in the front line, absorb all the damage with the Pavises and the Frost Shields on him. It ain't that type of game for him. He can't do that, which means the whole map is going to be controlled by DogChamp. It's up to them to not make some big mistakes here.
Red 2 finds Lich and drops down the coil instantly. Gonna get caught, but no real damage coming through. Moose is still on the chase. Does not get the Janata hit off onto this Lich, so he's gonna get to live, but Bloody 9 was the dive, the tier 3 tower. Okay, see him. Chill for a bit. You don't want to go straight tier 3s. Level 11 support diving your tier 3 towers. You can say that is confidence.
Yeah, with the Force Staff and the, Witch Doctor, I guess, behind him with all the auras.
All Moose has found kits.
Uh-oh.
He died here the last time, and Moose...
Here it is. I won't get it.
Nope. Just the track. And I
This
see 2
Shuriken
gems.
does not stun anymore, so he's got to get that right click in to cancel
CM
TPs.
has bought a gem, and it's going for... It looks like it's going into Moose's direction. And Lich has also bought a gem, so we have double eyes.
So he's
Realize
going to have 2 eyes
realize.
instead of 1. Realize that they have eyes. And BKB coming on Courier. It will be in
And
time.
a casual Wind Ranger. Okay.
Nope.
Yeah, that's a BKB, all right.
It just arrived. However, Windrun was used to try and get to base faster, but really just ran right into death a bit faster. And that was a BKB purchase, so there's going to be no buyback. Luckily, 35 seconds isn't that long of a death spawn. So
Another
she'll be back.
high ground push once again. They've already done one in the bottom lane. That bot tier 3, very low on
This is not
HP.
fast with Crimson and Frost Shield.
Yeah, it's definitely
And
doing a lot of
Glyph.
work. And now Glyph as well. It's like we can do a limited push here, but that is damage you cannot repair.
Where's the repair kit when you need one?
Oh man, I kind of feel bad as well, in a way that Hitmune has been found so easily from time to time. Like, this is not the invincible PL that you run into, the fact that he's played his last competitive PL a year ago. Like you said, the hero hasn't really been in the best place for a while, but it's also one of his most successful heroes. Probably because of the long break, also not really
I mean, good
feeling
news here. Like, I think he went for the best item possible. He finished the Aghanim, so he can play from a range now and have impact, which is
True.
exactly what he needed to do. So, and plus he can also farm now from a range. This item could be the item that propels him back into this game. But he needs to go with his team. I don't know if he's AFK for.
Was that smart?
They are splitting a bit. Fade in the front. He just wants to get a quick opening, and he's going to get spotted, and DNM is right in front of his face. Oh, he misses the pit of Malice, too, so he's not even going to trap that TB. But here come the rest of them, and that TB illusion is just walking right past them. All the information given. Coil onto the Wind Ranger. Lich on the side of the fight. Underlord's just going to be melting in that fight and hitting Mune. He can't get much done. We'll throw in a Spirit Lance, but that's about it. Bloody Nine is about to die to these illusions, though. They're being very pesky. And they've actually isolated the Terrorblade. Perfect opening. Maybe he will die, but they will get a force that play. Push him around. Sunder save off of Moose. And Kits is still trying to deal out damage, but they've lost 2. And they can't get the rest of them to die. Super close. That was a good opening from Felt. DNM kind of out of position there for a moment. And even without the Metamorph.
So was Fade, though. I feel like Fade was playing way more aggressive than his team wanted to play. Because, like, there wasn't the Lance spam with the Underlord. The PL was way behind. That was a little bit sloppy from both teams, honestly. However, that I feel like that could have went way worse for Felt there.
It
Definitely could have.
And that was
PL's
also
starting to
like,
build up a little bit. He's up to his Manta now.
yeah, that was like where Fade would push himself out of position, and the rest of the team can really follow up. DNM did kind of the same thing. He was also very deep in, and the rest of them were trying to deal with PL illusions. And suddenly you see an opening, and it's another track
And this
kill.
is the point of the game, yeah. This is the point of the game where the Witch Doctor core is really working out well, because this land spam is pretty good, but you do have this Holy Locket plus Pipe Witch Doctor just kind of shrugging that damage off for, or at least a lot of it for now. Then you also have no Crimson yet, but you do have the ability to continuously just heal up over time, and the Butterfly is online as well, which will mitigate a lot of damage. So PL is slightly getting to that annoying stage, but not unmanageable by any means at this point.
Playing also towards that level 18, almost up on the Phantom Lancer. He's going to get a bit of a relief from it, and the heart is also lined up. So once he has that heart, he has a real fighting chance to play a little bit more aggressively. And this is still, in the late game scenario, the PL does look a lot stronger than the Terrorblade does. Especially with the current skill set this hero has.
Yeah, for sure.
Felt just needs to buy... I'd say Felt needs like 10 minutes. And this
I like
game
the
could be
item.
somewhat even.
That Solji's going, if you can get it, the Spirit Vessel. They don't have a way of taking it off.
And Tier 3 tower is going to get punctured. Taken down. DNM still in the front. Has that Aegis. Second life is available. And deep dive coming in from Red 2 into the backline. They got the Lich ulti. And someone's game has frozen.
Well, there is a Lich and CM in the game, so...
Is it Solji? He's not moving on his camera. I feel like Solji might have just crashed. Kits is still TPing into this fight, by the way. Where is he? Wait, where is he teleporting to? I can't actually see his... Oh, he's into the mid-tier 3 tower, right. He's going to be a bit far away. Red 2 has a freeze.
Moose is frozen.
And Moose is
camera-wise.
frozen. Okay, so they lost a multitude of heroes. This they're going to be in for a bit of a rude awakening as soon as they get back.
I mean, he
Oh,
presses
man.
BKB and he's in there, so I think he knows what's going on. I think Moose should be fine. You drop the Chain Frost and everything. However, he's BKB'd.
All right, Red 2 is back on the server at least. Rubik is still inside a phase shift out of all abilities right now. And that Metamorph is still up for plenty of time. I think that's like 29 seconds remaining. So more than half still remaining on that Metamorph, yeah. Very long time. Can be up for the whole duration of the fight. Solji asking for the go sign. Can Felt win this fight?
Probably not, but maybe. Let's see what the Wind Ranger can do with this TP.
Moose is at least running away. The root comes out onto the Terrorblade. If they can get through this kill, they can't
they
fight the
wasted
Sunder onto Fade.
Pretty big.
He's running away. DDTB on the run. Dogchamp, they don't need to stay here any longer. Damage already dealt. 2-3 is gone. Going for the reset.
Really thinking what... So if you're Dogchamp, I'm not certain how urgent the situation is. Maybe you can sit back with this Aegis and even go for another Aegis if you want to. You don't have to end the game as long as you're continuously out-farming your opponent. But the real scary part is if they can manage to kill Dinam even one time, if they can make him feel mortal, this is when this game will get incredibly scary for Dogchamp. So, and that's a tall order too, because this Terrorblade is going to have a BKB soon. He's got Aegis Cheese, approaching the territory of 5 slots/6 slots here. It's not going to be easy for him to die, but if they can manage to kill him one time, they can get back into this game. It's not over by any stretch of the imagination, even though it is a 20k gold lead, which is absolutely huge. And I think this Witch Doctor might be the biggest issue for them right now. Going back into the Crimson Guard, realizing versus the PL, this item most likely will have the most impact. I would argue a Shiva's could be even better, but deciding not to go for that.
He doesn't really have a lot of armor. Neither does the Puck, neither does the CM. That's 3 heroes with less than 10 base armor currently. So PL can find some easy poke into all of these. Of course, the mono burn on top of that too, so they take a hefty amount of damage.
Can't kill the dead.
Also, the Underlord, he was rewarded the shard from the last Tormentor. So he's got that self-cast Firestorm, 4 procs, plus 3 wave count bonus.
That's nice. They need more damage.
Yeah.
I feel like they need this Vessel as soon as possible on Solji. And they need to try to, honestly, just burst the Witch Doctor.
Yeah.
I think it's possible. He has a Ghost Scepter, but... And he has a Shard. Every angle you look at, you're just kind of like, oh, I'm seeing where this 20k advantage of net worth is coming from now. They're just so rich on every single hero on the side of Dogchamp that they have answers for just about everything you want to throw at them just by having raw gold. So
Okay, gotta be careful here. Moose is on the hunt once again. This Wind Ranger has been caught multiple times before. Gets the blink out just in time. So the approaching illusory orb, which kind of spoiled the surprise. Also, he has the gem, so I guess he saw the bounty hunter approaching. Good old Jaws theme.
So it's a scary one. Can kids get an item that makes them even scarier? That's my real question. I guess it's more damage, right? For me, he's the X factor of this game. Like, will he be at a point where, I mean, Nullifier could be good too to kill the Witch Doctor. If he can burst a Witch Doctor, a Puck, or a Terrorblade, then this game is going to get kind of weird.
That's a casual Underlord looking for a Wisdom Rune. They are going to be successful in getting both of them. So another 2,800 experience coming at the cost of a hero death. We've seen this before this series.
Worth it, right? Is that what we concluded?
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, this time is actually more. So 2,000 XP, 1,200 gold in change for 2,800 XP for your team. Well, 2 players, so not too shabby.
Worth it or not worth it? Is that the conclusion? Say 1,600
It's
gold.
still an Underlord kill, so I feel like that does hurt you.
Gold's quite a lot.
But here we go again. High ground push without the Underlord. I think this is the real piece of value that we're talking about. Like, not even the gold or the XP. It's your buildings disappearing from your base with a Metamorph Terrorblade causing issues. Are you looking
What
for a
about a
wraparound?
metamorphed Rubik?
Yeah, is he, no, he's not. He's not nearly as strong.
Well, they have some
Terrorblade is.
interesting things going on for them here. And one of them is Rubik, he went for the talent of minus Fable damage reduction. So that is now 47% reduction on the Terrorblade.
That's a lot.
It is a lot. And then you have the aura from the Underlord, which is another 30%. Maybe goes for the 15% at level 20 here. They have a lot of ways of making this Terrorblade not do damage. But I really think the big problem right now is it's all the cores, really. Speed's a huge problem. Red 2 is a huge problem. It's no longer just you have to deal with this Terrorblade. You have to deal with this overwhelming Blink plus Octarine, Kaya Sange Puck. You have to deal with this Witch Doctor who has every utility item in the game and going back for Greaves for another one.
A lot of
It's not
buttons to
easy.
click for speed.
Just roll your
But it's
hand
speed,
on your
he's fast.
keyboard here. Yeah, I mean, of course. It's in the name, right?
Yeah. He's
Why
born-
wouldn't you put your fastest player on Witch Doctor?
Maybe he's born with it. Maybe he's
Maybe.
speed.
I'm doing a
that was-
Maybelline reference. I don't know.
I don't know why I did that, but
Radiant's middle tower is
please
under
don't show it to speed.
That's an old one.
It's definitely-
Where do they still do that nowadays? I don't even know.
I have no idea.
attack. Radiant's middle tower is
The smoke will not lead into an opening for Felt. Still need to pay attention to hit immune on this PL. Level 20 talent, juxtaposed damage build picked up. And with a heart, Aghanims. Aghanims has been up for a while, but this build is it's getting there.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm a pessimist, right? Like, I'm willing to call a game pretty quickly here when things start going poorly, but I'm seeing 30k gold advantage for Dog Champ, but I still see an avenue where they can lose this game.
Yes. This is throwing me back to one of the Div 2 games we had at the end of last tour, where the game was supposed to end at 25 minutes, 2 lanes down with a TA lineup versus PL, and the game took 73 minutes, and PL almost won, but they only lost to a misused glyph and a rat play. That was literally what ended the game. They were there was a Furion pushing the Ancients. They forced out the glyph for it, and they attacked inside the next 3 minutes for another push and ended the game. But that was PL losing a game already at 25 minutes. They win a fight at 32. They take the next Roshan without the enemy even noticing. And it's like, wow, this is an actual Dota game where PL, then they're pushing. They take 2 lanes of racks from the TA lineup. I was like, holy damn. This is going to be one of the longest comebacks I've seen in a while, but it seems like these PLs can do it.
They
And that was
thrive
freshly,
in this environment.
and this was freshly off of 733. So I don't know exactly how much nerfs he's gotten since that. Looks like B and C patch there have been
Oh, Lincoln's has been
small.
killed. Could be big, could be nothing at all.
No.
We'll have to see. Oh, the bait. Bloody 9.
And Kids' Speed can be already used up too. Lich is about to drop here. Fade coming in from the other direction, but they still can't get themselves a proper fight because Albino Zebra's already down. And
That's
it is Felt yet
acceptable
again losing a
casualty.
hero outside of the base, and they just cannot open up for a fight.
They just lost the Lich. She has buyback. They forced out the BKB. But this could just be the end here, too. This game could
be it.
end right now, or it could take another 30 minutes.
It could. And remember when I said 10 minutes? This is
Oh, they
literally
got
the
the
10
coil.
minutes. The 10 minutes is really, honestly, up right now. So if Felt can win, this is the time to do it. But Dog Champ, they don't want to let go of it that easily. The NM already dropped fairly low here, so he's backed up. But that's a lot of regeneration coming out from his team. Pumping him back slowly but surely. And they are out of the
This
base.
Peel is so annoying. Like, why is this a thing?
Why is healing a thing?
Oh, PL, like this.
Oh, I heard why is healing a thing? Oh, yeah,
that
PL.
too,
Yeah, that's
actually.
definitely a whole different topic.
Yeah. Like, these bounces are so frustrating. They're just throwing it on an illusion and it's bouncing like 500 units to hit a hero, then bounces another 500 units because it prioritizes heroes. But they see kits. The scan is hit. Does he know?
It's
Blink Dagger
not
available.
the first time. It's not the first time this has happened, and he does not have a BKB. There's a portal trying to save him, but no. That portal is going to lead them straight back to a high ground push if they decide to take it, but no. Fate was waiting for him. Oh, nice dive. Rubik already dropped very low in HP. Has to have a save for the time being. Red 2 right in between them. Another coil is dropped down. And Solji coming up with the buyback. So that is one. Still have plenty more of buybacks to be used on the other side. Well, 2 active at the moment. PL can't afford. Underlord can't afford. And yet, still no decisive moves happening.
PL has a nullifier now. This is the item that I wanted to see Wind Ranger get, but she's too poor. This could be the item. They're going to have to make some commitment play. They got to commit to killing this Witch Doctor at some point here, and they got to stop feeding like this.
Yeah, they really can't afford to give any more heroes away outside of their base. Lich might just have to buy back as well. Terrorblade in the middle. These Spirit Lancers doing a lot of work here. He's dropping very low, and it's just 2 heroes doing all the work. It's just Spirit Lancers being thrown at the TB and a Firestorm. DNM has to be careful with that. Aid has to back all the way back to the high ground. Can't even apply that Atrophy Aura onto the TB, but that Fate Bolt taking away almost half of his damage. And they're once again out of the high ground. That's another buyback, and Felt can't afford to give more of these for free.
All right, we're up to 40k. And we're going for another Wisdom Rune steal. Right,
Yep.
we got it.
We got it. I mean, I guess that's what Albino Zebra was looking for, just the Wisdom Rune. He got it, actually. He did get it, but he had to buy back for taking a Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, both supports now. Pretty easy to kill, right? And if you can manage to kill them again with no buyback, there's only so much you're going to be able to do in these fights without having all 5 of your heroes available and ready. These supports matter a lot. Like, the Rubik, as you said, reduces half of Terrorblade's damage. That is very significant. He does not have any way of removing that, except for his BKB. But that's in his backpack at the moment. So if they can end up killing him during meta with Aegis on, they're going to need Rubik to stay alive. And they're going to need a big Frost Shield as well. I feel like they need I mean, you're down 40k, right? You need every single spell and ability you have available to you to potentially win a fight here if you are Felt. And if not every single thing is available and ready for you, that might be the difference of this game just slowly ending for you or you having a chance to make a comeback.
I'm gonna do something that I've never actually done before, because I know PTP, my man, is listening. Do you think PL can win? PTP, I'm asking you. Do you think PL can win? He's looking at Nullifier. And that's a no. That's a camera shake saying no. So PTP does not believe in the PL victory. Let's see. See if we have a anti-jinx built up here.
Said the butterfly is too strong.
5-man smoke coming into the triangle of Dire. Moose in the front, Red 2's right there, and that's going to be a bounty hunter spotted. Instant BKB. Good reaction from Moose. No play coming out.
They
the
got
peel
the
has
peel.
been located, and that just it. Is that literally just it? Hit immune already on the runaway. They have done 0 damage so far. They just tanked so much. But DNM standing his ground with that Metamorph. He's going to get caught into the Sinister Gaze and still moved around. Going to take down the Lich. A lot of lag coming out, but that PL is not doing anything. Coming in with a buyback on Hit and Mute. Faye trying to keep them away. They also got the Rubik isolated on the side. Red 2 and Moose, of course, coming in to slice and dice for the kill. Take the Underlord out as well. And you know it just as much as you knew it. My man PTP calling it out. Felt. What can Hit and Mune do alone? If he couldn't have his team with him, can he do it by himself? It's been a while since we've seen a hero from Dog Champ die. And it
Can
doesn't
they
look
kill
like
a
he's
single
even
hero?
gonna get Bloody Knight. He can't even get him. He can't even get Moose. And now they're ready to turn in the favor. It's gonna get rooted up. More lances flying in. Kits coming in for the rescue. DNM using up the cheese. And still has Sunder. And Hittenmoon has to run away. But they have no mana left to catch him. At least the Witch Doctor doesn't. And Kits is on the run. Maledict doing a lot of damage. But that's the last tick coming out as well. They're gonna lose Kits for it. And still on the chase. Red 2. He's gonna find him. A buyback coming out. The shackle shots there. And now Hittenmoon able to get back into the safety of the fountain. But that is a second lane of racks down. As straight down mid they go.
I mean, can he do it? 2 versus 5, down 55, 56k gold advantage. This must be the strongest man in the history of all Dota, if he can do this one.
He's definitely trying to put in the hours and the work for it. Maybe now. Yes, he's got his first kill this game. 46 minutes in. Maybe they can get more, or will they just end up losing several heroes? Kits is already down. Moose is taking some big hits from Hittenmoon, and maybe is going down. That's 2. 2 kills. Double kill for Hittenmoon. Fighting up against DNM, and no Bastion or nothing. He's going to be safe with that teleport away. Hittenmoon, he just got 2 kills, but it is mega creeps.
He is online now.
He is online now, indeed.
They crawled 5.
Look at the damage this guy
Oh,
dealt.
they got
Holy.
5,000 back.
Holy.
They recovered 5,000 gold of that 56,000 gold disadvantage here. It's a start. It's something. It is the first advantage that they have got in perhaps this entire game past 15 minutes.
See, this is why I love casting Dota at 4 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah.
It's like just watching this PL slowly but surely, maybe building this into a potential comeback win, but it's still leagues away, but it's still doable.
I mean, I had some obligations later today, and my wife was like, "Will you be able to make them?" I'm like, "Most likely, unless every
Hopefully
game
it's
goes
not
like
your
an hour
anniversary.
long." That was actually yesterday. So I had the day
Good
off,
timing,
so that's
then.
nice. Yeah. Timing or planning?
Exactly.
It was definitely timing.
Classic.
Some things just work out, you know.
Now they're planning to counter this PL somehow. So we got the Hex on the puck, and is that a Radiance Bounty Hunter? Is that a Radiance Bounty Hunter I'm seeing, or is that a something else?
That's a Radiance.
That's a Radiance. All right.
Yeah.
You do you, Moose. I guess you
What
deserve
item
it.
can you possibly buy that's good versus PL that you don't already have? One would say Shiva's
Hex.
Guard, but Moose would say...
Okay, he changed it to
Radiance.
Hex. He changed it to
Okay.
Hex, so no Radiance for Moose. So Hex.
Why don't they have a
double Hex.
Shiva's? I don't
Good
understand.
question.
Said we got an E-Blade on Witch Doctor. I mean, I think maybe selling the Pavis for Shivas could have been a better play, but, you know, I'm here just watching the games. These guys are playing them. And they're playing with a 55,000 gold advantage, so whatever
we're
they're
just
doing is good
vibing.
enough.
Fade with the XD. He didn't get the Wisdom Rune this time. They were waiting for him. Another portal attempt for a Wisdom Rune. Not going to happen. And Red 2, he was channeling on a portal that wasn't there. Okay, that was very weird.
This Lich needs level 25 ASAP. He said building damage
The
is
regeneration.
unhealable,
Oh, yeah.
but until you get there, that's when the real turtle begins. But I feel like this Lich is probably like 20 minutes away until he hits level 25. Hope to God we don't make it there, but maybe we will.
Yeah, we're at 50 minutes now, so this is 10-minute surplus from the timing I said. This is Felt's timing, so Roshan is being contested. That's a refresher shard. Cheese Aegis. And Roche is taking a walk. Yep, there.
It's more of like a jog.
And they're just gonna follow him to the other side. So I'm gonna take the Roche fight to the other end. And Red 2's like, boys, they might do a Tormentor here. They're all stacked up at their Defender's Gate, if that's the right word for it.
Tower is under attack.
Nobody there,
That
though.
is the Defender's
Oh,
Gate.
there's not a lot of buildings for Lich to heal if these creeps just destroy them.
Well, there's the big one.
The big one.
Yeah, the one that determines whether the game ends or not. That's the big one.
The Lich 25? Okay.
No, the
that's
big building.
That's an... Oh, yeah, true. So I thought that was another timing that they're building for. But it is a timing for DogChamp. The less buildings, the more victorious. I don't even know what I'm saying at this point.
That's okay. Not much is going on. Right now it's just going to be sit in your base and turtle and...
there goes Kits.
Get a free kill.
Or there does not
defend-
go Kits.
Okay. He just got
Missing.
saved by the Underlord. Get in there, boys. Chase him into the fountain. No win run. Cowards.
Oh, they should have done that.
I mean, he had no BKB, no win run. You just fountain dive him. No buyback. Really missed out there.
I guess it would have been too obvious. They're like seeing like, oh, they're also channeling and Fade, they're coming. No, hold the door.
I mean, you can't close the gate as an Underlord. You should be able
Yeah,
to.
they're just literally going to come through, and now they target Kits as well. They know he's vulnerable right now. Hexed up as well, and they will look for the kill on the Windrunner, and that is one hero down. That's a second one. Buyback coming out as well, but the Phantom Lancer dealing issues here for Moose, and Moose is about to drop to the Nullifier ticks. You can constantly hear that smacking sound, and he's got a third kill
Can
this
they get
game.
speed?
Maybe they can get Solji. DNM is also onto the side here. Speed, he's still chilling around, giving that regeneration for TB, and now finally getting targeted, but the Death Ward has got that voodoo, switcheroo going his way. And the supports are struggling with melee creep. Mega creeps at the back line, so they can't even help out the rest of their team. But Hitman, he's also hit his level 25 timing. So another timing for Felt, but can they utilize it? Red 2, Lincoln's popped. Gonna get frostbitten as well by the Rubik, and now Speed targeted once again by Hitman, trying to get this kill onto this Witch Doctor, but he's also silenced up and followed up by the rest of the squad. He's running low on mana too, and he can't keep up forever, and that Ancient is now exposed. They have to use the glyph for it. Bloody 9, he's down. They got the Crystal Maid, and that's another for Hitman, but that
Meta's
glyph has
down
run
now.
out, and he's still trying to hold this base, still trying to fight them back. DNM is like, I'm gonna hit the Ancient guys, but there's a Lich Shield hitting it as well, which they cannot purge away, and they're still trying to fight all the way through. DNM is gonna get saved for the time being. An Ancient down to 2k HP. Speed right-clicking with that Witch Doctor. I'm about to choke.
They're gonna
at
get
the
it with the
same
creeps.
time, but
They
the
called it.
GG finally comes out. And thankfully so, because I was about to choke at that same time. But DogChamp, they never choke. It just took them 53 minutes to close this game out and win the series.
Yeah, I guess it's my turn to talk about that game.
Oh, dear.
So, I mean, it was an interesting game. It was fun. You were able to hold on, and I don't think DogChamp had any other choice but to play the way they did. You're playing versus Underlord, you're playing versus Rubik, even the Wind Ranger to some degree, and of course Lich. Going high ground, we saw they tried in this game when they had the timing, but Crimson Guard was on the towers, Frost Shield was on the towers. You couldn't go to the high ground. Rubik has taken half of your damage, literally, from the Terrorblade every time he wants to hit buildings. So it's just a really slow siege. They played as patiently as they should have, and they won the game the way they should have as well. Luckily for them, well, maybe not luckily, sorry. Based off how they played in the early game, skillfully, they won their lanes, both side lanes. You tried as best as you could on Kits to do well in this game. This Wind Ranger looked a lot better from what we saw, but I don't expect any mid player to just go out and carry a game straight up when your PL is just struggling so hard. Your Underlord's having a rough game as well. He did what he could here, but it seems like DogChamp, especially in the side lanes, just kind of are outskilling Felt here, at least in this series.
Also some pretty crazy stats looking at how this game came to an end. I'm looking at Speed, Witch Doctor, and I'm going to be surprised if he's not the one to pick up the MVP because of, you know, the itemization choices and stuff, but we'll get to that later. He did 72,000 healing in 53 minutes on a Witch Doctor, plus he never died. That's a 3:023 offlane Witch Doctor performance.
Yeah, he played really well this game. They didn't have the damage to kill him at any point. I think the choice of him being core was really good, and I think a lot of it had to do with Moose and him having such a good laning stage. You talked about it before. They're kind of like the all-stars in a way of the team as far as the lanes go. really pulling ahead there, getting all the items to not only help his team but unkillable, but also make himself unkillable. I mentioned time and time again, they had to kill this Witch Doctor. They just couldn't do it. Not even a single time this game.
Of course, the Red 2 moves connection definitely played that mid-game portion of this game. So somewhere between 10 to 25 minutes-ish, it was just Red 2 and Moose hunting for kills, one after the other, all around the map. And Moose was, I'm pretty sure this guy was absolutely loving his game. He was having so much fun. So this was a united team performance from DogChamp. It did take some time, but I also have to commend them for being very, very patient this game. Not just rushing head on towards the Felt base and hoping for the best. Instead, very clinical. Let's play with this Metamorph. If we get these buildings down, if they use glyphs and stuff, we can wear them out, but we're not going to overextend. If they're going to jump on us, we still have a few seconds left on Metamorph. Not to the point where, okay, meta run out, let's back out now. And then Felt's like, they don't have meta anymore. Let's just go at them. So they never have this chance for Felt to abuse DogChamp's lineup. Might as well just roll out the speed MVP right away as well. At the same time, I feel this was just a very good performance from DogChamp as a whole. You know, getting that reverse sweep and everything. Riding on the momentum of Game 2.
Their game number 1, I'm not going to say it was a fluke, but they just looked out of sync for the most part. And I think Red 2 just didn't have a game whatsoever. They fixed that up. I guess in Game 3, his game wasn't super hot either, but he did have a lot of impact, even though he didn't have the greatest start. And I think that's exactly what they needed here. Their drafting was on point. Moose, I feel like, just played a little bit of an unsung hero in this series. He never got an MVP, but I think he's an honorable mention. Same with Bloody 9. I think everyone as a whole in Game 2 and 3 from DogChamp just really stepped it up and played well. And DNM also, flawless performance. He didn't make any mistakes in those 2 games either. He just did what he had to do. It wasn't flashy, but he didn't need to be flashy. He was playing his Terrorblade, he got his items, he knew his timings, he knew when to go high ground, he went the right item builds, made the right decisions. Pretty much everyone on the side of DogChamp played well in this series in game number 2 and 3.
Now we're just waiting for word if we potentially have time for a winner interview with the side of DogChamp. So just hold out for a little bit longer. We are slightly behind schedule, as this one did go for a very long time. So let's dive straight into it. I think we have Mr. Moose on the line from the side of DogChamp. And Moose, it's good to see you once again here at the winner interview for Division 1. I just want to bring up one thing. So watching you play with Red 2, it was maybe lacking in the previous tour. Like you didn't get quite a lot of these big plays around the map with your mid player. But today, it was happening over and over again. And it was a pleasure to watch you play with Red 2. Have you guys been working on your team synergy during this break time from last tour? What are the big things that have happened? Because new team, basically 4X players. What are the stuff you guys have been going through?
First of all, good night. Hope you guys doing well. Second, yeah, that's something we have been working on because we have synergy off game, but in game is kind of like not there. So that's something we are working, like watching the better teams, you know, watching gaming, because they play really good as a duo with mid and foreign. What did they good? What do they do good? What can we do better? So that's something we work like daily and trying to like improve as a duos to make our synergy like better.
So you basically have 4 players from the old 5 Red 4 staff roster now in DogChamp, and now you're added up with Bloody 9. What kind of a role does he play in the team? Has it changed from his previous team, and has there been any adaptation?
I think Bloody 9, like, it fits really well on us because we kind of needed like an old guy. I mean, I'm not saying he's old, but something like a mature figure that can put because I'm the second oldest, but I'm not that old, I think. But I think he's like very good at putting us like in a stable emotion, you know, keeping the focus on what we need to do, not in the game also, but offside the game. So it's like kind of fit what we needed. It's pretty like normal now for us, I think. And yeah, he's a decent player, so we are happy to have him.
Also, I want to ask one final question before I throw it over to Fear. You got to play the bounty hunter in this third game, and it looked like you were having so much fun. How did it feel to play bounty that game?
Oh man, yeah, I mean, Bounty, it's one of my favorite heroes right now. I have like 80% win on my pubs. I think every time I just crash every game on my pubs. So I think the hero is like super strong. His laning is really strong. I kind of played it differently. I don't know if you guys noticed. I play with Jinara level 1. People in the major play with Invis. I've been playing the hero so much that I could try something, and it works for me. And it worked pretty well in this lane. So yeah, that's something I enjoy a lot. I just wanna like go kill people, like track both. Oh, drums now. I now have drums. They have the next item 3 VKW. So it just feels good to be rich and keep killing people. That's kind of my style, I think.
Yeah, you were going all over the map. You were having so much fun. It definitely translated to us.
All right, hello Moose, and congratulations on the win. So I noticed a lot in this particular patch that feels very snowbally. It feels like when the team starts to get an edge and it feels like the other team can't fight you, it's almost an unstoppable ball where you can't lose the game anymore. What are your thoughts right now on like the patch and how like getting an advantage is hard to lose nowadays?
Yeah, I think when the patch just came out, it was like, the map is bigger, we can split. But I think that's not so real, because when the enemy is running at you constantly, it's just hard. So you kind of have to basically fight them back. You cannot play for like a bigger timing, like wait for this Octarine BKB on Doom or something. You kind of have to have a timing that you need to fight them back, or you will just lose like all your towers and they will take all the network in the map. So I feel like it's pretty important to be able to fight them back, either with some kind of like, you need to buy auras even when you're losing, but you need to be good as a team, knowing when you gonna fight them and understanding like your timings and the enemy timings. But I think it's, as you said, it's pretty hard to just split and try to wait. It just doesn't work anymore. Honestly, it doesn't work for a long time, like maybe 3 years already. So yeah, that's what I think.
They made the map bigger. And even if it still doesn't work now, it's probably not the greatest strategy. But outside of that as well, for like, how much of this new map and the changes to it do you feel like teams have mastered it? Like, do you feel like there's still so much more to learn about this patch and how to play the map right now, or do you think you have a good grasp on it?
Sorry, say that again. I didn't catch it.
I'm basically just asking, do you feel like you've mastered like the new map changes and how Dota is now, or do you feel like you have a lot to learn still about the new changes to the game?
I think there's, for me, a lot to learn, because I was pretty comfortable in the last patch. The main reason is because I kind of knew the farming party of the carry, like the farming party of the offlane, so it was kind of easy to guess where everyone is, and so you can make a better decision making, right? You kind of know where they are, what the mid's doing. The mid in the last patch was like, it was basically pushing the mid wave and connecting to the sides. You kind of like can tell and be ready. But right now it's like, I don't even know carries know what they are doing. Like, what are they like farming parties? It's just everyone's figuring it out. So it's harder to read the map. I think it's like for everyone harder to read the map right now, because people just connect from like portals, right? It's just there's a lot to figure out. At least for me, I need to like see really good teams, see really good carries. That's what I'm doing right now, and understanding their farming patterns, so I can predict their movements and have a better map awareness of what's going on.
All right, so last question for me here is, what's your favorite hero or item of this patch?
My favorite hero, was Koro, but Koro got like nerf, like a pretty high in the 7.33C. So right now I'm figuring it out. I think Shaker is one of my best. I think I enjoy that hero a lot, and he kind of got buffed. So I might play it a lot. Like I'm level 30 at Shaker, so I play the hero like a lot. And my favorite item, that's a good question, because right now I think Force are just they're not buying like greedy items. Like they're just buying. Because there is like so much fighting, there's no space for you to, farm an axe or farm something, You need to actually have a solar, have a drums, have this new item, the ring of protection with the fluffy hat. I don't know what's his name.
The Pavis, yeah.
The item. I think that's my favorite, because it gives you like mana regen. It's like it gives you all you need for as a 4. It gives you sustain for the lane. You can buy the Ring of Protection, the Fluffy Hide Major Tanker, and now the Void Stone is cheaper, right? So you don't have mana problems at all. That's why I bought it this game on Bounty. I never bought it before. I wanted to try it out, and it felt pretty nice. Never had to buy Clarities. So I think that would be my favorite item this patch.
All right, thank you.
All right, that's all the time we have for the interview. Muse, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. And good luck. You have your series later on this week versus Nouns. So I'll let you go back to your preparations. And good luck forward.
Thank you, guys. Hope you enjoy the games and have a good night.
Thank you so much. We definitely will. And talking about the schedule, we have another series right behind the corner. So let's look what it is. It is Sankin Gomez versus Alpha. And it's the both Division 2 teams coming up into Division 1. And I will say, even if we are not casting this one with you, Fear, I want to stay and look at Sankin Gomez. Like, this is a team that I was hyped up in Division 2. They were beating everybody. Their team name is fun. Their team atmosphere is great. Their understanding of the game is fantastic. And Alpha basically just, shifted the whole roster except for Satoshi in the offlane. So a full Peruvian stack of players I honestly don't know much about. So very interested to see what this one is going to be bringing up.
Yeah, for sure. I'm very interested to see what they have to offer there. I'm going to stick around and at least watch the games and get back in tune with NA Dota.
That's all we have for the first series, but a second one coming up right behind the corner. So we'll take a tiny break and return for more North American DPC.
Oh, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the NA DPC Division 1. And it is, of course, MLP Dota and John X5 taking over here. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Another day of NA Div 1. I mean, it wouldn't be DPC if John X5 wasn't casting, of course. Is it really DPC games if John X5 is not there casting? Who the hell knows? But you're here once again, Jonathan. You're just doing every single region. How the hell are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great, Mike. You know, we had a pretty exciting series between Felt and Dogchamp that went all the way to 3 games. Dogchamp eventually finding that win after quite a few back and forths. This one is an interesting story. Sand King Gomez up against Alpha. I've watched... I for some reason, I remember watching a lot of NA, and that was...
What do you mean for some reason? We're literally casting the region, John. Of course you watch.
No, I mean Div 2, Div 2, right? Div 2, I caught a little bit more of NA from our last rotation as well. And I have to tell you, Sand King Gomez is a team that I felt good about coming out of Div 2. I think they looked really competitive. It looked like they belonged to this next level. Alpha in that Div 2 tour too, it was a lot of back and forth. Sand King Gomez, again, very promising. All of these guys are actually pretty damn chill as well. Like, we mainly interview Jan Bura, but he is like such a well-spoken fellow. Like they are such promising players. They've really said that they were focusing in to really prove a point once they get to Div 1. And they're really excited to be up here. So I'm hoping that they can deliver the goods. This matchup is the Div 2 matchup though, right? So Sand King Gomez up against their fellow promotees and Alpha. Now, mind you, Alpha is not the Alpha that came up from Div 2. And I'll say it right here. This is a very different roster. This is a roster that bought its slot from the owner of the slot that kicked everyone else from that slot except for one player from old Alpha, which was Satoshi. And Alpha as an org has constantly gone up and down from Div 1 to Div 2. Yeah. So I know, like in Div 2, the lineup of Alpha was so much more different, right? Like we had Joker, Sabo, we had Empyrean, we had some reasonably experienced players in that Div 1 area. And they were that was the kind of roster that made them climb up. So I don't know what to expect from this Alpha. I think that this is a team with a lot of unknown names. I'm much more familiar with Sand King Gomez. I've always found him promising. And again, this entire, the way that thing happened with the Twitter and the Reddit threads coming out from it, it's not the way you kind of want to put your name out there for the start of Div 1.
It certainly isn't, Jonathan. I think what we can expect at the very least is there is going to be a Game 1 draft, so we can have a look at that and see exactly what Alpha and SKG are going to go up to here, or rather get up to in this Game 1 draft. So, like you said, brand new team. Obviously, slot has been bought, so I don't know what to expect from Alpha. I personally have not watched Sand King Gomez either. I know you've been telling me over the past week that you think they've got a lot of potential. So I've been very excited to seeing these boys from, I believe it's Mexico, right? And one person is from Brazil, if I'm not incorrect in saying so. And then Alpha is basically a full Peruvian stack now, if I'm not incorrect in saying so. So it's going to be a pretty interesting matchup here for NA Div 1. I don't know what to expect, Jonathan, because like you said, these two teams, yeah, sure, they came up from Div 2, but I mean, do we have like a historical record between these two? Like,
yeah, they have played a few times. The last time they met up in Div 2, it did go 2-0 towards Alpha. Again, very different roster. So I don't know how far that carries on in this lineup. That was also, I believe, mildly early on in the tour. No, it's actually towards the end. So Alpha did manage to rise up there. But yeah, this should be an interesting one, whether or not this roster can kind of face up against that. Sand King Gomez is a mix of South American players, 2 Mexicans, so 2 North Americans in there, 2 Peruvians, and then Jan Bura from Brazil. So it's an interesting medley of South America because you don't often see that much mixed in from these players in the region. So I do like seeing this wider connection. This does mean that you're probably also actually communicating a little bit more in English to accommodate Jan Bora just a little bit, because Portuguese and Spanish are fairly different. I mean, you could probably understand to an extent, but they are different languages. So for the most part, I think that's helped Sand King Gomez. You know, it's like the Filipino thing where, especially Blacklist, when you had 5 Filipinos, all of them just talk, but then suddenly KP comes in and you speak English and your comms are clearer because you cut a lot of the junk off. right? So
I mean, it's KP Hanoi now, Jonathan, not KP. Say the name correctly. He has changed his ways. And nevertheless, though, I kind of agree with you, because this team, San King Gomez, did kind of remind me when I mean, obviously, I made the mistake of saying Mexicans and Brazilians. Like you said, there's 2 Mexicans, 2 Peruvians, and 1 Brazilian in this team. It does kind of remind you of like an SEA team with like 2 Indonesians, 2 Filipinos, and then you might have 1 dude from Thailand or Laos. I'm pretty sure that may have actually been a squad with Savage once.
You're just saying
that's boom, right? Well, there you go. You see my point, Jonathan, and it can be a strength, right? Because you get all these different ideas from different regions. You speak one common language, which you said should be English here for San King Gomez, considering the languages are quite different between the 3 nations. Nevertheless, enough about that. Let's talk about some drafting here, John. San King Gomez, they go for the first pick, Doom, Alpha, right into the Bounty Hunter. What else do you want? I mean, there's these crazy heroes like Medusa still available, Void Spirit still available. Like, do you want to secure one of those extremely strong picks right now, perhaps? Alchemist, I believe, is still available.
Yep. There's a lot of options there. It's easy enough to dip into either one. I think Alpha prioritizing the Bounty Hunter should set a tone. So they should look for a pretty solid offlane combination down the line. Maybe even consider running the core Bounty Hunter in certain positions. That can work out. But I am a little bit surprised that these picks like Dusa, Alk are kind of left in the pool. Even something like Underlord is left in the pool. I think these are like the 4 heroes, Underlord, Doom, Dusa, and Alk, that tend to just be winning, and they do take the Underlord. It's just too good. I mean, we've seen a lot of Fiend Gates play. Even in the last game for Felt, they were using the Gate just to pick up Wisdom Runes, which it does feel oppressive. It looks funny as hell, but it is actually really good use of that spell when you know you're not going to be taking fights. So there's a lot you can do with Underlord. And Bounty Hunter, I think that's the one here I'm a little bit more on the fence on. I've seen games where if it doesn't get off to a running start, it can feel like almost dead weight. We saw a game last night in a different region. Talon was playing this hero. It looked pretty bad, and it actually felt really slow. San King Gomez into the Elk, so just picking up their 2 cores in the first phase. Not that uncommon nowadays. We've seen a lot of teams just go for 3 core pickups, even outside of Shopify Rebellion nowadays. So it's still in line with what you'd want. You can protect the bans. You ban out the Dusa now as well. You feel all right.
This kind of draft opening from San King Gomez is quite scary though, right? Because now you have 2 heroes that really snowball out of control when it comes to net worth. Now, mind you, for the first, say, 15, 20 minutes of the game, it's going to feel very slow. So, like, if Alpha, for example, take off and they get all these track kills with their Bounty Hunter, you're going to be in pretty dire straits as San King Gomez. But if you get past that 20-minute mark, per se, and you get to the mid-game with an Alk Doom, both of which are farming at an incredible speed, it's going to be pretty hard to contest, right? Because these 2 heroes are very strong in the current meta. We know Doom just generally rushes Midas, goes Devour Midas build-up. Alchemist, you might just rush the Radiance build-up, and once you have the Radiance, you can flash farm, plus you can join fights after that. So it feels like this is almost a battle of net worths, because Alpha do have the bounty, who also kind of ensures that you can escalate a net worth as well as a team. So I find it very, very intriguing here with these draft openings, exactly where they're going to go with each draft. Going back to your Underlord point as well there, John, the fact that you can Fiend's Gate right to the Wisdom Runes is, I mean, it's pretty ridiculous, because Wisdom Runes got buffed, at least for supports, right? If you secure both Wisdom Rooms over and over again, like, you're going to have supports that are like 2, 3, 4 levels higher than the enemy supports. That's a lot of levels. Like, that makes a big difference when it comes to team fights. And this hero, like, if you can get some wards down around those Wisdom Runes, just so you can have the vision and know that nobody's there yet, and you can just snipe them every time, it just feels so broken. It really does.
Yeah, it's really oppressive to lose those Wisdom Runes, especially with a hero like Bounty Hunter. I think that point kind of stands, right? Like, it snowballs really hard with EXP. A faster 6, a faster level 12 is going to mean a world of difference for Alpha in taking these fights. So these are the kind of plays we have to look from Alpha. I think your point about farming up, or at least getting this net worth up from both sides, also stands, but it's a little bit different for Alpha, where with a Bounty Hunter, you're not sitting back and farming, you're having to take these fights. They need a lineup that can back that Bounty Hunter up. I don't think the Underlord's necessarily the hero to do that. The CM can kind of play into that ganking game. What we really need to see from Alpha is like a solid mid showing. Something that should let them, let them try to play around these tracks, try to get that early aggression going on, and just kind of get that chase down. So I am interested in what the ideas Alpha might have, especially for their mid. Sand King Gomez just opt for their additional supports. They go with the Disruptor. Fairly solid lane to play with the Alchemist. It does give you a lane that you can get pretty aggressive on. You've got control to play with the early Acid Spray to stack on top with your Unstable Concoction. So there is a way to kind of get aggressive in that lane, although up against Underlord, it's still a pretty tall order to look for that kill, to be fair.
It certainly is. We'll wait out these neck pickups. Of course, Disruptor was picked up by Sand King Gomez. 4th pick for themselves now. Still could just choose to pick another support if they so wish and just kind of leave that mid laner to the last pick. Keep it a bit of a surprise here against Alpha. They'll go for the Void Spirit though, so no surprises here. Obviously, you'd rather take the Void Spirit while it's still available, because chances are if you left the mid pick till last, it'll just get banned out anyway. And obviously, we've seen how potent Void Spirit is right now, just being changed to a universal hero and being able to kind of escalate off those stat builds. And we've seen the Deso, Echo Saber build up. It feels really ridiculous how much damage this hero deals at the moment. So naturally, Sand King Gomez do pick it up. And I really do like that as well. Like the Void Spirit against CM, he's going to have so much fun, John. Let me tell you. Like this Void Spirit is going to be feeding off CM this whole game. And it's just an ATM machine for Void. Like, it's almost a guaranteed kill every time, unless the CM plays like an absolute god and jukes him out, or his team's behind him. Like, you're kind of just screwed. So I felt like Sand King Gomez needed some kind of tempo setting call from the mid lane anyway, considering they do have a Doom off lane and an Alk safe lane. Now with the Void Spirit there, it does feel like you can kind of fit that role of making space for these two. Just kind of roam with your support duo and make those kills happen. Mind you, Alpha, they do go for an Ursa, which is very good against the Doom and the Alchemist, and hell, even the Void Spirit in some sense. So I do love the Ursa pickup here from Alpha. I think it fits the bill very, very well for this team. And I think we've seen Ursa, CM, and Bounty on the same team before multiple times. And, CM Ursa is already a very strong laning stage kind of duo. But then you add a Bounty to the mix where Ursa can just flash farm so much faster because he has the track gold coming in and just allows you to get to the Battle Fury timing faster. It can be very, very hard to play against.
It can be pretty snowbally, but I think the one thing that Sand King Gomez does do is that if you look at their bans, right, they left Slark and Ursa in. And I think if I was Alpha and you were looking at these counters to the Alchemist, I'd almost prefer something like the Slark. I think the Ursa has some kiting issues into the Disruptor. The kinetic field really doesn't care about Enrage, so you do have a solid way of just locking in or preventing this Ursa from getting the jumps or chasing people, as long as your Disruptor is not caught out. It is still really strong in lane, as you mentioned, so Alpha really need to maximize that, because this Doom is just, it shouldn't have as good of a time. You can eventually just sit back, devour, but you do take away some of that early bite that some Dooms tend to go for nowadays, something like 1-3-1 in their build-up to try and maintain lane control. Doesn't feel as safe into the Ursa and CM, although it can still be a possibility depending on this last pick from Sand King Gomez. For Alpha, because they picked the Ursa first, they're not going to have any highly mobile mids to play with. Like, no Puck, no Storm, both banned out. You still need a more active hero to play with this Bounty Hunter. Again, Ursa's probably not going to be the most active hero. It could go Battle Fury or the Diffusal build-up, but you want something with jump. There's no mobility on Alpha to kind of match this pacing that you're getting here with the Void Spirit from Sand King Gomez. And what else is left? Maybe something like Quap, but you don't tend to see too much Quaps nowadays. And that's really the only highly mobile hero I have left in mind. Maybe, I don't know if you'd want an Earth Spirit mid. Could be something that plays tempo, but also doesn't feel particularly great into the Void Spirit early on.
No, it certainly doesn't. I was going to say Puck, but it just got banned out as well, so you don't have that for Alpha either. You just want something that wants to fight, I think. Like, you don't need anything greedy here. You just want something that can set a tempo and kind of keep up with the Void Spirit. So I imagine this Void Spirit should be very active this game. I do expect some roaming to come out at the very least. The Sand King Gomez, final pickup. Still need a support to pick up here. Unless they're planning to do something a little bit cheeky with this Arc Doom. But I fully intend to see a POS 4 or 5 come out for Sand King Gomez. The Alpha, I am still thinking heavily. Oh my, this hero makes me sick, man. Let me tell you, John, I played 2 games yesterday. I just became a dad. I don't have much time to play games, right? But I had to play against 2 Klinks POS 5s. This hero is so stupid right now. It's actually sickening how strong it is. I'm actually getting PTSD from yesterday. It makes me sick.
Yeah, Klinks 5 is just really damn good. It pushes really hard. It is a lot more damage. My concern is it's not much control. So you are really focusing in on the Disruptor for your AoE control for the most part. And that can be a little bit scary into something like the Ursa without anything to kite it. So it's an interesting last pick from Sand King Gomez to just go more into damage, more into this tempo that you can get out of the support Klinks for 9. Like, you can aim for the early objectives, you can try to suppress the map. Ursa is a hero that can still play jungle, but it's not like an illusion hero. It's not the quickest in the jungle without, say, a Battle Fury buildup. And again, not an illusion hero, so it can't just catch up when map control is kind of lost. It can't catch up as quickly. So there's certain tempos here for Sand King Gomez to meet. Alpha with the SF pick, that is a hero that can play with a Bounty Hunter depending on what buildup we'll see from Steel. The mid lane matchup up against Lund should be pretty decent as well if you can land those raises. So you have yourself a lineup that can play this better tempo from Alpha, try to hit these timings, buy space for the Ursa to just hit a couple of items in, and then start taking Roche control. That's going to be key for Alpha to find that advantage. I do prefer, overall, it's hard to say. I think the drafts came out really even here, Mike. Maybe I'd lean into Alpha just a tiny bit, just because I feel like that early tempo should kick in if both teams play equally on the same level. But I still have to say, as a team, I still prefer Sand King Gomez. I think this is, again, a team that has been proven. Alpha, it's a big question mark for me.
I mean, I agree with what you're saying. I think the drafts are fairly even. I personally lean towards Sand King Gomez purely based off the fact that I think this Klinks POS 4 that Nine's going to be playing, I think he has the freest POS 4 game of his life. Like, against the CM Bounty, you're going to have so much fun, right? Like, every Klinks I've seen just rushes Orchid. And then they just kill you every time. Like, you can't do anything about the damn thing. It's just, I buy Orchid as a support, I see you in the jungle, or I see you by yourself, and I just kill you, and you can't do anything about it. Like, he deletes you in 2 seconds. It's atrocious, Jonathan. In fact, I played against the Klinks, not yesterday, but the day before, a POS 3 Klinks. I destroyed this kid in lane. Like, he left lane in 2 minutes, and he went and just farmed jungle for 10 minutes, came back with an Orchid, and just won the game. I couldn't believe it. And before people told me, oh, Mike, you can't compare a 2K game to these pro players, it was a mortal bracket, John, right? We were in the mortal games here. And then these Klinks, man, it's just not fair.
Yeah. But you know what they say, Mike? Just jungle his wards, stack his Roshan, whatever the kids say nowadays. Easy, right? Just jungle their wards.
Yeah.
That's it.
Let's see what happens.
This hero is atrocious.
Maybe I'm just bad.
This hero is really... No. This hero really is atrocious. Like, we've seen a lot of this pop out in the DPC. We saw it yesterday with SMG, I believe. John Uwell was playing this, and it was really impactful. He did go for a different build. He went Solar Crest, but I can see either one. The Orchid probably preferable if you can breed it out and just get that additional control to kind of help you deal with the Ursa, because I feel like the Ursa is still not fully answered. You're still heavily relying on Yanbura to just kind of give you that Ursa control, that Ursa zoning with the kinetic field and the glimpses, but it can be a little bit unsafe if you are caught out in the Disruptor. So a lot hinging on Yanbura to kind of help give that control the team is lacking.
Ucha caught out with the Frostbite. He could be in pretty big trouble, but does get the Scorched Earth off, and so they aren't confident actually being able to chase him down too much longer, so he'll be able to walk away. At the very least, you do get a bit of harassment off onto the Doom, but let's get started with the mid lane, of course. We're going to have Lund on the Earth, or rather Void Spirit. Every time I see a Spirit, John, I just call him Earth Spirit. Lund on the Void Spirit against Steel on the SF. it's kind of interesting, this matchup, right? Because you feel like once you hit that level 3 mark on the SF and you've got a couple souls up, you should have some form of an advantage. But against Void Spirit, it's really hard to know.
I think it is a little bit more playable for Steel, although copying those 2 tower hits actually removes a lot of that advantage because it equalizes Lund now. They do find that pick off on 9, and this is the one weakness of that Clinks. It can get run down. Granted, you start with the tri lane up top, so you just kind of want to get that kill rolling. But this is good news for Alpha, right? We talked about this lineup needing to play faster. Braxy's just hanging around on the bounty. I mean, they've got an Underlord, so you can just leave that hero solo and just keep playing this aggression.
Yeah, I mean, it's a thing, right? Like, this hero's laning stage, this Clinks, it's terrible, right? Like, in terms of laning stage, I don't feel it at all, but once it hits the jungle and it just comes out of nowhere, man, it feels ridiculous. And we'll get to see it maybe a little bit. As bottom lane, Leonidas going to try and make a bit of a play. Just a cheeky stun out off onto Satoshi. Not too much to write home about, but he's having a great time on the Arcanist right now. In fact, they're going to move in now. With the blood grenade out, Satoshi going to have to try and go for a run, but they have another stun to land. Leonidas, though, he's dropping low, but he's okay. He will eventually die, but they do secure the kill onto Satoshi. I suppose you're probably okay with that as Leonidas. You get the XP bonus, you get the gold bonus, and you can come back in 5 seconds. Not too big of a deal.
I mean, they're running down all the lanes, though. Alpha finding another kill onto 9 once more. And this is still going into Alpha's playbook, right? Leonidas may find that kill, but the EXP is flowing Alpha's way. A slower start for the Clinks means that you've got a Clinks Alchemist and a Doom farming up. Only the Void Spirit that can really make plays, which is not what you really want to see. Let's see if they can maybe find some punishment here.
Yeah, a bit of a rough situation. I think Blessed Kid will just keep chasing him down, and with the Frostbite, you've got a guaranteed kill onto the Doom, as he will secure off this safe lane duo of CM Ursa. When you play it right, it is very devastating, and you're kind of seeing it here with Alpha. Of course, 9 is making me look real bad here, John. My point's not really standing too well at the moment, but nevertheless, Alpha doing a fantastic job. 1-4 right now, very slight net worth lead their way.
And again, big thing is these kills, the activity for Braxy to work onto that level 6 a little bit faster is pretty massive.
He's okay. In fact, he's going to turn around with the razors now. Can he hit the second? Oh, he can. This could be a kill to come out for Steel as he does secure it. And this is the thing, like, he's hit level 4. Once you've got the level 2 razors up against Void Spirit, you could just delete him like that every time. As 9's in trouble again. Tokaya, he's being chased down, but 9's going to drop, and now Ducho's the one in trouble because they can turn right back around. If they can land the Frostbite, it might be another kill for Blessed Kid. He will jump in with the Earthshock. He's diving tier 1 towers. Oh boy, this Ursa. I'll just say it, John, this Ursa's already out of control. 5-0-0. 5 kills his way, 3.5 minutes into this game 1. This is going to be a very early Battle Fury timing.
It's going to be a quick one. Blessed Kid can just get his farm kicking in. It's almost at the point where you might actually have preferred to start with Clinks down bot, play with Yonbur up top, so at least you have something to drag Blessed Kid away when they do commit. I think Clinks can kind of play into the Alk lane with the Acid Spray fairly well with all his physical output, but with this kind of lane setup, like Clinks Doom just doesn't do much. All Clinks does is soak EXP. You can't really play with the physical harass the Clinks has. And again, it's just giving this huge opportunity for Alpha to dominate these lanes. And for SKG, they've got to farm.
Oh, Lane, I thought Leonidas might go for a bit of a cheeky, unstable concoction. I suppose he was a little bit afraid of the Shadow Walk being committed and just stunning himself instead, so he won't bother trying to go for it. Probably wouldn't have been a kill anyway. Looking back at mid lane, Still is really starting to be extremely aggressive on the SF. Lund is having still a pretty good time in terms of the CS department, but with the XP advantage, you almost expect Still to be able to secure another kill here on the SF if he's able to land those initial 2 raises. We'll have to see. Like, Lund's playing very cautiously now. Keeping in mind as well, John, he doesn't have any point in no, never mind. He gets to level 5, he skills it up. It's the one thing, right? Like, with Dissimulate, you can juke and jive with the raises coming out. And now that he does have it, he should feel a lot safer in this mid lane.
Be able to dodge out some spell use. They do catch Yonbur down bot. Not under the tower, a little bit safe. I think your big issue now is even if you hit this level 6 timing on Lund, down to the support picks, who connects with a Void Spirit?
Scanning.
Top lane.
I don't know if a Clinks is going to be able to connect that well. All your controls, again, on just 1 or 2 heroes here right now for the early movement. And it's not going to be enough to stop Alpha. Like, you're running around early with Braxy. You're getting some aggressive positions to Tokaya.
Oh, be careful, blessed kid. He's copying too much damage here from 9. He can't stick around. He really wanted to go for the dive in, but just now that the Clinks is starting to actually hit hard, he just can't do it. As mid lane, they're going to fight over the Invis rune. Braxy is here, but Lund does pick up the Invis. No way to detect him. They haven't got any dust available at the moment. Lund just casually going to walk back into the mid lane. That being said, Braxy is walking up towards the top lane as the bounty, so you might see another kill attempt here from the top side very, very soon. I believe they'd love to find Ducho again. 9? No, they're going to spot him underneath that sentry ward. Braxy. And he could try again, stay out of range of the sentry, but I believe he may have just walked in it and... Yeah, they do ping him out. They know he's here somewhere. Still, looks like they found a disruptor now. Yanburo is going to end up going down, so the rotation from him does not exactly help out. So he does go through the twin gates and kind of gives his life away to the CM.
I'm a bit surprised he's trying to rotate like that. They're going to lose they're going to lose both Wisdom Runes as well on SKG. Alpha in position to just steal both away. So the XP is starting to really ramp up off the back of these kills and off the map control they've afforded themselves. SKG, I mean, they just have a much more passive draft. They've just got to sit back and try to minimize these losses.
Jump in again. Ducho just has no escape route here. Will go down. Maybe they could still try and to Bless Kid. Lund has rotated, but he's going after Braxy. In fact, he gets frostbitten. And that's it. Where's the dust? Glimpse back. They've got Bless Kid again. Surely they secure the Ursa kill this time around. Bless Kid is still running, still trying, but can't do it. Lund will take him out. They just trusted the fact that the glimpse was going to come in from Yanburo. As Braxy is going to be able to walk away from this. But it's still a pretty massive pick-off coming out from SKG.
I mean, it looks really awkward, but the additional control coming out from Yanbura does manage to get work done. Just trapping that Ursa a little bit, getting the glimpse off, setting up for Lund to come back in. This Void Spirit is starting to shape up.
Braxy? I mean, Dissimulate is available if you want to try and go for a guess. Lund is having a look around, but does give up on it. Won't be able to find the BH. I mean, all things being said and done, though, Alpha still 2-9 their way. Bless Kid still going to have a very early Battle Fury timing, John. He just needs a recipe now. He's got the Claymore on the way. So just about 400 gold away from a Battle Fury. That's going to be roughly 9.5 minutes. That's huge.
Yeah. Big timing. Should be able to keep up pace with the Alchemist farm as well. Leonidas has found himself a fairly free lane, but he's not really building up the net worth as much as you'd want. He's not able to farm as freely. Radiant's timing is going to be a little bit slower as well, having to go into the power treads and the bracer just for a little bit durability.
Oh, not again. Ducho, I mean, at least they glimpse back Bless Kid, so Ducho should be okay to retreat back towards the tier 1 tower as Braxy's taking way too much damage. But he's able to walk away with the Shadow Step. Still, I mean, if you're Bless Kid, you just want to hit creeps right now. You're literally 30 gold away from the recipe, and he will be able to secure now. And like you said, though, Leonidas, he is keeping up, but the issue is this is an Alchemist, and he's still behind the Ursa. And with the Battle Fury timing up now, I don't know if Leonidas is really going to take over when it comes to net worth. Like, this is every Alchemist nightmare is not actually overtaking with a huge net worth lead. And you don't feel like a great hero, especially when you have the hero disadvantage against the Ursa.
Yeah, it's not the best feeling in the world. At the same time, I don't think it's too doom and gloom just yet. I mean, once you hit your Radiance timing, which will be a little bit later, you will be free to do what you want. Big thing is that SKG has had to commit up top, slow down here, so they might lose more.
Yeah, raises out. Still going to be able to secure another. What's the fastest timing for Battle Fury in the DPC so far? Like, this has to be one of the quickest, surely.
In this tour, probably. I think this is probably the fastest we've seen this tour. Overall, I'm not sure. I think a naked Battle Fury, we've seen maybe a little bit quicker before on a real snowball start.
Leonidas. He's got the Chemical Rage. He'll charge up the concoction first. Leonidas eventually going to pop the ulti. They are still chasing him down, and Takaya, he's going to come in from the side, lock him down, and there is just no way out for Leonidas. He couldn't afford to save the Chemical Rage to have the Dispel later on for the Frostbite. And naturally, he didn't even know the CM was around that area. So a very important kill now for Alpha once again as they do secure the position 1 Alk and even find the tier 1 bottom tower. Just everything going swimmingly right now for Alpha.
No hitches. They've got the aggression. They've worked the map really well. They're going to hit this level 6 timing on Braxy a lot earlier.
Still needs a Requiem. The Frostbite's going to set up. Oh, Lund. Lund is not going to be happy. Lund is going to be very upset about that. The tier 1 mid tower now under siege. He had no way out of the Frostbite. Props to Takaya. This CM, I make a lot of fun about CM players. This guy knows what he's doing. I mean, this man is everywhere.
Yeah, he's been on point with his movement. And for SKG, it's just coming back at this draft. Like, you've got a Disruptor, you've got a Clinks. It's really hard to play setup. It's really hard to play catch for the Void Spirit with these two heroes. Like, you're relying mainly on Yanbura. 9 is basically just not going to be contributing until he gets his own items and levels up, and that basically means you're playing a really greedy pause 5 with a really greedy 1 and 3. Like, it's at least 3 heroes playing the farm game, and only 2 of those are cores. It's not what you want to see playing into this bounty hunter where that is punished. The greedier style is just taken down by this aggression that Alpha has on hand. With a 5k lead coming off the laning phase, with that full Battle Fury up already on your Ursa, and a lot of room for him to just farm up, the constant hunting is going to hurt.
I mean, he's got two steps available. Surely not. Lock him down again. He'll dissimulate. Another Frostbite out from Takaya. 9's going to show up on the Clinks just in case he needed it. They don't know the Clinks is around the area, but now they will. Thing is, the rest of SKG have walked up, smoked up, but that was underneath vision. Braxy saw that with the Observer Ward, so they're very well aware that the smoke was popped here by SKG. And if you are Alpha right now, you could decide to fight, but I think you're way better off just walking away from this. Because at the end of the day, your Ursa is still out farming the Alchemist by 1k right now. Like, it's just no need to force a fight when you don't have the advantage of knowing exactly which way they're going to go. Mind you, they might still try to fight because they do have the vision advantage with this high ground ward, but against 4 heroes, like 2 Astral Step Charges on Lund is available right now, I just don't think it's worth it.
No. It's probably not worth the risk. I think they can just safely back off on Alpha's end. SKG, they need every single kill they can get, right? Like, they're at this point in the game where you're still trying to go back for the Midas now on Ducho, on his Doom. So you're just going to be waiting a while. Like, he has the Vanguard, he's got some durability, but he wants to get that Doom off sooner rather than later. And you haven't seen that many opportunities for him to do that. Like, it's not an easy draft to run up against this fast pace from Alpha. If they can maybe try to stall out to get this Alchemist into the Radiance timing and just have him farm a lot of the map under the safety net of wards, then you can kind of work something out. You start to build into that Solar Crest on 9 as well. Get more softening up for the physical output of this team. And then maybe start to play the pick-off game yourself. But again, we're still a ways off from that timing. We'll see if Alpha wants to try to give that opening.
Braxy's still going. They have the vision on 9 thanks to the Sentry Ward placement of Braxy, so he at least gets a track off. And well, this smoke that they've committed, they're the ones actually getting out of there. Alpha just stand their ground. They're like, listen, we're not moving. We've got the high ground advantage here with the vision. And so SKG pop a smoke, find absolutely nothing out of it, and they decide they're better off just hitting creeps at the moment, which, I mean, hell, they might be right.
Just farm. Just avoid all of these plays, because track is up. That just leads to a faster snowball if these pickoffs do come out for the side of Alpha. A 2-12 start. Still free farm coming in from Blessed Kid as he has been ignored and Alpha's just forcing responses elsewhere. Like, Lund can't really play, even after he gets the Echo Saber, it doesn't feel like he can really go hunting, but how clumped up Alpha tends to be. The only openings you find here on SKG is when they start to maybe splinter off a little bit more. Like, if you have more detection on the map, more sentries down, and you spot Braxy, perhaps that's where you get going. At least Radiance is up as for Leonidas, so you can kind of get started on the stacks, slowly but surely, a little bit slower than you'd want.
It's just the Fiend's Gate, John. The Wisdom Room stills. It's just a disgusting thing you can do over and over again. And like, when you're the team ahead, where you can just go in like that without any vision, knowing you can just take it for free, it's so hard to come back from that. Like, just losing so much XP. As Nine now's trying to just follow Takaya, maybe secure a kill here on the Clinks. Sentry ward's there though. Takaya's gonna see him locked in place with the freezing field. He is gone. Oh, it's just this CM Takaya. He's impressing me today, I'll tell you.
Yeah, he's on the right spot. He gets good vision down. He knows when he can get away with freezing field. Again, with this Clink support, with lack of control, it just doesn't feel like you can even go for those solo pickoffs. You don't have the output with these levels. Only level 6 right now. You only have that medallion. No full solar crest just yet. A bit of an engagement here.
Yeah, look at that damage. One Janata strike took out almost half his HP. This is a support bounty hunter, by the way. And Takaya will take the kill for himself. Now 5-0-7 on the Crystal Maiden, which is something I may have actually never said during a cast. Takaya is going ham as Alpha. I mean, in general, 2-14 now. A fight to break up bottom lane. They're going to move in. Stun is there. They've caught the Underlord. Maybe they can secure the kill, but the Requiem's going to come out in time from still Satoshi. Trying for the TP play out. He's going to make it, but no. He dies at the fountain. The Astral Step damage kicking in. Lund will barely get it done in time. That's the third kill of the game for SKG. But just considering how much it took to kill off that Underlord, it's a concerning sign to say the least for this team.
It takes a lot to just find these kills. They have to rotate pretty much everyone down bot, and still not the safest places is here as well, Leonidas.
Just surrounded. Doom is committed by Ducho. They just want something. He'll try to juke through the tree line, but eventually will get caught. A nice pick-off for Leonidas. That's what you want to see right now. Is Takaya. He's worth quite a bit of gold right now, and he will drop as well. So suddenly SKG basically doubling their kill score. And those are two very worthwhile kills to take. You're very happy with that.
I mean, that's pretty much a 3k gold swing from a 6k advantage for Alpha down to 3k.
Into Roshan.
SKG.
I mean, Alpha's taking Roshan, to be fair, John, but go on.
Yeah, it's the Ursa play. SKG can't really stop that, but they are finding some openings. We talked about what would lead to SKG kind of bouncing back. It's them kind of going around split up, and Alpha has been a little bit more overly aggressive, not respecting as much on SKG with how much they can do, even if they're behind. Still with Aegis up, this should lead to more movement coming up from Blessed Kid, and just have to be cautious.
Yeah, Braxy caught out, should just get deleted here, and will. Ducho will take the kill, but he doesn't want to lose his life for this. He will get caught out. No way out, surely. He'll try to walk, but it's not enough. He's down to Satoshi. We'll go for a little bit more. Looking for 9, but has no way to lock him down at the moment, so we'll have to back off. Blessed Kid very happy to be involved in that, just taking over the net worth board once again on the Ursa. And still, regardless of the previous team fight really going in favor of SKG, I'm still very concerned by the fact that Blessed Kid on the Ursa, he is just way too far ahead. If this is an Alchemist you're beating out in net worth, it is just terrible news if you are the Alch.
Yeah, I mean, he's at parity, which is really a bad point for the Alch. At the same time, parity is not the worst for the Alch as long as you get this room out. As long as the pressure's not coming out onto Leonidas, he still has some timings to meet. It's a lot tighter. It's a lot more difficult for the Alch to feel good in this matchup. And again, Alpha, with the Aegis up, we'll just keep going for the objectives. There's not much to stop them. They've got the output. They've got the team fight. They know there's not much to be scared of from SKG while that Doom is down as well. So taking more map control away on an already shrunk map from SKG just building up that lead, making it tougher for them to come back in. Alpha, they've really done a great job throughout this game. Outside of, you know, the last fight, the last two fights where they managed to find some big pickoffs in SKG, they're still forced to play the slower game. You're just not comfy until certain items are up.
Oh, Lund, he's taking the bait down a bot lane. I'm not sure about this one because Still's around, but a nice glimpse back. Jan Burrow ready with the glimpse, sending the SF away from the fight as Braxy's got nowhere to go now. Lund will keep chasing him down. Aether are going to land right on the edge. Beautiful kill for SKG. But now, Orducho, he gets a Doom off. They've got the Ursa controlled up. He's still fighting though, he doesn't care. Bleskid wants to go, but Lund has joined in the fray. And eventually they will pick up the Aegis of the Ursa. So here comes Alpha. They want to keep the fight going. Satoshi ready to go. In goes the Blink BKB from Bleskid, taking out Ducho. Still, they do find at least Tokaya in the backside. This EM should drop, will go down. But now Lund's being chased down by Bleskid. He'll step away. He's barely going to be just fine on the Void Spirit. I mean, it's not the best fight for SKG, but they do get an Aegis and a CM kill for the sake of their Doom dying. It's not the worst case scenario either.
Yeah, they're holding on somehow on the side of SKG. They're forcing these bits of overextension from Alpha, forcing out this overcommitment and stalling the game. Again, a 3k lead from Alpha is still pretty damn big, but now you're starting to see Leonidas reel in that net worth lead he wants on the Elk. 15k net worth compared to the 13.2 on Bleskid, or around 15k. It is starting to build in. You still need to be a bit cautious, but we'll try.
Leonidas? Aggressive jump in. His whole team is not there yet, but they're going to try and burst down Satoshi. Hidden Malice will lock him down. Meanwhile, Takaya has died to Lund, who is rotating down towards the bottom lane. So Satoshi should die here. Glimpses out. Satoshi eventually will go down. Another nice pickup here from SKG. And, well, this is kind of what I was talking about with the Void Spirit, John. Like, he's having a very free time now against the CM because he does have the Echo Saber Deso. And as you can see, Lund slowly starting to take over this game. Even though you kind of wanted to see it maybe 10 minutes ago, but nevertheless, SKG proving that they are not out of this game yet.
They hold on and they reel that network lead back into non-existence. Less than 1k to 2k lead for Alpha. Just kind of bouncing around a little bit. You've got number 1 now on Leonidas. He's going for a Manta to get some additional Dispels on hand. The output that's starting to shoot up. Your Clinks has a little bit more room to grow. Having that Solar Crest makes it easier to melt these supports now as well. And now, oh, Wisdom Room, they've got to get it, please. There you go.
They do. Very nice. They'll even go right after the Tormentor as well, naturally, just not wanting to allow Alpha the chance to try and steal that away. Happy days here for SKG, as 9 will be able to take the shard for himself. So now he has the Burning Barrage, which isn't really too big of a deal for a Pos 4 Clinks at the moment because he doesn't really have any damage items, but, you know, it's free. Just take it. If you can drag the game out for another 10-15 minutes, the Clinks could be a pretty big problem.
Yeah, it starts to be really annoying. Again, the weakness of SKG was really in that early game where your Clink support just doesn't do much with your Doom, but you're at the point where you have managed to farm up. He grabs 2 bounties as well, which always feels good when you have an Alk on your team. And, you know, you're recovering. You're kind of reeling that worth back in. You're getting some play going through. Eventually, we'll have to see whether or not Blessed Kid can kind of avoid being kited around. I think that's going to be the big issue down the line. You have to take care of Jan Burrow. That's where we see Alpha kind of find all the success. When the Disruptor dies first without using his spells, you find your opening there for Alpha.
You absolutely do. Bit sad to see Lund missing out on that double damage rune, by the way. Of course, 9 did scout it out for him on the Clinks and left it, but sadly for him, Braxy also scattered it out on the Bounty Hunter and was able to take it for himself. Nevertheless, SKG able to find the top tier 1. Alpha, in the meantime, just taking care of the bottom side of the map. Looking maybe towards that tier 2 mid tower now, feeling very, very powerful. Will make the jump in. I do appreciate the Blessed Kid does leave the Basher behind and instead does queue up a Lincoln Sphere. Just wanting to have a bit of defense against the Doom at the very least. So with the Lincolns up, he can at least try and force the block out. Because we are actually going to have a disconnection from Blessed Kid at the moment. yeah, once you do at least get the Lincoln Sphere up, there are still some decent ways to kind of get rid of that spell block. I mean, you do have a Disruptor after all who can do it for you, but assuming you jump that Disruptor first, it may not be so easy for SKG.
That's really the game plan for Alpha. Just take out Yanbara early on. He's pretty much all of their control in the AoE with a kinetic field. You could maybe argue that Unstable Concoction is also AoE control. It's not the easiest thing to line up on multiple heroes. So, yeah, you actually do have to protect that Disruptor quite well. Yanbara, in the last few fights, has been in a pretty decent position to not get instantly picked off. He also has the Pavis to help with that durability as well. It's down to probably Braxy, really, to just get the scouting out, keep the tracks spammed out, and try to identify these targets for Alpha to make these moves on. They are still in a really awkward position for SKG. Again, your lead here on Leonidas, it has grown to 2k. So that's like half an item up, one component up on the Ursa, which is not too shabby, but you kind of need to still widen that out as we do get the unpause.
There we go. Mid-tier 2 tower is under siege, but they are sneaking up from behind. Basher is up. I was just talking about him skipping that for the Lincolns, but he does end up buying it outright. So there you go, Blessed Kid maybe heard what I said and said, screw that guy. Pick up the Basher instead. And at the very least, you do have that solo pick-off potential now with the Blink and Basher. Very, very easy to just take someone out. He might regret it very soon, though, John, because SKG are rotating with the smoke. We'll see as Tokaya going to break the smoke. We'll go for the Glimmer Cape out of there, but they will have the vision. I mean, if anyone was going to die, you'd rather it be the CM anyway, so he does tank the gank for the team. Nevertheless, though, if you're SKG, considering now that the state of the game is fairly even, I think you'll be happy with it.
Yeah, any kill counts at this point in the game. So you're more than happy with just taking another CM kill and just keep this ramp up going for yourself. You have lost a lot of map control. No outer tower left standing for SKG very early on, but they're still managing to run around the map. I don't mind too much. They see Blessed Kid.
Oh, very close. The problem is that Unstable Concoction just pretty easy to juke out with the Blink if you do have it available. Nobody else ran in to try and stop that Blink from happening, so no stun to land. So 11 to 16, very slight 1k net worth lead here for SKG. Again, with an Alchemist Doom in your team, that's really nothing to show off about, but it's better than being 8k behind, that's for sure. So here we go, Alpha. They'll smoke, they'll double smoke, in fact. They just weren't happy with the fact that not all their members were smoked up. Of course, you do have Satoshi with the Fiend's Gate, unless he gets caught out top lane. But he's okay, he'll walk away from this. It's Alpha. They're going to shop down to the bot lane, but nobody around here from SKG, so it's just going to be a bit of a creep wave clear by Blessed Kid. They might go through the Twin Gates instead. And they will. There is vision here from SKG.
Channel.
They could set up for a really nice team fight. Alpha need to be super careful here. It's a very obvious gank attempt. They've popped the Chemical Rage. They want to try and go in. Leonidas, he's channeling the stun out. Satoshi's going to be the first target. Doom has been committed. They found the Ursa immediately, but he's fine for now as they'll make the jump in. Satoshi's still the big target, and he should just drop and will. SKG, they've got the Underlord down. The Ursa is fine, though. The Doom is going to wear off. In fact, did they glimpse him back? Is that what I saw?
I don't think they did. Maybe drag him back a little bit more than they didn't want to. Sure, you lose the Underlord, but Roche is still open on the respawn. They've got a decent amount of time until Roche decides to walk away. So with the Ursa, this should just be a free take. No Doom, no Static Storm. They are still in position to try to get kills, though.
I mean, it's still a 4v5. You've got the Requiem to play here from Still, but it's not going to be that easy of a Requiem to land, that's for sure, as they are still keeping up vision. Roshan, 3.5k HP now, going down very quickly thanks to Blessed Kid on the Ursa. They need to jump in very soon, but it's too late. Still has got the Aegis up. Jump is there onto 9. The Klink's in big trouble, is gone. So SKG, they had the right idea, but now Satoshi coming in. We'll get glimpse back, but he can always go right back through the Fiend's Gate if he wants to, as Yambura is going to be able to just TP away. Still, Alpha, they get exactly what they wanted. They just wanted the Aegis. It felt like they really had no right taking it away without their Underlord up, but they get it for free, and now the game just slowly starting to swing back their way again.
It's all down to the overcommittal from SKG, dropping that Doom, not finding the Ursa, dropping the Static Storm to really only find that kill on the Underlord. And that just leaves a big opening. One man down, but no spells to be scared of from the side of SKG. Leads a nice Roshan. They hand the cheese over to Blessed Kid, which is fair. I don't think he actually needs the Aegis, as he's not dying fast enough. So you should always have a window to just pop that cheese. Again, you are lacking in like really good chain stuns coming out here from SKG. The best you have is like Aether Remnant into the Unstable Concoction, maybe a War Stomp out from your Doom. That's pretty much it. So you've always got a window to kind of pop that cheese in danger and allow yourself a little bit more leeway there, where Steel doesn't have as much in terms of durability, so the Aegis just kind of feels better there. We do... I don't know if it's fully necessary to go high ground, because you do have map control. At the same time, we've seen a lot of games in this circumstance where...
Oh, jump in. Lund got bashed up. He is still fine. No secondary bash to come out, and Bleskid just traps himself in the tree line. Just waiting for the other Battle Fury to be available, and there we go. He'll quill his way out. So, Lund, I mean, he gets a bit of a taste of the basher, but it's not enough damage yet for Bleskid.
Takes quite a fair bit to try to rip through the Void Spirit with his durability, and even just the shield from the Resonant Pulse can stall for some time. You're still going for a smoke move.
Now jump in. Lucho is there with the stun. Satoshi just getting deleted. It looks like that they're trying to keep him alive as long as humanly possible. Somehow it's still going. How many shields have they got? Satoshi! Oh, he's got to die. Eventually they will get him, but what's it going to cost? Takaya, he'll also go down. They only lose the Doom so far, but no, there goes Yambura. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Man, that Underlord, he just would not die. The pipe, the Crimson card, and just the Pavis coming in as well from Takaya, just keeping him alive way too long. In fact, that may have been a double Pavis being used, honestly. It's just like so much block coming out.
The durability is just too damn high. Like, they commit, they find two. A 2-for-2 isn't the worst thing in the world, but Alpha should be feeling better with, again, track flying through from Braxy. It does net them a little bit more gold coming out there. The side of SKG, to be fair, this is them forcing fights into Aegis, and they're not losing as much as you'd expect them to. So in the wider context of things, this is actually not that bad for them to make moves like this. They're just stalling out. They're making Alpha feel a little bit uncomfy to commit onto more objectives, and they're forcing these fights pretty far away from objectives as well. So it's all a matter of stalling for time on the side of SKG. Alpha, though, eventually they're just clumping up down bot. I do not think they're ready to go high ground. They're not fully clumped up, but Satoshi, again, he does have the gate just in case. Aegis is still up for a minute, so it's a decent amount of time to at least look for pressure onto the tier 3 if they really want to commit.
Absolutely. I mean, it's still a very close game. I kind of wonder, what's Dota Plus? 50-50 is the win probability right now, according to Dota Plus as well, by the way. That is I mean, I kind of agree. It does feel like one of those games that could go either way. Just flip a coin and see who gets it. Very, very close between these two teams that did come up from Div 2. I mean, Alpha right now, I'd probably favor them a little bit, but it's just, I think it's the Alchemist Doom factor on the side of SKG, like this constant scaling that happens from this draft. Keep in mind as well, you still have the Void Spirit and the Clinks who also scale like crazy. So, you know, the longer this game goes on, the more you start to favor SKG. And it's, we'll see if Alpha can actually make the high ground push here. Like, without the Aegis up, or it is up on the SF, at the very least, for another minute and 15. But if they can't make the push now, I think the win probability really starts to swing back the way of SKG.
Yeah, SKG really wants a long game. Again, their draft has been, it's really greedy. It was punished early on, but you need to make that transition onto the objectives that matter on the high ground here for the side of Alpha. And again, they've wasted a lot of time in that Aegis. A minute is still enough time, but it can be a little bit uncomfy.
I make it as hard as humanly possible. Try and buy the perfect time for that Aegis to expire. Of course, if you're SKG, you'll be keeping track of that timing very carefully here to try and make the jump in on Steel when you can. Sort of Aether Remnant dragging him in. Lund gonna start chipping away. Steel even getting glimpsed back for a moment. 35 seconds left on the Aegis now. Tier 3 tower, only like 3 right clicks away here for Steel. Does miss a couple, but nevertheless, he will find the Tier 3 tower. 25 seconds left on the Aegis, so he's going to try for the racks, but this is very risky now. Zalfa, glimpse back still, needs their help, but the kinetic field's not going to lock him in. And looks like Alpha are not willing to risk their lives for this. Tier 3 tower will be more than enough as they do back off. They'll start addressing the top lane instead. And I think that's the smart choice, because it was looking very unsafe, that high ground attempt.
Aegis expires. They're not under any direct kill threat right now, so Alpha do manage to, again, threaten onto the tier 3, take the tier 3. Can't take the racks, but that is one lane that can just constantly shove in with no towers left. SKG looking for a rotation out of the smoke. They do manage to grab themselves a nice regen rune. I don't think they can find a flank. It's a pretty long ride onto where Alpha is. But again, it's all about space. Full AC already up on Leonidas. Your Alchemist is starting to feel a lot better up front, but the answer in the Ursa is still pretty damn big if you can't control him. We're not seeing any sort of halberd coming out. Ducho had one queued up earlier, but doesn't end up finishing it up yet just yet. So there's a lot of leeway still for Ursa to keep dancing around here.
Tormentor going to be focused here by Alpha. They'll be able to receive the Aghanim Shard now for Steel. Can't complain with that. The Necromastery buff. Love to see it. That crit obviously hurts a lot as well, especially considering he already has the Silver Edge up on the SF. Here we go. SKG looking to move into that triangle. The Dire's side. Braxy going to be around to try and break the smoke. Still, they do not see the Clinks yet. They just had the smoke broken on Lund, so they thought they might jump into the triangle, but sadly, they will find nothing apart from Tokoya's Courier, so that will go down here to the Clinks. But SKG, they don't find what they wanted. They'll just address the mid-wave instead. It does seem like Alpha are the ones being rather cautious now, especially considering they do not have that Aegis available. I mean, Still does have the full cheese up, to be absolutely fair to him. So you do still have that kind of reset in the middle of the team fight, but not quite as good as having a secondary life.
Yeah, it's maybe a little bit tougher for the SF to find that moment to pop the cheese in comparison to the Ursa with his Enrage. Still does give you some leeway to still play this game. There's a shield rune active as well. And we'll just pick up another rune for himself. Really good control coming out from SKG. Despite losing most of the map, they've still got rune control, which can make or break for these engagements for Lund. And the shield rune is massive for him to jump in and make a play. But otherwise, both sides kind of calming down a bit. I mean, you still have the map advantage for Alpha for the most part, with that bot lane constantly in need of repair from the side of SKG. And again, we're reaching the point where maybe this network play on both sides starts to matter less and less. Like Bounty Hunter track kills are really just going to matter for the supports at this point. Your cores are also pretty much farmed up, except for Ducho. I think he's a little bit behind for what you'd expect on the Doom with the Midas. They are starting to clump around. Roshan is still 2 minutes away. Longer respawn here. So Alpha not going to be able to find anything. Going to be a 2-minute wait for both sides.
I'll get a Wisdom Rune at least for Satoshi, so you get something. But the Roshan, like you said, still a long time away. My thing is, like, as the game goes on, I think I already kind of said this, but I do believe the draft of SKG will just naturally outscale Alpha. Like, if you have this even kind of net worth, I do feel like the draft just has so much more scaling on the Radiant end of things as the time does drag out. So they are still going to play very passively and just wait for the next Roshan. Sadly for them, while they are in position, it is still a minute and a half away. It's all about the waiting game now, but Alpha, they have got a Lincoln's up on the Ursa. It looks like they want to try and go, even with the Abyssal now. They are going to try and smoke their way over towards the Roshan pit on the dire end. See if they can find themselves a juicy team fight, but it seems like SKG are very well aware this might be happening, so they are casually just waiting in the tree line with some decent vision by the dire outpost. This could be a bad place for them to try and force a fight here, Alpha. They are going to try and move in, but the vision is going to be there. SKG, they can jump in whenever the hell they want. They're going to see Bless Kitsu, but no. They'll jump in onto Tokaya. They want the CM. They've got him down, but 9 also ends up dropping. Now a big stun out. They found SF. Can they take down Steel? It seems like they can. Steel is gone. He never got the cheese off. It was in the backpack. Not even the Satanic. It's Leonidas still being chased down here by Bleskit. Might end up dropping on the Alchemist, and it looks like he will. The whole team just leaves him. They're out of spells to throw out. So SKG need to retreat, and they will. Not the worst team fight for either side. It was very even, in fact. Just a bit of a shame that SKG left and kind of just let their Alchemist die like that. But without the spells to throw, I guess you just can't really afford to try and fight this Ursa.
No, you just can't. Yeah, you can't handle him. You had to doom up Satoshi. You had to try to get these angles out onto the SF. It's a win for Alpha because it opens up Roche. Respawns right then. You don't need the SF to really clear this out with the Ursa on hand. So you will have Aegis in play once more. And SKG, well, they have some issues to fix now with the Ags being up on Ducho. So the AoE Doom in play, that should fix a lot of the issues in terms of control. The side of Alpha have been having to clump up a lot more than I think you'd like them to in these engagements, providing these openings out for SKG, and now Ducho can punish that even further with the Doom. It's a lot easier to play now. You don't need to care about the Lincolns, you don't need to care about a lot of these stuff. And Alpha, with Aegis and Cheese, they are still in a stronger position. But there is counterplay on SKG if they do misstep a little bit here.
And you kind of just saw another, take the cheese, boys. There's a cheese in the Roshan pit. Take it. Oh, no, not again. Oh, it just got left behind. All right, there's a courier there. Let's see if it gets microed. No, it doesn't. It has a Lotus Orb. It's not going to the Roshan pit. Oh, I just don't understand it. I really don't.
Oh, all right. We've got our courier flying out
courier
from Steel. Yeah, and that looks like it's beelining for it, so should pick it up.
There we go.
But you don't get vision in the Roche pit, so how do you pick it up?
That's true. Very good point.
Yeah, see? It's just there.
Unlucky. Courier's blind right now. You can't see the cheese. Oh, well. I mean, if you're SKG, you'll find a nice surprise there later. A free courier and a cheese available.
They sneak in. If 9 has some... If 9 decides to randomly take a peek, which you don't normally do when Roche is taken, because why would you? Especially in this map now, it's not really a juke spot either. But eventually someone gets a treat. Yeah, Mike?
I think with the amount of cheese that's been left in Roshan's pit over the past few years, maybe cheese should give a notification when it's picked up, right? Well, I mean, why not? Why not tell the other team, like, cheese is not picked up?
I think it's fun this way, just because it can show us how well some people pay attention. It's more fun this way, Mike.
Okay.
You know?
All right.
It allows certain things like this. What I would like is maybe multiple cheeses building up into the block of cheese, not just the Great Lotuses. Right?
That's smart. Yeah.
That should be something. Maybe 3 cheeses, right? That sounds more balanced. 3 cheeses.
Well, now that you've brought it up, why does Lotuses and cheese combined make a block of cheese? It just makes no sense.
I don't think I've ever heard of a Lotus with a cheese. You know, like Lotus root with cheese. I don't think that's a thing, so...
It could be, though. New business idea, Jonathan. Get onto it.
I'm not the biggest fan of Lotus root either. So,
okay.
I don't know. Doesn't sound nice. And it's not nice to lose your racks like this either, but with Aegis up, I mean, there's very little play.
I mean, it's hard, but still just having a double damage. Aegis up, just casually walks out. SKG still looking to maybe jump. Lund is playing aggressively. The smoke is popped already. Pit of Malice not going to catch anyone either. So you could think about this, but Jan Burrow, I believe, just wants a nice glimpse back on somebody to just snipe them. He's not going to get it, though. Alpha? I mean, they are still smoked up here with Bleskid and Tokaya. Braxi in his own invis. Lund's going to be spotted. In fact, Jan Burrow, he's the first target. They want the Disruptor down, and now they can move right onto Lund with that Void Spirit, but the Aghanim Scepter Doom has been committed. Ducho, he'll just chase down the Ursa as much as he possibly can. He's a tanky boy, though, but he's gone. They have got the Ursa. They have even found Braxi. Ducho eventually will fall. But it's still a successful bunch of pickoffs here for SKG. So they might even find more now. A massive static storm, but where's the kinetic field?
Oh my God.
It won't be necessary. The perma-stun is there from Ducho. He'll lock them down. Satoshi's gone. Still's the only one left, and he's dead to boot. A full team wipe for SKG. What is happening?
God, it's that scaling kicking in, Mike. They managed to find the pickoff they want. You know, you take care of the non-Aegis target, you get the Doom usage out from Dutra. Really good patience from Jan Burrow to hold on to his static storm while the Doom was up. They don't stack their spells. And because of that, they get to kill both of the big cores, take the team wipe. The damage output coming through here is ridiculous as we can take a look at that fight once more. Again, these angles, like Lund, his output with his steps are huge. They see that opportunity when the Ursa's trying to take this fight by himself. Then they just ignore the SF. They get a good double Doom kind of going on the edge in that fight. And sure, you have to buy back Jan Burrow. It's worthwhile. They're Russian tier 4s.
I mean, absolutely. Like, the Ursa still has 18 without buyback, though he will eventually come in as they do buy back on the SF and the Underlord to force them away from the tier 4 towers. One of the tier 4s does go down. Is that SKG going right towards the top racks after the mid one, looking for a second racks to take, but no, they will back off. They're not going to risk it with the Ursa respawn. Update, by the way, Courier and Cheese are still in the Roshan pit, if anyone wants it. SKG, they're going to find 3 bounty runes now.
Oh my God, that feels so good if you're the Alchemist. You have the Divine up as well for Leonidas. Didn't even notice when he picked that up. That explains why he was melting these faces up front.
It's actually kind of amazing. His name is Leonidas and he gets a Divine Rapier too. Like, if it feels like I'm in a version of 300 Spartans or something now with Leonidas.
No, he's got to play a carry Mars for that to be really there, Mike.
All right.
Come on.
All right. I appreciate that you like to be exact with your history, but I was just trying to have some fun, Jonathan. No need to show off your history.
I don't know if we'd ever see him. I don't know if he'd ever play a safe lane Mars, but if he does, then that's when we can crown him. Absolutely.
Someone call ATF. Someone call ATF right now. We need ATF here.
Man, I have to tell you though, like at this point, I mean, you've been talking about the scaling. 9 is basically just a core. Like he is a pretty underfarmed core, to be fair, but he is a core at this point in the game.
Yeah.
This Clinks is just, it does so much in backline. The Nullifier is such a great piece of utility to keep that control going. We talked about the lack of it. It's a good way of just pinning someone down, keeping some slows up, helping them to stay in place for you to find these openings. And Lund has been doing a ton. Right? Like maxed out Desolator charges, has the Harpoon, has the Scotty, so much right click, so much HP, universal hero types. There's something. There's something, Mikey.
This Harpoon item really bothers me, I gotta say, John. It like, how do you give that much utility in one item, plus you give it that many stats? Like, you basically gave S and Y plus an active to this item. It's it's just so strong.
Get what you're saying? I think the counterpoint is that I don't think it should be nerfed. Make the other items stronger. No, okay. make S and Y have an active. Why not? S and Y, Yasha and Kaya, Sanj and Kaya have some actives.
Buff Earth Spirit.
Yeah. No. That's an entirely different topic, Mikey. Entirely different topic. I don't know how you always swing it towards Earth Spirit. Oh, they found the cheese. They walked into the pit.
No. They came crawling back to the cheese, Jonathan, after losing that team fight. They were like, okay, all right. We should have never left you like that. Revenge of the cheese, Jonathan, Go back and get it. Apologize. Ask for forgiveness.
What if we had this mechanic where if you left cheese in the pit and Roshan respawns, he eats the cheese, grows 2 times bigger, with 3 times HP and 1.5 times more damage?
That would be actually... That's actually a really good mechanic. I like that. I actually think that's an idea IceFrog should put into the game. Like, how
To be
hilarious
fair,
would that be?
It's
Yeah.
hilarious. At the same time, it punishes the other team who didn't take Roche
Right.
for the other team not picking up cheese, right? At
But
the
that's
same
the
time,
strategy.
it punishes everyone.
But that's a strat, right? Like,
Oh,
if you
yeah,
think
yeah. If
you're
you
going to lose
are the
next
one who takes
Roshan,
Roche, yeah.
yeah. Like, if you picked Ursa anyway, right? You just leave the cheese because you don't care. Because you're Ursa. You're going to beat the Roshan anyway, easily. But if you left the cheese just in case you couldn't get to the Roshan, that'd be amazing. Very
That's a
smart,
5-head
Jonathan.
play. That is all right. I want to see that someday.
Expect an email from Valve, John. They might have a new employee on the way. John X Fire, new Valve employee, very, very soon.
I'm gonna be living up to my name, John X Fired
John
to
X
John
Ice.
X Fired.
No, well, I went John X Ice for John X Ice Frog, John, but John X Fired's good too. Well done.
Yes, sir.
Braxy, here you go, John. Here's my Clinks experience. Looked very balanced, didn't it?
Yeah. Just like that. This is
yep.
the point where your bounty just doesn't feel like a hero. You know, it's you don't really care for track kills anymore. You're not getting much out from just Shadow Walk Janada. You don't really have your Ags built to keep that one way of applying pressure on, just track and shuriken toss. You don't have the Ags here, so your utility kind of tapers off in this bounty, which it just ties into this tempo from Alpha and the scaling in comparison from SKG.
I love the active on that Martyr's plate, by the way. You can redirect 20% of the damage dealt to your allies to yourself. Like, what a Giga Chat item for Satoshi. It's like, I'm just going to take 20% of your pain. It reminds me of a One Piece scene, Jonathan. You wouldn't get it, but, you know, Zoro, the nothing happened scene. Everyone else knows what I'm talking about because they, you know, actually have some taste. Roshan. Under siege. Bless Kid. Gonna go ahead and take it. Sadly, Roshan has not doubled in size due to the cheese being left. Bless Kid will have his way with it.
No, no doubled size, but a second opportunity for Alpha. So we'll see if this makes a difference. I mean, refresh shard should be the big one, actually, in terms of the utility coming out here.
Satoshi.
Double BKB. Oh,
He's a tanky boy, but not tanky enough. He's gone.
oh, he's gone fast.
Yeah.
That is no buyback on Satoshi. That's actually a big chunk of your durability. You talked about that Martyr's Blade. Not going to be there for 90 seconds. That's huge.
Can I just say, to prove my point, by the way, in that engagement, the Clinks did the most damage. Just so everyone's aware. That was not Lund or the Alchemist doing all the work. That was the Clinks.
Yes, sir. This hero is...
This is against the Divine Rapier Alchemist, by the way, Jonathan. I just want the comparison to be you know, truly understood. Like, why I said Clinks is like the most busted support right now.
He is. He really is. This guy is terrorizing pubs and terrorizing the DPC.
Terrorizing me.
Yeah. And, you know, stuff like support Medusa. It's there as well. This patch is really interesting as it develops.
Don't get me started. Not interesting, Jonathan. I mean, it's just that Medusa hero. Hold on a minute. Alpha. Raxi. Get the track out. Lund. He'll cop a bit of a stun, but he's a very tanky boy. So many shields being placed. He'll just assimilate away. In fact, he doesn't even go away. He just goes back to work. Jump in. Stun is there from Bleskit, but there's Yagan himself to Doom out from Ducha. Locking down Bleskit. He's gone. Doom out again. They refresh and put it right onto the SF. With the Static Storm locking down Ducho for a moment, but he has the Aeon Disc. He's going to be fine to walk out. Bless Kid with the buyback. It looks like it's just going to amount to nothing. Mind you, they do at least find the Disruptor. Yamburo still just four-staffing himself away as Bless Kid needs something for his trouble. Will at least find the kill. And in fact, there's a Divine Rapier now. 2 Divine Rapiers in this game. Still picks one up for himself on the SF. Here we go. It's become a real game now as Lund. Lund was trying to sneak the racks. Tries to jump away. Bless Kid on the chase. Lund still running. They won't have the vision with the track yet. He'll try for a TP play out, and he's going to make it.
On the edge. This game is just... I don't know. Like, 2 Divines. A Divine up on Steel is big, but... we are seeing issues with how well he can... get that spacing out for himself. So I don't know if it's going to be enough. I feel like he has to watch his positioning. That's the one thing. Because SKG's been able to capitalize on these over not really overcommitment, but just overstepping just by a slight amount. They've got the control, they've got the AoE Doom. They've got a lot of ways to just punish. And it's on the knife's edge. Like, there is an angle back in for Alpha, but man, it's a lot easier for SKG to just play this game now.
I mean, we'll see what happens. The thing is, like, no matter how much damage you get, it's against this Doom, it's just so hard now.
Radiant's courier
Like, you saw
killed.
Ducho last team fight just ensuring that this SF was going to get doomed and the Ursa was controlled up completely. Sure, the Divine Rapier bonus damage is going to remain, but it's just tough to stand there and fight as the SF. We'll see, though. So you might have a chance very, very soon once again as SKG are still pushing in the dire base, not prepping yet for that final lane of barracks quite yet. But if you are SKG, you could just play it safe, wait for the Aegis to expire, only about a minute and 20 away from that, and then you can just go in and just kind of sack one hero and just take down the racks if you really want to. But they're going to smoke up. They're going to try and fight this one, I think. I don't know if they've seen the Divine on Steel, but they should have by now. He was farming the creep wave. Lund looking to go for the top racks. They might just sneak this one.
Dire's top barracks
Jump in is there, and the racks is gone. Nice and easy.
now have mega creeps.
And now this is the point where we figure out how much longer we have left. 50 minutes in, Mike. This game can go longer if they play it safe.
Harpoon on Braxy, but he does get the 4-staff off. Kind of sad that there was no new tier 5 items in the game, right? I can't remember seeing one
Yeah.
in 7.33. I suppose we never get to see them anyway, to be fair. I argue they should be at 50 minutes. That would be much more fun. It's 9.
Yeah, that would be fun, actually. Yeah, I agree. Well,
Here we go.
That's fun.
4 CM. There's your Clink's experience. Enjoy. Tokuya's down. In we go. Oh, they found Steel.
no.
They've got the SF, but the 4-staff is there. Still going to try and fight back, but the Aghanim Scepter Doom again, making it so hard. He got the Satanic off, though. He's fighting back. Ducho's in trouble. Ducho's
just
gone,
expired.
but Steel is still dropping. He is down. Lund takes him out, but he does buy back. Lund, he picked up the Divine Rapier, and he is out of there. That's going to be it for him, though Braxy is still chasing down the Void Spirit, but he does have an Astral Step in 1, and he won't even need it quite yet. He will commit it.
cancel TP.
Double Divines now up on SKG. Steel has lost his Divine Rapier. Very, very sad news for Alpha.
Yeah, that actually should be the game at this point. I mean, a Divine Rapier, Void Spirit. I don't know if anyone survives 2 steps. Well, the supports at very least. I don't think you do. I don't. Think
Well,
you do.
I mean-
this is nasty.
He's hitting for, what, 800 damage per right click now? You know,
A
just
bit of
base
NA
damage
mats
for the
there,
Void.
but sure, kind of close.
Yeah, he's close enough, Jonathan.
Close enough, I suppose.
I mean, 140% crit on the Astral Step now as well with the level 25
Yeah.
talent. He's going to have a great old time.
Absolutely. I want to see how much that does, because that was such great timing from SKG to take that fight while the Aegis was just about to expire. Like, the timing was just perfect. And
Radiant are
Alpha,
scanning.
they're in such a tough spot. It just feels like right now you only have one support that can really play. It's the CM. The Bounty Hunter just doesn't account for much anymore in these engagements.
Still, be careful. Blessed Kid is there. They jump in, though, with the Nullifier out. The SF is just getting deleted, and Steel is gone, as now they're onto the Ursa. It has to be a GG. There's no buybacks available for those two. SKG making a huge comeback in Game 1. I mean, how bad did this game look for them? Alpha, they had everything right for the first 25-30 minutes, but a couple of small errors and SKG just start pushing high ground, get the megas, and the game just became infinitely harder. And John, this is some emotional damage right here after this Game 1 for Alpha. Like, you had a 9.5-minute Battle Fury in your Ursa. Every lane went your way. And this still happened. That is insane.
Yeah, that's a terrible feeling for the side of Alpha. SKG, though, they're showing us why they did come out number 1 in Div 2, right? Like, they've had a few games that goes this way. Their laning phase was pretty atrocious. Their draft for the early game, it didn't feel like it was there at all. There was nothing they could do up against this constant aggression coming out from Alpha. it's just a matter of closing that game, right? Alpha, they've had Aegis multiple times. They clear out all the tier 2s. They can't really pierce high ground. The moment they do, Aegis is expiring on the SF. They only take the tier 3. They back off. That gives so much time for the side of SKG to just farm up, and their draft just loves to farm. It's a Doom. It's an Alchemist. It's a support Clinks. The more time you spend dilly-dallying around, the more time they get stronger.
That's exactly what they did. Just drag out the game. You know you have the better draft for scaling. It's just the only hero that doesn't scale that well is the Disruptor on their side. But to be fair, he can even pick up an Ags and just have that mute. So he's not the worst either. Quite frankly, it's too much. Like when you've got basically 4 cores to worry about that all can basically delete you on their own. It's just too much as a draft to go up against. And again, props to Alpha. They had such a good start to this game. Like the first 20 minutes made it seem like it was going to be impossible for SKG to make the comeback, but they just kept their composure, won a couple team fights, and after that just took over. Hell, I can't even remember them taking a Roshan as the Radiant side, but they still end up just winning the game. And well, what can you do? SKG just proving to be the better team in game 1, even though Alpha looked like the better team for most of the game. You got to give props where props are due. Just, I believe it was this team fight, in fact, right? Like just the Aghanim Scepter Doom coming out for the first time, and they just weren't expecting it. You lose your Ursa without buyback, and then suddenly everyone else just starts falling apart, and it just seemed like this was the point where they started to really make that comeback happen.
That was a controlling fight. That's the Divine as well, I believe. On our Alks, they just completely melt. They had the patience to just get that static storm usage on the second use after the Doom for the buyback, and they just melted the Alpha. And they had many opportunities to widen this lead or at least take over the map more. But SKG played really well, right? We were talking about it with these fights into the Aegis, where they're forcing fights away from the base, forcing a response out, stalling for time. They did a great job ensuring all of that. Come late game, I mean, what do you do up against all this AoE control? With AoE Doom, the output on hand, with hitting the Divine away onto Lund, like that looked like a decent fight, but they couldn't clean up the Void Spirit. And SKG, and they show us that they can come back from these really dire situations. I would say though, for game 2, you do not want to come out of lanes looking that bad. So I think we'd have to see some adjustments coming out from SKG for sure. But I mean, if they can play against lanes that bad and show up this way, then you're fine with that as well, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, we do have to choose an MVP. I believe we are going with 9 on the Clinks for the MVP. And why the hell not, Jonathan? I mean, I was talking trash about this hero all game. I hate Clinks very, very much. Quite frankly, I don't think 9 deserves an MVP because he's playing Clinks, but nevertheless, he'll take the MVP. Why the hell not? And props to him. He was doing some really good work, just constant scouting, some great wards being placed by the Clinks, and eventually getting to that point where he can just kind of delete you with all the damage he deals as a support, by the way. So that'll be the MVP for game 1. Nevertheless, John, it is a best of 3 series, so Alpha against SKG. Game number 2 should be coming up rather soon. Again, I think you pointed out a very important point. Like, you don't want to lose the lanes as badly as you did here in game 2 if you are SKG. The thing was, though, like when you look at the way they drafted, I think Alpha did a great job of drafting in a way that they would win out practically every lane. So props to them for that. It's just SKG, I think they just understood the assignment, and they just waited long enough where their draft just looked way better. Nevertheless, we'll head off to a very short break, and after that short break, we're going to be back with Game 2's draft between Alpha and, of course, SKG. We'll see you very soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our Game 2 draft very, very soon between Alpha and, of course, SKG. And it is MLP Dota and John X Fire joining you once again for this best of 3 series. John, what a game one we saw. SKG making a huge comeback, say 30 minutes into the game, 40 minutes into the game, just making it look rather tough for Alpha, who had an amazing start. I'll ask you straight off the bat, John, considering we should be heading into the draft soon enough, what kind of changes are you looking to see from Alpha to perhaps give them a chance to force it to a Game 3?
Draft was perfectly fine. It was a great response to what SKG was trying to do. They got this early aggression going for themselves on Alpha really well. And to be frank, Alpha surpassed my expectations for this team that changed its entire roster coming in. So props to them. They looked a lot better than I expected. I think the one thing they should fix is maybe just understanding when they're strong, because it felt like they showed a lot of respect to SKG even when they had this first Aegis, which felt like the big timing to just go high ground. They instead played safe. They only take the tier 3. It takes them a lot longer to clear out that bot, and that's just more time for this lineup from SKG to play the slow game. So I think Alpha just needs a better read on how to find these more aggressive angles onto the high ground, maybe have an easier time sieging. Their only real easy way of pushing for them was basically down to the SF. You didn't have much push coming out from Satoshi. You didn't have that much push coming out from your supports here either. It was really just SF with his talent spike that could really take these objectives for you safely. So I think that's just maybe one aspect they could kind of reconsider. Beyond that, I think it's just call-outs in these fights, right? They just gave a little bit too much in terms of opportunities. They kind of played a little bit scattered, especially in that fight near the Radiant Triangle. That was the turning point for sure. So, yeah, I think they just need to fix some calls and just kind of work on their timings just a tad bit. But their laning, I want to see them maintain that laning. I think SKG had pretty atrocious lanes. If they can kind of just use that against them in Game 2, if that's something SKG will go back for, just slower lanes, then just capitalize on that even more, and I guess apply even more pressure onto the safe lane, because it did feel like at certain points, Leonidas did get a little bit too much room on that Alk.
That's a fair point, because they were rotating a lot towards the top lane and trying to just continue the kills going on there, but in actuality, like giving Leonidas a way to come back into the game as the Alchemist when he was that far behind maybe wasn't the greatest decision. But I suppose considering how far ahead they were on Alpha, they probably just thought they couldn't do any wrong throughout that Game 1. And I mean, quite frankly, even at some stage of the game, like during the mid game, even I thought there's no way they could screw this up. Like, they're just too ahead. This Alchemist is too behind, this Doom's too behind, and well, like I said, SKG just proving to be the better team in Game 1, understanding their strategy and just executing it well enough to pull off the Game 1 comeback. Game 2, hopefully we see Alpha maybe change things up a little bit, but we do get to go into the draft and see if they are going to change anything whatsoever. As well, Game 2, Jonathan, I mean, I kind of agree with what you're saying anyway. Like, Alpha, their draft wasn't the problem, just maybe the decision-making ended up costing them maybe a bit of hesitation with the high ground attempts. Did end up costing them in the end. SKG, on the other hand, considering how badly their laning stage went for pretty much every single lane, I mean, if they just sort out the lanes here, Jonathan, if they play the same way, could be an easy game for them.
Yeah, I think fixing up the lanes would pretty much be the big step that I want to see from Sand King Gomez. Again, they played a slow style really well, but you don't want to have to play it that long. You don't want to have to take that risk of just finding these openings. Maybe it's down to how they understand Alpha. I'm pretty sure they've played against each other in pubs quite a fair bit at the very least, and they've had time to scrim coming into this. So just that understanding. It's still really interesting that you don't see Underlord, Doom, Medusa, and Alk in the first phase bans here. Like, it's very different heroes from what we've seen everywhere else in the DPC.
Look at that, John. I mean, I gotta say, I don't know why I noticed this. Lund had a Bintang cap on earlier in Game 1, now has a different Bintang hat on.
Oh, did he? He changed?
He changed it. He had a normal
he did.
cap. Now look at it. I mean, what are those hats called? I can't remember exactly the name of those.
I do not know. I always call them the fisherman's hat, because that's what I see fishermen kind of wear, but I do not know. I want you to notice one thing. Yanbara has some very nice headphones on. I had a really good discussion with him when that came up. He has my kind of headphones, my same brand. He's a man of taste. Yanbor's a bro.
Is that the one you tell everyone you're going to buy me, but I said no? Is that
No,
the
it's a
same
different
one?
kind, but it's from the same brand. It's the older one, but yes, it's what you were missing out on, Mike. You could have had one, you know.
I mean, my birthday did just pass, Jonathan.
10
You know,
seconds remaining.
just passed. Yumbro.
Just passed a month ago.
Well, I mean, I didn't get a
on.
present from my casting partner, so I imagine it must have just passed, Jonathan. Because I know my casting partner wouldn't not get me a present, would he?
No, you misunderstand, Mike. I give you the gift of childbearing, okay? Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome, by the way. You're welcome.
How
Had to
dare
work
you.
really hard to get that.
Yeah, I bet you did.
Radiant
Talk to the wife about that joke later, Jonathan. I'll let her know what you said to me. Sand King go.
I make the, I did some dark rituals to ensure this went true. You had a lot of depth in your soul, Mike.
I'd rather
can I say?
stop talking. It just keeps getting worse, Jonathan. Sand King Gomez. They'll go for the 2 Medusa pickup here. So 2 very broken heroes right now. Alpha, they'll go into the Beastmaster and the Skywrath Mage. So it seems like we've got a similar story thus far, John, with the opening from Sand King Gomez. Like, you've got 2 heroes that kind of just want to farm up for a little bit. Alpha, on the other hand, have 2 heroes that want to just snowball out of control and just rush the game. So very interesting openings here. Sand King Gomez definitely look like they're going to take their sweet time with this game too as well. The question I have is it a carry deucer? Is it an offlane deucer? Is it a support deucer? Because she can be running all those ways. And well, right now, considering you do have the Doom, you imagine it should be the offlane Doom again. It could just be a carry deucer, but it could also be a weird support deucer.
remaining.
Yeah. Like,
Oh,
there's,
cat.
there's a lot of options. Yeah. Nice
5
little
seconds
small
remaining.
cat cam coming out from Leonidas. Hopefully, maybe the cat is the one that actually plays. Leonidas is just the pet owner. The name of the pet owner. But the real player is actually Leonidas's cat. We
It's
will
like
never
the
know.
alchemist and the goal, the ogre,
Exactly it. Exactly it, Mike. That's it.
right? Very good.
But yeah, it's like, I am curious whether or not we see a support Dusa. I haven't had the pleasure of having support Dusa. It's all been safe lane in the DPC matches I've been watching, but I don't know if I want to witness this. Maybe out of morbid curiosity, yes. I'd like to see it.
Okay, fair enough.
5
Final ban out
seconds
before we can
remaining.
see some more drafting picks here from both sides. I do really hate this Medusa hero as well. I mean, I know I'm not alone in this right now, but the fact that you can basically play it in any role and it still seems kind of busted is somewhat ridiculous. And I gotta tell you, like, I always forget the name of the item, the new item they released. In fact, let me just look it up right now so I don't know
Phylactery?
complete
What
moron.
item?
Yeah, Phylactery, right? Like, this item on offlane and support Medusa seems so damn busted. It's just that bonus damage and slow it does with the Mystic Snake. It's just too much. It really is.
Yep. Yeah. I think another one that's also a really weird self-feeding positive loop is Visage and Phylactery. That one's pretty crazy because you could just build up stacks for yourself really fast. Even with Grave Chill, it's really funny. I don't know if it's really high priority in Sky. We see a few Sky Rats go for it. I feel like Pavis is still probably better on a Sky Rat Mage. Honestly, just for the
I
durability and utility. So
10 seconds
that's probably what I
remaining.
want to see here from Alpha. Although I have seen Phylacteries in some pro games now, but
5
doesn't feel that
seconds
great in the
remaining.
Sky.
I mean, Pavis is just really nice on Sky. It's cheap, gives you the +3 armor, which is really nice. 2.5 mana regen and 175 health on top of the shield you can get with the active. Like, it just fits the bill perfectly for a hero like Skywrath that has no armor, no HP, you know, and needs the mana regen. So it's just kind of perfect overall for a Skywrath mage, as we do see the Enchantress come out now. So some Ultra Zoo coming out with the Beastmaster Ench. Very annoying to play against, and it seems like Alpha's just kind of doubling down on this, you know, pick heroes that can just snowball out of control very, very quickly. And that they have right now, that they certainly have.
Yeah. Well, before I dig into the draft, I want to say
5 seconds
Jan has a
remaining.
really big Clockwork plushie right there. I never noticed it. He had one just hanging by his bed. That's pretty cool. I think the one concern I have when I see Medusa versus Enchantress is that
Radiant team pick.
Enchantress is actually kind of mildly a good counter to Medusa in the sense that her impetus is always good against the shield, right? Like, to be fair, you don't really need pure damage for the shield anyway, but it allows you are allowed to attack from a very safe distance to melt away that shield. It is actually a solution to an extent for the Medusa on the support. So I've seen, was it yesterday? I saw a Ags Enchantress with the Sproink actually do a lot of work up against Medusa. I don't think it won in the end, but it made it really close.
Okay. I mean, we'll see. I appreciate the Reddit post that was made as well about the Oracle kind of counter towards Medusa. Obviously, that's not going to happen this game, but I mean, Oracle could be a pretty nice counter to the Mana Shield if you did want to pick it up. Kind of nice.
Enlighten me, Mike.
Well, but basically what happens, right, is because you can spam Purifying Flames, the damage will be dealt to the Mana Shield, right?
Right.
And because her HP doesn't go down at all, the healing does nothing, right?
Yeah.
So you don't need to purge off the Purifying Flames, and because it's so spammable, you can just spam, and even though she's getting healed, she gets no HP heal value. So
doesn't matter.
So you can just burn through her shield. Like in laning stage, once you hit the level 3 Purifying Flames, it's actually pretty busted against Dusa because you can burn through her mana shield so quickly.
If only we didn't have the Sky or Ench, that would have been a very interesting way to handle that. I also was theorizing because I saw a match of Alchemist with an Oracle, and we almost had Alch buy an Ags, and I was like, give it to Oracle, minus 0.25 BAT when you're false promised onto an Alch who already has the lowest BAT when he's in Chemical Rage. That would have been funny.
Crazy.
This is a good solution to the Dusa though. The Slark comes out, the Fusel Carrier, it can just build up stacks off of these really durable heroes. The lane into Doom, it's a little bit more 50-50. We've seen a lot of Dooms win out when they go for the Scorched Earth build, and we did see Ducho go for that Scorched Earth build last time, so this should still allow him to play into that lane fairly well. So I am keen on how much Alpha can get out from the Slark early on, because I feel like this is maybe a little bit scarier to play into. In comparison to the Ursa CM, I think the Slark plus, say, Ench isn't as scary, although there is a lot of damage, but the threat from Doom and Mirana can kind of counteract that.
I mean, absolutely. I do like the Slark at the very least. I agree with your point. Like, against the Dusa, you just take stats, drain some mana with Diffusal. Like, you're a happy boy, just hitting over and over and over again, and we'll see. Like, I'm still curious as to where this Medusa is going to go. It does seem like it should be a position 1 at this stage. Like, you are lacking a mid laner at the moment, and I don't think you necessarily want to run a mid lane Dusa. So then that would make your draft just look really, really greedy. I mean, last game it was greedy enough as it was, let alone, you know, with a Medusa mid. So we'll see exactly what kind of mid hero they want to pick up on San King Gomez, but it kind of is the same story of game 1. You need something that can set a tempo, that can make some space for your side lanes to be able to get that initial farm up, because Medusa and Doom both just want to hit creeps for a while. So
5 seconds remaining.
I wonder where they go, because Void Spirit this time around was removed by Alpha, so they're not going to have that option. I don't think you necessarily want another Spirit Brother like, say, the Storm or Earth Spirit, because I just think they're a bit too... I mean, Storm Spirit's too slow to get started, and Earth Spirit is just Earth Spirit, so you'd rather not go down that route.
Dire team back.
What other mids would you like to see here, Jonathan?
It's interesting that San King Gomez are the ones to ban out the Lush. I feel like you could have maybe gotten away with Lush just to have this damage output through the Shadow Dance from the Slark. Not going to be able to dip into that now. Would have been a decent source of push as well for San King Gomez. For Alpha, I think they can get away with pretty slippery heroes. Like the Storm in their end isn't as bad. You are playing into Doom Silencer, which you could argue are 2 counters, but those are 2 counters on very long cooldowns. So I think a Storm can still kind of slide around, do what he wants in those engagements. They ban out the Pangolier, taking away something that we did see a lot from Lund last time around.
You know
so
what?
Just taking away some comfort there. Yep.
I would like to see something like the Kunkka come out. I feel like Kunkka's not a bad hero right now, but we just don't get to see it very often. And in fact, I say that. I think there was a Western European game today that had a Kunkka mid in it. I wouldn't mind seeing Kunkka mid come out right here for Sand King Gomez, because it gives you a nice way of clearing out the Ench Beastmaster creeps as well. And it does feel like you are going to need some decent high ground defense against this draft of Alpha. Plus, never hurts to have the X up to just catch the Slark, you know, catch everyone else. But no, they do go into the Storm, so never mind.
That's fair. It's still a safe bet. It's also scary to go for Storm into Beastmaster plus Skyrath Mage. It doesn't feel like the easiest Storm game. Ancient Seal alone is pretty much a Storm killer. Early on, we've seen a lot of Storms suffer from just an early rotation out from the sky. And we know how aggressive Alpha love to be in the early game. So I'm curious how well Lund does here. And I guess there's not many matchups left that feels bad for the Storm. You've kind of taken care of most of them. But I'm wondering what they lean into, because Alpha can kind of go all in and just play with these combinations with Mystic Flare. Like, you've got Roar, but maybe a DK just kind of slides in. You get that blink timing, get the Dragon Tail into Mystic Flare as well, holds at the lane against Stormvoid nicely, gives you some push on hand, plays tempo, and just kind of go that route. You know, like go for this higher paced game, punish the greed from Sand King Gomez once more in a second game in a row.
Well, final pick is here for Alpha. They're still thinking about it, but they're going to go down the puck route. So another kind of counter towards the Storm. Something you probably did want here, because you don't really have much in the way of counters, apart from maybe the silence from the Skyrath and the roar from Satoshi. But now with the Dream Core, you feel a lot better about it. I don't think it's a bad puck game at all. It just kind of fits the bill for the Alpha draft, right? Like, you just want to go, and with the low cooldowns that puck can provide, I just feel like it's going to be ultra useful here in this game number 2. I'll tell you what, John, like, personally, I am drifting towards the Alpha draft, but that is assuming that they can push high ground quick enough, because eventually they're going to have a Medusa Doom Storm problem, which, as we know, tends to be a big problem late game.
Yeah, we've seen it last time from Sand King Gomez. If they can hold out with this draft, they should be able to, you know, drag it on to that late point where this draft does shine. I think Alpha, their snowball potential in terms of objectives is really high. Again, it's not the easiest Storm game. This puck makes it a lot harder as well, although lane matchup-wise, I feel like we've seen Storms crush puck. I don't think puck's just been as dominant, but at worst case, this is a very even lane for both sides. I don't think the Storm gets crushed by the puck all too much. So you have that, but again, once you get these rotations out from Braxy onto the mid, Storm doesn't feel great against Skyrath Mage. A lot of the Spirit Brothers are just counteracted by that Ancient Seal. So you have a lot of room here for Braxy to just have that impact. I am wondering what the solution to the Dusa will be, because again, Slark up against Dusa is a pretty nifty solution. Stone Gaze also does kind of counteract Slark though, right? It's like a 50-50. At some point, the Dusa will have decent enough HP and a heck of a lot of mana that you might not be able to burst through fast enough while the Stone Gaze is running. And that's where that matchup kind of goes up in the air. Who knows what happens? You don't have the best Warrior carriers. I mean, Beastmaster is one, but you don't have that much damage mitigation, which is where I think we find a lot of success against the Medusa. Stuff like Underlord with Crimson Guard and the Atrophy Aura tends to just ruin her damage. You don't really have that here outside of just Beastmaster Crimson. So it's not the most straightforward game to counteract Medusa, but it is doable in the right circumstances.
Well, with that, Jonathan, we are going to head into game number 2's game here and see exactly what happens between SKG and Alpha. Of course, I know you're a big fan, Jonathan, so I might just point out as well, we might get to see another Drums of Slom here today. Though I don't think it's really great
not
value, but no.
I mean, I really enjoy it when you're into illusions. Any other circumstance, it's like, it's all right. It's not the best.
Basically, just PL, right? Like, it's like, if you're versing PL, pick up this item.
Pretty much.
You'll love it.
Yeah, arguably, maybe something like a Naga Siren as well. Kind of fits that bill. Terribly not as much. But yeah, like those two big illusion heroes, beyond that, it's like, it's funny. It's not as funny when you die.
No. Thank you for that, John.
Yeah, dying's not funny, Mike. Unfortunately.
No, I imagine not. You know, it was funny when Medusa could just get one hit by axe with the Culling Blade. Now that made me chuckle quite a little bit.
I mean, she
really
still can be.
Oh, yeah,
right? She still can be, but you just buy a bracer and then you can't be.
Well, I mean, you just buy the treads and you're basically good, right?
Yeah.
Treads
much.
wand, you'll be fine. You'll be right.
Much that.
That was a great time.
They need to buff Axe. Just
Was it
buff
Durachio that got one hit by Culling Blade in the major?
I believe
I think it was
so.
Durachio. That was hilarious.
Yeah, and I believe it was Collapse using the axe at that point as well.
Yeah.
So he had a big laugh when he did manage to do it. I mean, that's funny. That's
So
a
did
funny
I,
death
dude.
for sure.
Screw Medusa.
So did we all.
Yeah.
Oh.
Anyway, moving on. Mid lane. You're going to have the Storm against the Puck. So Lund versus still, you know, I'd say this is just a kind of outplay style of matchup. Like, there's definitely heaps of kill potential. Maybe still having the advantage here just by a little bit on the puck. But I think you kind of said it as well during the draft, right? Like, it really can go either way. It is mostly about who can just outplay the other.
I think it's more down also to who hits level 6 faster. That tends to be the real big kill moment. Like, if Puck has just a little bit of a faster 6 into Dream Coil, then the kill threat's opened up. And potentially just support rotations. If Braxy can leave Satoshi alone, go in mid by level 3, then that's where you start finding kills.
Oh, Ducho. Getting a bit of a revenge this time around. Tokaya was just destroying him during the lane last game. This time around, Ducho able to secure first blood onto the Enchantress, so a fantastic start for him. And meanwhile, on the other side of things, now Leonidas picks up a kill. Braxy to go down, and well, so far, SKG having the better laning stage.
That's a great improvement to see out. Again, I think their lanes do come out stronger with Doom and Mirana. That feels a lot better to trade in. It's not as scary to play into the Slark lane with the Ench Slark in comparison to the Ursa CM last time around. So it should lead to a better time for Ducho. Maybe a little bit more surprising down bot, but Skywrath Mage does not like playing into a silencer, to be fair. Just Arcane Curse cuts off a lot of your aggression. And sure, Yanbura is dropping low now, but this is a ton of room for Leonidas where he can't really be pressured by Beastmaster alone. So the farm racks up. And this is not good news for Alpha, because this is a lane that Beastmaster doesn't really get a lot of free space. So you have to stick in this lane a lot longer, which means you can't rotate mid. You can't look for those kills.
It's annoying as well, because like Leonidas, he's just going to get constant one charges thanks to Braxy. So every spell you throw out just works against you. Because if there's a hero that likes one charges right now, it's definitely Medusa. So it's a bit rough in that sense for the bottom lane. Not much you can do but just try and survive as Satoshi, but as the levels go up, it just becomes that much harder. Here comes Braxy again, but you really just can't throw spells out. Unless it's Yambura that you're making the jump on, and they do quite a bit of damage over to him, but the Mystic Snake, no. It's not going to bounce towards Satoshi. He will barely be able to walk out of this alive. But that is the kill threat, that is the bot lane for SKG.
Yeah, they've just got a lot of pressure. I mean, Medusa, with her skill points being fixed up so you can get that additional point in the mana shield down the line, it does feel pretty good, although we don't even see that in play. And one more thing as well about the top lane. They did pick Ench into Doom, right? Like, this was a first pick Doom from Ducho, and they still opt for the Ench 5, which means you're not going to be playing around Enchant for the creep. Doom will always be able to devour back. So you're really relying on right clicks with Impetus, which you can do, but you don't really have a core that plays into chasing down really well. And you can try to gun for the pounce, but again, the threat from Scorched Earth is pretty big from Doom, so it makes it hard to commit.
Yeah, it's a good point. Like, you have to try and abuse the right clicks and the impetus as the Ench to have any kind of impact throughout this laning stage, but it certainly doesn't feel quite as good if you can't abuse the enchant on one of the neutral creeps. It is kind of the big deal when it comes to Ench, at the very least for me, but sadly he can't really do that. Ducho would be more than happy to just devour every time. There's Tokaya, gonna try and sneak up here and does a decent amount of damage to 9 with these impetus shots. That is the one kind of saving grace about this lane for the Ench, is if she leaps away, you're just dealing even more damage, but nevertheless, still 2-0. 1k advantage the way of SKG. Blessed Kid's not having the worst time in the world, but now they're going to try and make the jump in. Scorched Earth was popped. Devour not available right now for Ducho, so Tokaya taking full advantage of the Centaur he's enchanted. 9 forced to just try and leap away. Ducho, sadly, out of mana, so can't devour the creep.
Yeah, can't take it away. But again, the pressure, you're more than happy, even though 9 is shoved away. Oh, he's going in.
Oh,
nice arrow.
Yeah. So Kaya, slowed up thanks to the blood grenade, is going to go down. 9 able to leap away. Ducho now does have the Devour, but looks like he's not going to bother using it. So just go back to the creep wave. Nevertheless, you got a nice kill onto Takaya. And so far, again, like this offlane, which went terribly last game around, is just going very easy right now for SKG.
I mean, all lanes are going pretty easy for SKG. A dominant start so far, even though it's not as noisy as Alpha start last time. You've got level 6 up early for Lund in a short matter of time. So kill threat onto the Storm's a lot harder to pull off. We haven't seen rotations come out at all from Braxy.
On Yambura, he's in the tree line. Last Word and Curse might just do the trick here against Blessed Kid if he's not able to get the Dark Pact off in time. Jump in is there. They'll land a hell of a lot of damage. Blessed Kid got the Dark Pact though. Gonna be able to purge everything off. And in fact, 9's the one to go down as Ducho is still trying to chase Tokaya. But it will not pan out in their favor. It's Blessed Kid pressing the right button. He's gonna be just fine.
Just a little bit early on the spell usage out from Yanbura. Again, you don't have mana here on Ducho. So it was a bit optimistic to not have Scorched Earth and Infernal Blade in that kind of jump. It feels like they do need that damage to come out from the Doom when he is frontlining. So just a little bit of an overcommitment coming out from SKG. And punished nicely here by the side of Alpha. And this is one thing, though, that you can do with the Dusa, right? Like, you can leave her alone in lane. It's a solo safe lane, and there's no punishment for it. Like, what do you do about this? You can't. You don't have burst. You don't have a natural way of melting through the mana. Dusa has pretty good range against Beastmaster.
I was about to say, Jonathan, like at least for Ducho on the Doom, he could have taken the Sati Mindstealer and have the mana aura plus the mana burn, but I don't think he's quite spotted it yet. So Kaya takes the Sati Banisher, so he'll have the Purge available now, but that'll be devoured up instead. So now you've got Purge available on Ducho. Again, considering the mana issues he's had, though, I think you would have much preferred the Mind Stealer. Just even for the little aura that you can get. Just might have felt a little bit better, but nevertheless, still more than happy to just sit in the lane. I suppose as the Doom, as long as you're not dying to the Slark and not, you know, taking too much harassment, you're just happy.
You're more than fine just holding this lane steady. In half a minute, he can probably just eat that mana burn creep as well. No problems, although if he has mana for that, mind you. They are at the point where they're starting to leave the Doom alone.
Blessed Kid ran right back into him. One click will do it. He's burning, but no, nice juke. Is it good enough though, Blessed Kid? He's okay. Very risky maneuver from Blessed Kid, but nevertheless, he will survive. Just a little bit longer. As 9's going to show up now to try and harass him out. Starfall's going to land, but the blood grenade's not there. It did not land, so he'll survive on 8 HP.
Yeah, that's really tight coming out there. But he is forced to go all the way home, so you might actually prefer this with a walk back and a TP back in. It's more time where you have control of this lane. Slark is not a fantastic farmer as well in comparison. It does feel like he needs a little bit more of a strong start. Isn't going to be able to match that pace we see from the Dusa. So all things considered, you're finding the right targets to slow down here on the side of SKG. You've got a free lane for Leonidas. You've got the strong start built up for Lund, who does get a rotation into mid now, but there's no threat from Braxy. It's a level 1 Ancient Seal. It's not that much magical spell amp early on, and Lund is still free to dance around.
Big group up here at the top lane. They really want to try for this Slark, and they do have Doom now up prior to the level 6 mark on Blessed Kid. It's a nice opportunity. He's one creep away from hitting that level 6, and he's going to get it in time. So not going to be quite as easy to try and make the jump in. So Kaya's going to show up. They can try to go on him instead, and they will. Nice little stun from the creep, but it won't matter to Kaya. Getting deleted. Doom remains available here for Ducho if he does manage to find Blessed Kid with his pants down, but Blessed Kid's just going to leave the lane now, understanding this lane is just not safe for farming anymore. Top 3 net worth. Oh my, that's a lot of bounties. My goodness, look at this still. He's going to find 3 party runes. A full reset for him in terms of HP and mana. But top 3 net worth on the board are all 3 cores from SKG, which is not going to feel good considering they do have the better scaling draft.
Yeah, again, their weakness last time around were just very, very lousy lanes coming out, maybe down to, again, their draft having a clink support with a Doom, which doesn't naturally synergize. Takes a lot longer to power spike up, but 4-1 start, 3k lead for SKG, looking a lot smoother for Alpha. We haven't seen any threats with Mystic Flare. Well, to be fair, you don't have 6 on Brax, but even just movement out with Ancient Seal, we haven't seen pressure onto Leonidas. They are starting to move together as a unit now, though. They are dragging their supports up top, but it does feel like you kind of want to play with your buck. Still needs to be around with that Dream Coil. We're focused in on that mid for now.
Takai is getting rather aggressive, trying to scout out the triangle. We'll see a couple stacks that were there. Nine's going to jump in. Very nice arrow on the backside of the Ench, but now he's in danger. Still, Lund is going to jump in and trade. A 1-for-1 so far is now Still's going to jump in. Try to help out Braxy that is in trouble. Lund, just continuing to go, is going to find a double. Still actually had the Dream Coil, but chooses not to use it. Lets Braxy die instead. And with that, I mean, that's a double kill for your Storm. You really can't complain.
Yeah, you're happy with that kind of lead. You don't really manage to contest the stacks even after scouting it, so Leonidas will just go in and clear it out a little bit early. Does have the Dragonlance and level 4 split shot, and get work on that really quick. They rotate down to pressure Satoshi a little bit.
Yeah, Roar is there, Ducho. I mean, he's not taking any damage. It just this Vanguard, right? Like, it got nerfed. Fair enough. Obviously, no level 6 on the Skyrath, so no Mystic Flare, but they should have known that when they committed the Roar. I mean, maybe they didn't realize, like, maybe Satoshi wasn't aware the level 6 wasn't up. But even then, like, just that Vanguard alone, it just blocks too much damage right now. It's too much.
It's so funny, right? Because Doom used to be 0 armor. Now he actually is just unkillable. I missed that time where +1 armor was the unkillable meme, but the meme is a reality. Doom's just unkillable once he has that Vanguard for the most part.
I mean, theoretically, right? Like, if you go to from 0 to 1, that's like infinite growth.
That is true. That is true,
mathematically true. I'm not wrong in saying that.
That is the only truth. Like, only math is true.
That's right. Numbers don't lie. The stats don't lie. Somebody said that once upon a time. Alpha?
Are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is
They're trying to push down the bottom tier 1, but even with the Ench Beastmaster, it's a very slow process. I mean, he's trying. Half its HP gone now, but I mean, if SKG really cared, they'll just TP and defend it. Like, it's not a big deal when you've got a Medusa Doom. You could happily jump in.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They might even just let this go down. Just consider it just time to farm, as the Global Silence now committed mid lane. Instead, they're going to make the jump in on Steel, but he has the coil, so he's going to be fine to escape. Lund will do the exact same, though, as Braxy never got the Ancient Seal off.
Yeah, would have been that opportunity. They drag in a lot of heroes onto that mid to try to get the catch. They do waste the Global Silence, the first one from Yanbura. So you're kind of happy for that on Alpha, and you find that free box here. One, top will be traded, though, as Leonidas shows up. And this Dusa is a little bit too farmed up, Mike. Yasha up, Dragonlance up, into the Manta and Scotty next. I mean, you do have this timing lined up on Blessed Kid. The Fusel is up, but it doesn't feel like he's ready to really commit onto these bigger fights just yet.
Oh, John, I don't want to make you too happy, but there's an Aghanim Scepter being built up on Satoshi. Here we go again.
I mean, I love the build, but I don't know if this is the game for it.
Oh, you know what, John? You did my head in before 7.33 about how much you wanted to see it. And now you're getting it. So you don't get to pick and choose when you see it.
No, but you see, the old one used to have this really big burst window on the last few bangs. Now it's good sustained banging. This is all sounding really wrong. It's good sustained banging, but it's not really...
Stop saying
it's not
banging.
Really burst damage. Not a burst bang. There's a roar.
Mid lane. They've got the Storm. Lund's down. Huge pick off here for Alpha. Alpha, they'll make their retreat now, or maybe not. They'll make the jump in on Yambura, but he's okay to TP out in time. Still a very, very impactful pick off. They got the Storm Spirit. Alpha desperately needed some kills to go their way, and they found one of the biggest ones. It is still a problem of Leonidas is freely farming towards that Manta style into an Eye of Skadi. But I suppose it's a problem you deal with a bit later on. You can't really think about that right now.
Yeah, you just gotta take what you can get on Alpha, start playing around these combinations, take some pressure on the map, start clearing out more of the map, make it awkward for Leonidas to feel comfy farming up. You don't really mind too much in Lund, right? As long as you're the one copying it instead of your Medusa, then it's all's well that ends well. You know, your Doom's farming up. We're not seeing a Midas Rush from Ducho, which is rather interesting. He's going for way more durability, having the pipe up just to help against this magical output. I like that change up, but at the same time, it's like you're playing the Dusa game anyway. You might as well go slow. But, you know, just want some activity. There's that Manta we have on Leonidas, so at least he's safe from Ancient Seal. The Roar is still scary. Speaking of, Satoshi is one part away from his Ag, so we'll see those drums, mate. See the drumming.
Can't wait to see how great the drums of Slom are. Mid lane. Tokai is gone. I hope this drums works out for him, Jonathan. You were telling me how great the item is.
It's a different kind of drums, Mikey.
Yeah, but
the old banging used to be a banger.
You
now
say
it's just
that
kind
though,
of
Jonathan. But
Yeah.
you, the other day when we were casting, you were telling me, "See, I told you so. I told you drums
Yeah.
of Slom was good." Well,
Yeah.
you know, this is the new drums, Jonathan. You can't show off like that.
fine. It's gonna be good. Is it good enough? I do not know.
No, it's not, John. No, it's not. Alpha, they can't defend this tier 1 mid tower. It's gone. Lund's got a double damage rune to boot on the Storm, spotted up, ready to go whenever, so it's not advised for Alpha to try and force a fight right now. It's considering they've already lost the tier 1 mid tower, they'll just back off. But they must be getting somewhat concerned, right? Like, you're seeing how fast Leonidas is farming. He's literally about to double the net worth of the slug. That's not a good sign.
It's definitely not a good sign. The stacking starting to kick in, so you're not going to be able to burst her down that quickly. I mean, again, you have a defusal on Blessed Kid. You can kind of jump in. He can just kind of try to get some stacks going, but you have a lot of counter control coming out from SKG. I think Alpha, I mean, they've slowed the game down so much in comparison to what we saw in game 1. It feels rather uncomfy. But the drums are up and they'll smoke up with this build-up. I want to see just how effective these drums of Slom are in this game in particular.
Let's see. You never know, John. Maybe they're the game winner.
You want, you know, it's could be cool if we had a custom drum kit for Beastmaster down the line with custom music you can play, different beats.
That would be cool. That would be cool. Next battle pass, I think, John. Valve, if you're listening, easy money. You know the song as well. Everyone knows the song that they want to hear from the drums of Slom.
I don't know if they can buy the copyright out, but sure.
Doesn't matter, Jonathan. Oh, top lane. They've got the Slark. The global silence not going to allow him to get away. And with a double damage rune on Lund, he gets it done very, very quickly. Massive kill here for the Storm Spirit. And he's just going to TP right out. They can't catch him. No punishment to come from Alpha.
They were focused elsewhere. Really good Moonlight and smoke out from SKG. Well, actually, they re-smoke now to get that angle onto the follow-up fight. No global silence, but you get the most slippery hero. You still have some ways of keeping Steel down here, as long as you get that jump.
Takaya. Jump is there. Zip through. That'll be an easy kill for Lund once again. Drums of Slom. Looking very, very strong here as... Oh, I can't believe he died. John, he has the drums on. How about that?
Shut up, Mike. It's still good, okay? It's just not this game. Not this game. But it's still
You know
good.
what? Going off your idea, if they could add the badumch sound if he dies with the drums, that'd be amazing. Like if we could play the... You know what I mean?
Yeah. We need it.
Every time.
We need it. It needs to
I
be
would
there.
literally buy drums of Slom every game, just for that.
Instant buy. You just first phase pick the Beastmaster for morale.
Yeah.
You know, that's it.
I know it's
that's
a-
the play.
I know it's a voice line already, but who cares? Right? It'd be funnier if you had to buy an Ags for it.
You need to be in
Less
game. We need to see an actual thing fall down. You know, have all of this up. Blessed Kid does get jumped a little bit. He is working towards the Axe. That should be the launching point for our Slark to start applying pressure onto Leonidas, start joining in these fights. Look at the confidence from Leonidas, though. He doesn't go for the Scotty. He's going Butterfly. He wants the damage. He wants that evasion up.
I like it. I like it. Against the Slark, like, once you have the Butterfly up, what the hell are they going to do? It's not like he's going to be able to farm an MKB anytime soon on the old Slark. He's going for the Ags up, which is very stock standard in terms of item build here. I believe Blessed Kid will need that Midas. Oh, excuse me, rather the Aghanim Scepter is what I was meant to say. Definitely don't buy a Midas, Blessed Kid. It's not the way to do it.
But I saw a video from Speed. Told me to buy Midas.
Don't bring that up right now, Ducho. Jump in. Who have they got? Global Silence is out. They found the Beastmaster. Lund's going to move right in onto Braxy as well. Roar is committed, though. Ooh. With the Mystic Flare, they'll take down Lund. And Blessed Kid, he's going right to work with the Shadow Step. Or rather, excuse me, the Shadow Dance. But the arrow's going to connect with the setup of Ducho. He is just pump faking the whole time. Flags down. Just complete BM here from SKG. I mean, why not?
Oh my god, that was just... It looked like such a good angle from Alpha to at least... I mean, to find one was nice, but they lose way too much in Sacrifice. Like, what do you do once you commit that Roar and the Mystic Flare onto one hero? You can't have it on both Leonidas and Lund. These are the two heroes you really need to watch out for. Perhaps you just save that combination for Leonidas instead and just try to Ancient Seal kite around the Storm in comparison, because quite frankly, you don't have answers. I mean, that full Butterfly's up. He's going back for the Scotty anyway. Your only solution to the Deucer right now is that Magical Burst. And it's just so hard to find. Leonidas is joining these fights very late. A great blink angle coming out there from Ducho. A really strong and fantastic arrow angle coming out from 9. I mean, this game, it's the polar opposite from game 1. But it feels even worse for Alpha to be behind like this because their lineup doesn't scale as well as SKG does.
There you go. They'll just take the Tormentor as well from SKG. Just take everything away from the boys. 3 shots to somebody, and it's going to be Yambura. Why the hell not? Just an annoying Glaives of Wisdom shard here for the Silencer, and it's free. You take it. I'll tell you what, though, some shards are really annoying to get. Like, I'm not a big fan of when you're playing Bounty Hunter and you get the Tormentor and you get the free shards. It's gotten me killed a few times because you've, actually got to double-click the damn invis to place it on your allies, which is, not very fun. I'm not placing it on my allies, John. Top lane, jump is there. Doom was committed. They've got the Slark. There's no way out. Blessed Kid is gone. Braxy, try for a TP out, even puts the high five up before he's gone. Satoshi, though, may not be so lucky. He does have Tokaya there, and there is no mana left for Lund. In fact, there's a little cheeky stun out. Lund, though, is still chasing him, whipping him up. Satoshi is going to try and fight back with the Roar, back it onto 9 with the Mirana. He does at least find one. Lund, Lund's going down.
Oh my god.
The drums, there they are, Jonathan. It works out for Satoshi as he's still running. You get there, Beastmaster. No, he's gone. Still a great turnaround, though.
Oh, maybe just a bit greedy there. Just a bit greedy, not respecting the Roar and the max stacks of the drums kicking in. He drums his way to HP. How does that even work? What's the lore implications of Beastmaster healing from his drums?
I mean, the music's very healing, Jonathan.
I suppose, but like spiritually healing, sure. Emotionally healing, sure. Physically, your gun wounds heal up from hearing some banging drums.
Still, he's gonna find a silencer. Yambura's down. Problem is Leonidas just takes out Braxias. Now they do have to retreat. However, Blessed Kid in the middle of nowhere right now will pounce away, but Lund is there, zipping right through. He finds the puck, but not quite enough to kill him yet. But there you go. Still is down. Blessed Kid's got nowhere to go. Flags down as well from the Doom as Leonidas will pick up the kill. 20-7 now, 19k advantage. It's just not getting any easier for the side of Alpha as SKG are looking for a 2-0 victory. And I'll tell you, with the way they're playing this game, with the draft they have, it's looking like a 2-0. Even Dota Plus sitting at 97% win probability right now.
I don't follow. In fact, I'm surprised. I think Dota Plus has been erring on the side of caution nowadays, Mike. Usually when you see this kind of stat, right? Like by now, Dota Plus usually says 99. It never goes 97. It's been going 97 a lot more often. I think it's starting to cap out a little bit more. 98% now. But for Alpha, I mean, their chances are just so slim. It feels like they missed that timing. They needed to play a lot faster. They needed to try and play around early Roar, early Ancient Seals, especially onto mid. The fact that SKG could leave their Dusa alone in lane, keep farming like this, and play aggressively elsewhere, that's where all the issues came out from.
Leonidas. So you can throw whatever you want at this guy. He just doesn't care. Like, maybe a max duration Mystic Flare could do some damage to the Dusa, like just to the mana shield, but...
This is the counter. Just take the Dusa illusion.
That's fair. That is fair. I mean, it's not
tickling.
doing quite enough, but it's doing something, I guess.
It's annoying at the very least.
It is annoying. I'll give it that. Satoshi. Slowed up. Dream Call is in the back. Blesskid gonna jump in, trying to find some support pickoffs, but now with the Doom out, they found the Beastmaster on the high ground. He is just gone. It might be time to call it. I don't think you're in a place where you think you can come back.
Yeah,
and there you go. GG's call. It's just, with a game like this, it's just too depressing to play it out. Like, you just got zero chance of making a comeback.
Smurfiando, no? What? Smurfiando?
Smurfiando. Uh-oh. Takai's got the question mark out. A bit of BM. Who said that? Who said that?
I can't scroll up anymore. I don't know.
Uh-oh.
Someone said Smurfiando and the question marks came out.
I mean, there was definitely some BM going on, right? Like, we saw the flags and the pump fakes being placed there by Ducho. We're gonna ask some questions here, Jonathan, to SKG. I want to know where the beef is. You know, I'm a fan of beef, Jonathan. You've seen me and Fear have been having a lot of beef. Reddit pointed it out very recently, and I want to know what's the beef between SKG and Alpha.
Yeah, for sure. We'll find out in that interview. But you know, looking back at that game again, SKG fix up a lot of their early game issues. They come out with stronger lanes. They come out with a very independent, safe lane because there's no counteraction on that core. They get the first pick this Doom, and Alpha's response in the second phase of picks is to go into the Ench. It's like, Ench into Doom. Doom is very happy in that matchup. Slark Ench can be an aggressive lane, but not against a Doom. Scorched Earth build ruins the Slark early on, and you've got a lot of ways of just handling Ench. The arrows were on point from 9. There were a few fights that went well, like this one where they managed to punish the Storm, but they've lost a lot right before that happens. And again, you show up on your Dusa, Leonidas just comes in and you don't have an answer. There's that pump fake. Just,
yeah,
you know, if you have the drums in Alpha, you've got the guitar player in Doom and he's just strumming there.
Is that the new, is that what you type in Twitch now? Like, if you see a guy smurfing, you just Smurfiando. I might use that, actually. Every time I'm playing against a smurf, I'll just say Smurfiando against the guy. It just sounds really nice. There's not much to talk about with the highlights. John Alpha got kind of demolished during game 2. I find it very amusing, Smurfiando. So it's a new one for me to use. So, yeah, I mean, you already said it. SKG, better scaling draft. They just outplayed them. All lanes were won. Huge kind of lead here at the 25-minute mark, sitting at 22k. And as you saw, I mean, it was a decent attempt to try and jump the back lines, maybe find Yanbura before he can Global Silence. They even dream called the Storm for a moment, but they just didn't have enough in the tank, sadly, Alpha. And sadly for them, they'll have to take a 2-0 loss here against SKG. And, you know, John, I'll give you credit where credit is due. You were telling me for the past few days that you had a lot of faith in these SKG boys. You know, now that we've watched them, I gotta tell you, I like what I see. And you know what else I like, John, is a good MVP. And we're going to give that to Ducho on the Doom, of course, for his BM and his, you know, his pump faking. You know, you got to give it to Ducho. We do love a bit of trashing here and there. And, you know, I appreciate it.
Yeah, he played a fantastic game. His offlane went so much better this time around. He's able to play aggressive. I like his change-up in itemization. He went Pipe, Blink, Octarine. No Midas, no waiting around to farm. Playing aggressive with his team, understanding that they had this tempo they could have played around with anyway, and they just brought the fight out to Alpha. Very great performance out from Ducho and really everyone else on SKG. And they've always been promising. They look great here. I don't know if this is really the best measurement for success up against Alpha. Again, this is a team that's very different from what they were when they came out in Div 2. They lose players like Sabo, they lose players like Empyrean, who, again, maybe not the most successful in Div 1, but have consistently proven that they've been able to climb up here. So it's still a big question mark on Alpha. SKG, though, Game 1 was a little bit rockier, but still impressive in coming back. Game 2, a lot more dominant. And I'm keen to see if that performance maintains up against these other teams, whether or not they can be a contender for potentially number 3, or if certain losses happen across the top 3 teams outside of maybe Shopify this time around. But between TSM and Nowens, if they take additional losses, a team like SKG could suddenly find themselves in a position where they can contest.
Okay, well, John, with that, we do actually have an interview with the man himself. We've got Yambura on the phone right now. Mr. Yambura, congratulations on your 2-0 victory here against Alpha. Straight off the bat, how the hell are you feeling, sir?
Hey, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm feeling great. We got the first series nerves out of the way. Now we're ready to face the stronger teams and hopefully keep performing like we did in Div 2.
Okay, I want to ask you as well, right? Because we saw Game 1. It was a much closer affair. Like, you guys made a great comeback in Game 1. Can you explain to us, like, where were the problems, right? Because in terms of your draft, I thought it was fantastic, but obviously the first maybe 30, 40 minutes of the game wasn't going the smoothest for you guys. Where was the problems in that Game 1 compared to, say, Game 2, where you guys just completely stomped them?
Nerves and communication, I'd say. We knew what was going to happen. We knew we were going to get tri-laned. We knew that we need to play the offlane show. We knew that we had to farm and that we need to play for our power spikes. We ended up just getting nervous and dying a lot on the offlane, and getting nervous and not punishing the Underlord that was by himself early in the game. But as you can see, like, we figure out how to play. I think we're the better team. We figured out our mid game. We chilled. We farmed. And we fought better, and we made a comeback, played the map better.
Hey, I mean, you certainly did. Going into a funny moment at the end of that game too as well. We couldn't help but notice someone got called Smurfiano, I believe it was, and then there was a bit of a question mark at the end. Is there some beef between the two teams? Because it seemed like Ducho was having a very good time in that game too. Is there some beef we need to hear about here between you guys?
I think we just got a little bit excited and maybe type. I think there are some things that are to be said, but I think that's not up for us as players to be typing at the end of the game. And I think we just got too excited there on Luis or Ducho. Yeah.
I mean, I'll tell you, we love it. Just keep it up. Don't worry about it. Don't feel nervous. Just keep it up. We love that. I mean, it's NA. It's NA DPC. Yeah. Keep it up. We love the BM. Jonathan, go on, sir.
All right, looking forward to that, Yanbura. It's good to talk to you again. We had a little bit of a conversation when we did cover Div 2 just a bit. I am curious, your first opponent being your fellow Div 2 promotee, how different, this is a little bit strange to ask, but, Alpha has changed your entire roster. How different were they to fight against in this time compared to Div 2 or their old roster?
Everything is so different because, like, that was our first game in that patch. As you saw in our performance on Div 2 on the first game, we were very clueless. Alpha was slightly more prepared. It's a different roster. It just was completely different. We as a team have figured out this patch more. We have played more games. We understand what has changed in terms of like macro gameplay, and this roster is completely different. I feel like in some ways this roster is better in the sense that I think there are less skill gap between the players, but the previous Alpha roster was also pretty strong. That's why they made a top 2 of Div 2. I don't know much about this roster, but I know we got way better comparatively.
Yeah, it's certainly showing. You guys look pretty sharp to find that kind of comeback in game number 1 and just this dominance in game 2. Coming up into Div 1, we talked about how that was a very exciting moment for you guys in Div 2, and we did manage to talk to you guys in those interviews. Now that you're in Div 1, now that you've gotten that, those first game anxiety or the shakes off, who are you looking forward to kind of playing in here as the tour goes on? What team are you really on the lookout for that you really want to prep for here?
I'd say personally, I want to play against Nouns. I want to see NTSM.
Ooh.
I want to see. I want to see, because I feel like those are our opponents when it comes to achieving greater things. I think the other teams, of course, we can lose, we could win depending on the day, if we're feeling good, if we're well prepared. But those teams, to me, are the two teams that we're very unsure if we can beat. Like, we don't know our power level against them. And so if we're able to face against them and win, it's going to be amazing. It's going to feel great.
So hold on. Let me go off the back of that for a moment. You said Nouns and TSM. So are you saying Shopify is like maybe out of reach at the moment, whereas TSM and Nouns are like you have the possibility of winning?
Yeah, Nouns is gonna be, or Shopify is gonna be a very fun game, I'm assuming. Maybe we can try to do some very cheesy things. I'm not really sure if you can beat them, but I'm not counting ourselves out, of course. But like. Okay. It's a very high mountain to climb, and I think we're gonna be facing Shopify pretty soon. We're not gonna have the time to like improve throughout the tour. So yeah, I'm not really confident in our chances against Shopify. But if it goes well, I don't know. We're gonna go to Bali, I guess.
That is true. I mean, you guys are literally going up against them in 2 days, so that's going to actually be pretty exciting now that we've got to see a bit of a glimpse of SKG. I mean, I got to be honest, I love what I saw, and you know what? I like the fact you're realistic. I do appreciate. He went straight to Nouns and TSM. I like that. I like that a lot. Jonathan, any more questions for the man before we let him go?
No, I just want. Last time I believe Jan Bur, our interview did get cut off. I want you to have the chance to shout out whoever you want to shout out. If you guys have any socials, you guys are a rising team. So, you know, I want people to be able to follow you guys and maybe give you guys a little bit of a boost.
Yeah. Okay, so our Twitter for SKG is at SKG Dota, I believe. My personal Twitter is at Guilherme Toyota. I also have a Twitch, which is called God of Gi. I don't really stream that much. I have plans in the future, but I've played quite a few games in there, streamed a few collegiate Dota matches too, but that was in the past. I want to give a shout out to our fans. Buy our supporter pack. They changed some emotes, they changed some voice lines. It looks really good. We put a lot of effort into that. And a special shout out to my girlfriend, Zoe. I did that last time. I'm going to do it again. She gives me the inspiration I need to play a good sport position 5.
Very, very, very smart move, Yambura. As a married man, I know what you're doing. Very, very smart move. Very, very good. Nevertheless, that is going to be it for the interview. Thank you so much for having a chat with us. Congratulations on your victory, and I honestly cannot wait to see you guys up against Shopify. Best of luck to you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yambura.
Thank you.
That was Yambura. What a well-spoken lad. You told me he was a very well-spoken man. I got to tell you, John, I was not expecting that. I mean, he... very realistic, very straight to the point, very charismatic as well, which is what I like. Always smiling, happy, laughing. I mean, usually pros just look at us deadpan, give us one-word answers, and then just, you know, say some naughty things after the interview. But this guy, I like this guy. This guy is good. Anyway, we're looking at the schedule, of course. SKG against Shopify Rebellion. That's happening on the 19th. Bait and TSM straight after that. That should be a very fun series as well. You guys don't want to miss these games. I mean, you just saw SKG. I'm not going to lie, John. These guys look like they could be a fan favorite if they can keep winning some big matches. I know right now people are going to be like, well, they just beat Alpha. You know, this is not the greatest team in Div 1, but, you know, if they could put up a good fight against Shopify, I feel like they're going to grow some fans real darn quickly here. And again, Bait versus TSM should also be a pretty hype matchup.
Yeah. Again, because of TSM's loss, you know, it's like what we heard from the interview from Saberlight. Shopify can afford to chill out a bit more, and TSM's under a lot more pressure to not drop anything this tour. So every match is going to be mildly high pressure for TSM, mildly high pressure for a team like Nouns, and same goes for SKG with this matchup against Shopify Rebellion. I like that Jan Burrow was, you know, somewhat realistic, but I don't think it's all doom and gloom. If they manage to catch Shopify Rebellion by surprise, heck, TSM has caught them by surprise 2 tours in a row. I'm pretty sure a team like SKG could pull something out of the bag and just kind of shock them. Because, you know, this is a team that just hasn't had Div 1 exposure for the most part. This is a team that they might not be as familiar with, might not have as many data points to go off of, where there's a lot of data points for Shopify Rebellion. They've played a lot of games in a lot of tournaments. You can kind of figure out what they want to do and how to counteract that here.
I'm a big fan. I can't wait again. 19th, we're going to see some more games for the NA DPC. Sadly, though, for us, Jonathan, that is it for tonight for NA. Great series overall. Again, SKG, congrats to them. Again, we'll see you guys in a couple days, I believe. Shopify Rebellion versus SKG, Bait versus TSM. You don't want to miss all those games. So we'll go off. We'll say goodbye for now. We'll see you guys again next time. See you then.